Hello, everyone. Welcome to a very special episode 44 of Passion Project, the speedrunning gaming variety show that encourages anyone and everyone in the speedrunning and gaming communities to showcase their passions in games. My name is Amber Cyper, and I will be your host throughout tonight. And if you've got a passion project of your own, go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix or gdq.gg/hotfix and find the How section near the top of the page and click the link to submit to the show. And remember, Passion Project is the best place on Twitch to show the world what you love the most in speedrunning and gaming. So before I get started with the very special showcase that we have planned for tonight, I just want to remind everyone that prize submissions are open for SGDQ 2025, and if you want more information on that, you should visit gamesdonequick.com for more information. It did not take long for me to flub the English language. Here we go. It's going to be a long night, folks. So, a few weeks ago, myself and a bunch of other speedrunners got together and decided to do something a little different. We all put down on a list games that we've run in the past that we felt confident that we could teach to another person, regardless of experience. From that list, 6 of us chose to learn a speed game from someone else, and as a way, it was done in a way to show that you can absolutely learn a new speed game or your very first speed game, regardless of your skill and experience level with, speedrunning or gaming as a whole, and at a commitment level that you're comfortable with. You're worth the time that it takes to pick up and learn a new hobby if you want, and we have an eclectic mix of runners and games tonight. And while these runs are still all new to each of us, we're very proud of the progress that we've made in just a few weeks, while balancing our busy lives with jobs and other commitments. Joining me first is the wonderful Cassasaur, who picked up Kirby's Dream Land for today's show, and their commentator who offered the game, Final Flame. Thank you both for being here tonight. How are you all doing?
Thanks for having us. I am good, Amber. How are you both?
I'm also doing pretty well.
I'm doing great.
Excited to see this.
Same. So, Cass, real quick, before we get started, what was your experience with this game prior to picking up this as a run?
So, I played this game casually back, this was a while ago. I don't remember specifically when, but it's been a few years. And I like the concept. I love Kirby as a character. I beat it casually, tried to speedrun it in the past, and then I got mad at myself, so I stopped. If you know, you know, and if you're a speedrunner, you probably know. But I'm excited to pick it up again. I decided, why not? And I am proud of the progress I've made in a few weeks.
Heck yeah. Well, whenever you're ready, feel free to count us down so we can get the timer started and hop right into the run.
All right. So we are going to get started here in, we cut this down in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you. We are starting with everyone's favorite, a certified banger in Green Greens. The biggest difference between this game and most other Kirby games, basically every Kirby game, is that all you can do is inhale. You don't get the copy abilities of other games. You don't get any of the fancy stuff. The game is also short, so we're already going to be at the first mini-boss of the game, which is Poppy Brothers Sr. He's going to try and throw some stuff at us, but all we do is inhale it, throw it back. Mini bosses take 3 hits, and boom. Pretty
good RNG.
Yeah. Oh, that happens a lot in this run, more than I thought. I am usually a puzzle game speedrunner, so I'm used to RNG in that way. But this was a whole different thing.
Oh, for sure. Flame is very familiar with platform speedrunners himself. He runs Sonic games and a few other things. But he picked up this game as, was this your first Kirby game overall, Flame?
This was the first Kirby game I ever played, and I played it for the first time, 2.5, 3 years ago. And instantly
Something like that, yeah.
I can speedrun this. It was just instantaneous, I knew.
Yeah, so we're already at the first boss of the game, Wispy Woods. Again, same deal as the mini boss. There are the things, inhale the things. Yeah, this game is short, and I like that. The world record is something like 9 minutes, and that's already Level 1, let's dance.
Love the ending
I
jingle.
love this dance.
Yeah.
Me too. It's the best part of the game. Okay. Oop, out. That didn't work. That's okay. That's about as close as you can get to the copy abilities from other Kirby games.
I forgot that bomb, what that bomb did. It's been a while. I've played Kirby's Dream Land a number of times, but I actually kind of forgot that bomb existed in this level.
That's fair. I'm not exactly sure what it does. It just, you inhale it, you blow it back. We're already at another mini boss. Ow. This is low, low, low.
Yeah, more RNG here. As you can see, 4 different levels they can come out on. They need to get 3 hits. We'll be seeing that again shortly.
Yep. There's a lot more rooms in this castle than what we're going to see thanks to routing. We are going to grab this energy drink. I'll try to avoid this.
Do you think Kirby...
Go ahead.
What do you think Kirby's favorite energy drink brand is?
Ooh, good question. Celsius.
You know what? I know some folks who like Celsius.
It's pretty good. Ow!
Meanwhile, we've got Lololo and La La La,
Yes.
like just being bullies. But this boss is pretty simple. You just got to avoid where they're coming out from and grab whatever. It looks like a treasure chest they're pushing around to me.
I think it's a box.
Oh,
but yeah,
nice.
three hits on each of them is what you need. And it's RNG where they appear. And nice
Alrighty.
positioning there.
Okay.
Was able to fall right into that star.
Bob. Now we are at...
This song is so pleasant.
The song's pleasant, the stage isn't.
No, this is Float Islands where all good runs go to die. If you're me.
No, not just you.
Oh, yeah. What did we say? We were talking about our respective runs and the progress that we were doing, or that we were making, and I said, I'm just okay at this game despite it being for kids. And that is a mood.
Yeah, no, it's a huge mood. Like, as someone, like, who has played a fair number of Kirby games, not all of them, but a fair number, the amount of silly things I do in Kirby games that would make you question how good am I at actual video games is staggeringly high, and I'm not afraid to admit that.
Yeah. It takes, props to the folks who can vie for world records and top times, because that's just not me. I'm too busy eating spicy food, super spicy curry.
Sounds good. It sounds tasty.
Oh yeah. First time I played this game when I was practicing it for here, I thought that the super spicy curry was invincible. It's not.
No, that's the lollipop.
Yep. It was a little.
When you immediately got shot by a cannon, like, I was like, oh, this isn't invincibility. That was, like, in my head, because I was like, oh, yeah, curry also makes you invincible in addition to giving you, like, fire breath. No, it doesn't.
No. It's okay. That's the mint leaf that we just ate to get us up in the air to fight the worst boss, and that's counting King DDD.
This boss is tricky. Besides there being our RNG, ideally you want to be as close as possible to the boss so you hit it faster. The issue is, the closer you are, the faster you can get hit. And that was pretty good.
Thank you.
Yeah, you came in with plenty of health to be able to tank hits. That was good.
Yeah, it's always a good thing. That enables you to stay a little closer.
Yeah. Bubbly Clouds is my favorite music. It's another silly level in terms of all of that. That cannon almost knocked me off the stage. That's cool.
And so those enemies you just killed, you gotta be very careful with them. They can explode in your face and they hurt. We don't want that.
No, and you have to, like, not be in the way when they do explode, because if you are, you'll lose health that way. So lots of ways to do silly things. Come on. I'm gonna let this go. Oh. Yeah, all of those Waddle Dees and everybody, like, that does nothing. It would be cool if there was, like, a theme, but I'm not picky.
Oh, yeah. Having picked this up, would you consider, like, maybe looking at, like, another Dreamland game, or, like, Dreamland 2 or something?
I've thought about it. I do like playing handhelds, so, you know, never say never, right? I've also played Kirby's Adventure. I really like that one.
Yeah.
Now.
It's like in the past you've run things like a Pokemon Puzzle Challenge and one of the Barbie games on GBA.
Yes.
That you have record in for that.
I do. The Barbie Diaries High School Mystery, 2006. Yeah, it was. So it's kind of a little bit all over the place what I usually do. I'm big into Dr. Mario right now as well. I just did that at Back to Black. And that was super fun. But
that's a game I don't think I could ever do.
Yeah. Oh. Ow. Too busy.
Echo Jr., you're not being okay right now.
Seriously. Okay.
Pro dodge strats here.
Come on.
Oh.
What is going on?
Pro dodges from both sides.
My guy, please. We both know why we're here. Ow. Oh,
Oh.
I have never had this bad luck before in a... Oh, okay, that was good. Whenever we get out of this, we're gonna get chances to get more energy. Oh.
Well, we'll get more energy now.
Oh, yeah, you know.
At least we respawn right here.
Kracko Jr. was being...
yes.
Kracko Jr. was being a giant jerk there.
Really?
At least, like you said, mini bosses are not too terrible to die on just because you just respawn at the mini boss.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do want to point out, for those that haven't noticed, the mini bosses or boss's health is on the bottom part of the screen, right above Kirby's health.
Someone in chat mentioning that Kirby Crystal Shards is on N64 is one of their favorite games of all time.
Yeah.
I agree. That is actually my favorite Kirby game. I have not played Forgotten Land yet, and I've not played basically any of the 3DS ones.
There we go, finally.
I've heard wonderful things about Forgotten Land, and I need to pick it up at some point.
I've played Kirby's Blowout Blast on the 3DS and Triple Deluxe. Both are good.
Meanwhile, I've only ever beaten this Kirby game.
What?
Yeah, like you've played a little bit of Forgotten Land.
Yeah, I enjoy Kirby. I just never had a lot of experience with it.
Think about playing it.
Yeah. Okay, come on.
So, Flame, when are you doing a retrospective on the Kirby series?
No comment.
Play all the Kirbys.
I'll add it to my list of games I need to play. I'm sure that was a short list.
Marathon length. Okay, we got through that part without falling off the stage, which has happened to me way too many times, which is good. Now, let's hope Kracko Sr. treats us better.
Hey, you beat up Kracko Jr., so Senior's pretty upset about it.
That's true. I would be mad too. He tried it, but, you know, there's also that.
I actually think his attack pattern is mostly easier to hit him through.
That's true.
Than Kracko Jr. Even if Kracko Jr. is a very predictable pattern as well, it's just like he moves just a little too much for my liking.
Yeah, he can do like a handful of things and...
Yeah, another instance of RNG.
Yeah. And, alright, that is...
Very good.
Awesome.
Right, thank you. Thank you. Let's dance.
And we just have the final stage to go.
Yep. Which we'll see what happens. This is Mount DDD. Even though he is a dingus, his King DDD's theme slaps.
This slaps so hard, you're right.
I can't be mad at it. Practicing this whole level, including the boss fight at the end, was the hardest part. We're going to see all the 4 bosses again, but we're going to start with Kabula in Float Islands, because that gives me the most trouble.
And one thing to note is your health does not reset in between each boss, so we want to conserve as much as we can.
Oh yeah, it's literally a gauntlet, yeah.
So I want to get the harder stuff out of the way first.
Yeah, and the same.
Yeah. We're going to try our best. Okay, come on. Okay, that was good.
Only
nice.
2 hits on that is very good.
Yeah.
Thank you. I am okay with that for sure. We're just gonna fly down to Kirby.
Yeah, so how these sections work is each section has a Kirby you have to collect, and that'll unlock the doorway for you to go through.
Yes.
While we go through this refight of Krakow Senior, I just want to welcome folks who may be coming in for the first time to the stream. This is GDQ Hotfix, where we do our near daily speedrun content. So welcome aboard, and you're in for a treat today, because we've got a bunch of folks who have spent the last few weeks learning runs brand new to them from, other people involved in this show. And basically, we did a big old speed game swap meet, and you're witnessing the results of that today.
Yeah. Dang it, I was going to try and get him. That's okay. Come on, Kirby, we can do this. I know you're hungry. Yeah, I offered up... What did I offer up? I offered up Barbie. I offered up Puzzle League, Dr. Mario, P-Cross. Shout out to P-Cross. It's a lot, though.
Yeah, like puzzle game speedruns can be very daunting.
Yes.
I did almost learn Barbie for the meme. I'm not gonna lie to you. I did almost learn Barbie.
I first played. What's my first appearance on a GDQ show was a Barbie themed show on Awfully Silly, and it was just a lot of fun all around. Okay, that was a lot better than I thought it was gonna go. All right.
Yeah, that went very well.
Thank you. One more boss, and then we get the big boss.
Back to this great music.
This theme is iconic.
Mm-hmm.
So iconic.
So good. All right. These bosses in Mount DDD here feel a little bit more difficult than when we saw them the first time. But that is just all RNG. There's also an extra game that you can play after beating the entire normal version of the game, where the enemies are more difficult.
Yeah,
right.
I didn't make it too far in that mode.
Me neither. All right, here we go.
Best of luck. Less RNG.
Less RNG.
It's a very big health bar we got there.
Yep,
Yeah.
10 hits.
And one thing about this boss, there's a... Go on.
Oh no, I was just going to say I could easily have gotten a star, which is what we need, but...
Yeah, so we have to grab these stars to throw at the boss in order to defeat him. The problem is, not all of the boss's attacks will give us stars we can use. So we have to hope for good patterns.
Yeah, like his dive there does not generate any stars for us. I think the easiest attack to get stars from is like his this one right here where he jumps. Oh!
That, I'm gonna say the thing that's never happened before.
Hey, you didn't get hit. That's the important part.
That's true. And I'm already down to 4 hits, so time is gonna come when we get the last hit. 3 more. Just good. We can.
Yeah, extra game mode in this game is hard. I don't know what anyone else wants to talk about, like the extra mode in this game.
Yep. Pretty much. It's like extra power everywhere, and all the bosses are faster and more lethal in some way, which I'm like, here I'm good. Okay, one more. Okay.
Another attack we don't want to see.
Come on, DDD.
Come on. Work with me here, buddy.
Give us another big jump.
Yeah, I'm not going to do there because I don't want to get hit. I'm only down to 2 health myself. Anytime.
These patterns. There we go.
Come on. There we go. And time.
There we go. GG.
Thank you. Nice. I will take it. Considering what we dealt with in Bubbly Clouds, I'll take it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shoot. Okay, let's fix that. I was just so excited to be done. So that is Kirby's Dream Land for the Game Boy. Shout outs to Amber, my friend. Thank you for having me on. I'm so glad we finally got to do this.
Yes.
Your show is super fun, so I'm glad to be here. Flame, thank you for being my commentator. This is the first time ever I've had a commentator for a run, so appreciate it. Thanks for offering up Kirby. Would I continue to speedrun this game? Maybe. You know, my PB is, I think, 15:02. It's just like within 15 minutes enough that I could see myself like buying for the sub 15 and then maybe calling it. So like I mentioned, the world record is like 9 minutes 30 something seconds. I'm like, that's good, not for me. But shout outs also to the Binary Breakers and the Black in a Flash community. That community is associated with GDQ as well. Lots of friends.
Would you recommend like doing something like this, like learning a speed run, like in like a set number of weeks?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, this made me like we kind of mentioned earlier, my games list of 2 games to play is like very long, and this really helped me focus on one game. Because I wanted to put on a good show for y'all and feel good about myself, and I did. But yeah, I would definitely recommend this. Get together with some friends, or just, you know, there's a random game option on speedrun.com. Figure out what you want to do and go from there. But yeah, I would definitely recommend doing something like this. I stream about once in a blue moon at twitch.tv/Cassasaur. I really should start again. But yeah, thank you, everybody.
Well, thank you for being here, and I'm proud of the progress you made in the time that you were given to learn this run. So thank you for being part of this. It means a lot to me.
Thank you, friend. I appreciate
it. Flame, I'd ask you if you had shout outs, but you'll be up in a couple of runs.
Yes.
So we'll get your shout outs out a little later. So coming up next, folks, we'll be actually having a run done by me. It's going to be Sega Ages Sonic the Hedgehog 2 Knuckles All Emeralds. And I'm really looking forward to showcasing this. And we'll be right back after this break. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to episode 44 of Passion Project, the best place on Twitch to show the world what you love the most in speedrunning and gaming. My name is Amber Cypher, and I am your host, but I am also your runner right now, because for this special episode where we all did a speed game swap meet, I decided I was going to pick up Sega Ages Sonic the Hedgehog 2. My commentator that is joining me right now is Internet Auntie Paxi. Paxi, how are you doing tonight?
I am doing fantastic. How about you?
I'm doing great. I'm very excited about this showcase. So Paxi offered this. She didn't have time to pick up a run herself. She has crafts fairs and other obligations.
And also, my Switch almost went into a wall trying to pick up Kirby.
Fair. but like it was like, you know what, I have other obligations, like let's not deal with the aggravation, but I'm happy to be a resource for, you know, a game. And I picked this up because Sonic 2 was both the first game I ever played, but Sonic 2 and Knuckles was the first game I ever beat. So I was like, you know what? The only other 2D Sonic I run is Sonic 3D Blast. Let's pick up a more traditional classic Sonic. So this was my choice here, and this version in particular is really cool. This is the Switch version that was released in 2020. You have the ability to make a bunch of like in-game save states up to 10, which is really good for practice. It has a, if I go into things, you have like drop dash if you're playing a Sonic. Knuckles doesn't get that. You can turn on stage select mode so that you can immediately access stage select so that practice is easier to do. But I am going to go ahead and reset the game with stage select mode turned off so we don't accidentally go into stage select mode from the title screen. And I'll be doing all emeralds glitchless, and I'll be doing a very special route. So time is going to start when I hit start on the title screen here in 3, 2, 1, go.
GG's, good luck.
Thank you. So first up is Emerald Hill Zone, and there's a reason why it's called Emerald Hill. Paxi, do you know what route I'm doing?
Are you doing the one that I drew on my iPad for you?
Yes. So I did have to figure out my own ring route, kind of. So this is probably the zone I am a little shaky on because I have to be very careful to get enough rings. But let me tell you that of all the Emerald categories in Sonic 2, from all the characters, Knuckles is by far the easiest, and there's a few reasons for that. Number one, he actually keeps all of his rings from star post to star post, so you don't have to go recollect another 50 rings to get another emerald later. And he also
Which
has
is so nice.
Yes, he also keeps, I don't think he retains shields, but he does retain rings, and that's even through deaths as well. So like when he hits a star post, the number of rings that he hits the star post with is retained, so even if you die, you come back with that many rings. And his special stages are actually easier than Sonic or Sonic and Tails in the vanilla version of the game, the non-lock-on version. Like, their ring requirements are much higher than Knuckles', which makes the special stages a lot easier to cope with, especially special stages 6 and 7. My experience with this game prior, these are basically auto-scrollers for what it's worth. I'm going down the half-pipe, avoiding mines and collecting the target number of rings. When I get to the third target of rings, there's 3 target numbers per special stage. I always try to go about 10 rings over my target, because if I accidentally get hit by a mine, I lose 10 rings. So it just makes sure I have at least 1 hit worth of damage I can take without failing.
I just try to get 69 no matter what, because I have to. I am a child.
That's fair. We're picking up the... Is this the Blueberry Emerald, as you call it?
I believe this is the Blueberry Emerald, yes.
Yes.
So for those who don't know, my beloved and I have given all of the Chaos Emeralds flavors, and you will hear all of them tonight. Probably. Unless I forget.
Unless I also forget. So I'm going to grab this invincibility here, and we're going to go right quickly into our second special stage right here. So we're going to get 3 emeralds in Emerald Hill Act 1, and we're going to get 4 in Emerald Hill Act 2, assuming I don't miss a star post absent-mindedly. In which case I have a few backup emeralds I know where to pick up. But I like this route because it's really a novelty route of you can pick up all 7 Chaos Emeralds in Emerald Hill Zone, hence its name. There are 8
Shout
total
out to Alec K47 because it's his fault I do this.
It's true. I did this as a kid. I figured this out as a kid that you could do this. And when I did, I just wouldn't do all emeralds any other way as Knuckles. It is not the optimal route by far, but like it's a fun route, and it means that
it's definitely the slowest.
It is definitely the slowest emerald route you could go with, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to do this anyways. Heck you. My experience with this game prior to picking up this run was, as I had said, I've played Sonic the Hedgehog 2 casually since I was like 2 years old. I played as Tails with my mom, and I grew up playing classic Sonic. Like, it is what I like. Sonic in general is just like my primary series, and Sonic the Hedgehog 2 was the first, with Knuckles specifically, was the first game that I had ever beaten on my own without any help from my mom. How I did that, considering the Death Egg Robo fight at the end of this run, I don't know.
Death Egg dooms us all.
Is this the Grape Emerald?
This is indeed the Grape Emerald.
Okay.
I don't remember what order the colors come in, so...
Neither do I. I've been running this for a few weeks now, and I can't remember the emerald color order either. All right, we're gonna go get our third emerald, if I can hit this spring, thank you. So we're gonna mosey on up here. The nice thing about Knuckles is that he has a glide, so I can make what would be normally long jumps with Sonic that need a lot more momentum. I can make them fairly easily with Knuckles. As we're going into the orange flavored special stage. I don't know if it's actually the orange emerald. I don't think it is, but it is definitely an orange flavored special stage.
Sadly, I don't think there is an orange emerald, at least not in Sonic 2.
I don't think so, no. So, like, the reason I decided to pick this game up was because it's the game that was on the list that I have the most casual experience with. So it made a lot of sense. I had a lot of commitments the last couple of months. For folks who watch GDQ regularly, if you saw the PAX East streams, I was at PAX East. I was on the stream. I was working the event, and that was a lot of fun. If you haven't gone and watched those VODs, those are over on our YouTube at youtube.com/Games Done Quick. So you should take a look at those if you haven't, along with, you know, other past Hotfix shows or past events. It's a great time, and if you're watching this on YouTube, you should like, subscribe, ring the bell, all that good stuff that lets you keep up to date with GDQ and what we're doing. But there's another reason I picked up this game besides it being like the very obvious choice for me, given how busy I was, and like I couldn't just learn a new game from scratch this time around. So a few years ago, in 2020, late 2020, I had a close friend of mine who ran this game. They ran the 1992 release, not the Switch release, and they are one of the direct inspirations for Paxi here learning this game, right? As an encouragement of, like, you can absolutely learn a Sonic run if you really want to. Like, absolutely give it a shot. Don't listen to what other people might say. And their name was The Only Kid, and they passed away at the end of 2020. And I picked this game up because it was the last speedrun that they had picked up seriously in any capacity, and like that means a lot to me. So this is kind of me honoring their memory by picking up this run. But we're gonna go into Emerald Hill 2, where I have to worry about picking up rings again. So I want to grab these 6 here. I'm gonna grab some rings here. I'm gonna grab these speed shoes. I'm gonna grab the 4 rings on the bridge. Hold down while I'm going across this bridge here so I don't take damage. Come up here, grab this ring monitor.
I would like to say, yes, melon possums, that was the cherry-flavored one.
Yes. Or strawberry, whichever you prefer. All right,
yeah, because the next one will be strawberry, but you could also call that one cherry if you wanted to.
All right. This is the star post I always worry about whether or not I'm going to get it. Just because the ring route's a little finicky
right there.
Yeah, that beetle there, and or Buzz Bomber rather, and just the ring route's a little finicky. There is a ring monitor that's in a wall that I don't know why. When I don't want to go in there, I go in there, and when I want to go in there, it's like closed off for some reason. If anyone who is more knowledgeable at Sonic 2 can tell me why where the yellow spring was that I took earlier, where that was, there's an alcove that has a ring monitor in it, next, like in front of a waterfall. If you could tell me why that's closed off sometimes for unexplainable reasons, I would love to know.
I would also like to know that, because that happens to me too.
I saw in your PB, like, you had that happening, and you're like, why is it that I can go in there now when I don't need it? But that's why I, like, do a slightly slow, awkward ring route in Emerald Hill 2, because, like, I have literally 1 ring of leeway to get exactly 50 before I reach the star post.
Shout out to this special stage. It is called Slalom, which is apparently a skiing term. I did not know that when I first started running this. I thought it was an acronym. So to me, this level will always be stupid level, a lot of mines.
It is a lot of mines, actually. This is Emerald 4. It's not the hardest Emerald stage, I think. I think that goes to, like, stage 6, probably. But this one, like, is where the difficulty curve of the special stages for new players starts kicking up. By the way, that's strawberry, right? Because that's pink.
Yes, that would be strawberry.
It's gotta be strawberry. It's like the strawberry flavored Starburst.
Yes. I feel like Special Stage 5 lures you into a false sense of security, and then they hit you with 6.
Yes.
And then 7 is just insane.
7 is weird. It's particularly egregious when you're Sonic, where the Emerald... No! Okay, I'm okay. Me forgetting a star post is there. It's like, so Emerald 7 when you're Sonic is just like, why is the ring count so high? I need more rings. Why are they scattered everywhere? We'll see when we get there, and you'll understand. But I hate Emerald 7 as Sonic and Tails, because their ring count is so high and Tails moves on a delay with you. Thankfully, as Knuckles, because he is solo, he doesn't have to worry about, delayed AI right behind him taking hits because they have rings. For some reason, you may notice that this special stage is partly colored keyed for some reason on stream, and I'm not sure why, but that's very funny. So we're partly running along the void. And that's
always good to run along the void.
Look, sometimes Death Egg Robo makes me want to shout into the void. Oh god. So, that's what happens when you look at chat. I hope chat's enjoying this. I will be largely ignoring y'all, unless we hit, Sky Chase Zone. Sky Chase Zone I don't have to worry about, although I have died very silly, in a very silly way, exactly once, since I started practicing this. And,
everybody punches their died on Sky Chase card at least once.
At least once, yes. Hello, Lemon Emerald.
Hello, Lemon Emerald. Oh, real quick, anybody who has problems with flashy lights, please be careful in Special Stage 7. It hits hard at the end.
Yeah, there's some rainbow strobing to be aware of. Oh, I want up there, please. There we go. So I want to hit... not that wall. This is supposed to be a glitchless run, Knuckles. There we go.
Oh, I should say it. Sugar Pie Honey Darling Dear, what are you doing to Amber?
What?
Whenever I screw up with Knuckles, I just like, Sugar Pie Honey Darling Dear, what are you doing to me?
Oh,
but you're playing, okay. So what is he doing to Amber?
So, this is Special Stage 6. This is usually where I fail a special stage if I'm Sonic and Tails, or if I were casually playing the game. I know the special stage well enough that, like, it's no longer an issue. Because I've been playing... I've been paying more attention to the ring formation since picking up this category, so I know where things are going to be. I actually kind of like this little zigzag section here. It's cathartic. There we go. And we're gonna grab some more rings. Okay, so we have one more special stage after this one, and that will be a checkpoint that will be basically right next to the one we jumped into here. There's more rings on this side. And then we're gonna do a loop-de-loop. I actually really like these loop-de-loop moments, because they're usually not dangerous, and they're kind of fun to learn the rhythm to, like, get the most rings on.
They are really nice. It's just satisfying when you get the whole one.
Oh yeah, like when you hear every ring go off, it's like, yeah, I did that. Okay. 170 rings, we're only three rings away from that, so we're gonna go ahead and grab about 180 just to make sure if I accidentally take a hit here, I have that leeway. But I don't remember this section being particularly hard. In fact, I think, for the most part, this last checkpoint in this special stage, you can actually stay entirely in the center if you've already gotten all the rings that you need. Because all it sends at you are these rings of mines. And I do generally, like, I'm staying in the center to prove a point, but normally I would be avoiding rings because I want to keep my score count low. For real time, this game is timed in real time minus time bonus continues. So it would exclude all of these score counters, but for the sake of the showcase, where it's timed in real time, where we can't subtract that from our, time, I have to worry about keeping my score counts somewhat low so that we can get moving a little faster and get out of those score tallies faster. All right, this is special stage 7. Just a reminder on the flashing lights warning at the end of this special stage, so after checkpoint 3, because the background will strobe rainbow, because we'll have gotten all of the emeralds. And this
Which we did just pick up the lime emerald.
Yeah, this emerald flavor that we're about to pick up, though, this one's kind of unique. It's what'd you say it was? Concrete?
Concrete. That's my beloved's fault.
I mean, the stage itself looks like it's made of asphalt.
Fair enough. I think it's because neither of us actually like coconut, so we just went with concrete.
I mean, you could go with, like, the Airheads taffy flavors with White Mystery.
Oh, that one sounds better.
I don't think they ever actually said what White Mystery is. If they did, I missed it years ago, but I remember growing up and trying to figure out what it was as a kid. All right, we're going to stay on this side for a little while. This breaks the pattern a little bit where it gives us about 4 sets of rings on the left side for some reason or another, probably to throw the player off. And
it definitely does.
This is where you would normally need over 200 rings, I think, for Sonic and Tails to progress, or like to finish the special stage. I only need 140 and I'm at 192, to where I can just take those mines to the face and not care. We're gonna try not to do that too many times though. But this section right here is just like, how do you handle this? Like, where do you get the rings out of this section? Like, what is optimal? Who knows? What is really optimal is just getting all the rings you need before you even get to this checkpoint.
And just go into bomb avoidance mode for the rest of it.
Yeah, exactly. And there's the strobing lights and our concrete emerald.
Yay!
So now we have the ability to turn Super Knuckles, and I'll be doing that a few times throughout the run. I don't rely too heavily on it because I am mostly used to running no emerald categories that don't use super form. But for things like bosses, it's great because I don't have to worry about taking a hit or having to do this optimally without like dying or anything. I just stay in Hitman's egg box. Yep, Eggman's hitbox. I said what I said.
I'll allow it.
But that's Emerald Hill, and that is the longest zone in the game just because we go get all the emeralds in it. That is the proof that you can collect all 7 Chaos Emeralds in Emerald Hill Zone with Knuckles. You could do it with Sonic and Tails too, it's just a lot harder with a lot more backtracking. But now we're in Chemical Plant, and it's a pretty straightforward level, honestly. I'm gonna jump out of that loop so I don't get hit by, or I don't run into that red spring there. I'm gonna grab this wall here. And one of the things that was really hard for me for picking up this run, because I usually only play it as Sonic alone, was Knuckles' movement is strange. So Knuckles has a much lower jump than Sonic. He has his glide, and that's all neat and well, but trying to spin dash out of a glide is really, really hard. You have to be patient. The reason being, when Knuckles lands out of a glide, when you drop from the air onto the ground, he does this like kind of delayed crouching, like landing lag. Think like Smash Brothers with landing lag. And you have to wait until he's done with his crouch animation before you can go into one for, I'm actually going to do the backup for this, because I forgot the jump. Because we want to skip a lot of the stage here. There we go.
And not die in the Mega Mac below. I can't believe that's what it's actually called.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it's called Mega Mac.
What?
I don't know why.
What do you mean
I looked it up.
Grape juice?
I mean, I'd rather it be called grape juice. That's somehow less ridiculous.
Give me that spring, thank you. So I'm gonna be thinking about that the rest of the night.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. The rest of Twitch chat has to think about it too. We're just gonna be super so I can avoid taking damage from this blue goop that Eggman's gonna try to drop on me. I do this boss the slow way because Knuckles' jump, again, is shorter than Sonic, so I have a little difficulty timing the jump for, like, killing the boss on the right side of the screen, but by jumping where he ends up sitting at and then like getting out of the way of falling in to the Mega Mac below. But that's
someone who has beat the boss and then fallen into the Mega Mac. I understand that completely.
Oh yeah. One thing I haven't talked about is I haven't talked about how spin dashing works in this game. So, spin dashing can go faster depending on how many taps, successful taps you have before releasing. In this case, a max charge spin dash is 6 taps, and I am playing on a Sega Genesis style controller called an 8BitDo M30 for the Nintendo Switch and Windows PC. It also works on Android if you want. And I do what we call piano rolls, where on the horizontal buttons ABC, I'm just like drumming my fingers along the buttons to get 6 button presses as quick together, or as together as quickly as possible to be able to get optimal spin dashes. And that's very important for certain things, like coming up here in Aquatic Ruin 2. I have to do a slope jump. I don't want to fly into the back of that arrow and take damage. That'd be very silly. Nope. Let's go back up here. So I need to try to get an optimal slope jump. That's not good. I want to get really high because we're going to, in this stage, because we're going to glide over most of it, and I'm going to apparently land on the invincibility box that's there, but that's okay. We're going to play this a little bit by ear. Go through the path swappers and not deal with that. There is a point where I can hit the water here. There we go. This is where I want to be. So that was a little off script, but that's okay. I'm going to spin dash jump and then glide to the boss from here. If I had done that successfully, I would have glided over everything and ended up here at the end of the stage. I'm going to get on this pillar here, this column? Pillar? Penguiniller? It looks like penguins on there. And I'm going to time my spin dash
weird
so
totem
I go
pole.
through Eggman. Go. And then one more. There we go. So that boss, I didn't fall down. I didn't have to worry about arrow RNG or anything. That boss is really, really bad if you, if you fall off the pillars, because you have to wait for a arrow from the third from the bottom, like height-wise, to be able to get back on top of the columns.
Because Knuckles has metal Legos on his shoes that help him with leg day, because every day is leg day if you are Knuckles the Echidna.
No, I think he skips leg day.
No, every day is leg day because he's got the metal Legos.
Oh!
Kid agreed with me on that.
I've never died that way before. And that is one of my biggest fears in Sonic games, is dying to crushing. That's okay.
Mine is drowning, so I get ya.
Drowning is my other one. In fact, Sonic 2 is what perpetuated my fear of crushers and drowning in video games. Thanks, Sonic 2. Alright, so now that we're done being off script, we're back off script. And that's okay. We're gonna try to go across here.
At least you have a script. I never do.
It's true. I actually, when I learned the glitchless routes, like when I learned routes that were comfortable for me, I saved a lot of time. There we go. So it also helped me know where to go. No, we're not going there. No, Knuckles. I'm trying not to gamble here, please. Thank you.
Yeah, don't gamble. The Casino Night Enforcement Agency will show up.
It's so true. Every time I get into the gamble space by accident in Casino Night 1 or 2, I always land on Eggman, and it's like, that really sucks because it also takes forever to play out that animation of them taking rings, even if I don't have enough rings to give.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna hit this red spring and hold right so that we end up right up here. Grab these speed shoes. Come on down.
I got stuck in the wall on those speed shoes once trying to do a glitchless and panicked.
Oh, God.
I got out, but I still panicked.
One thing that's really important when you're learning a speedrun is, like, just trying to learn to not panic when things don't go right. That is one of the reasons I also picked up this game, just because, like, I'm so used to it casually that, like, even if I go off script on the routes, like, I will know where I'm trying to go, overall. It's like, I know the casual routes, and my casual routes are very slow, but I can still get through the stage without worrying about, oh, I don't know where I am, or, oh, I don't know where to go or how to beat this level, stuff like that, without, like, you know, being on script. So I'm gonna go super here, because it means I can just sit here and hit the boss once. This boss has strangely long iframes on his first hit, and just his first hit, and I never understand why.
I somehow never noticed that before.
Yeah, his iframes are just obscenely long for hit 1. It doesn't make any sense. Also, go ahead and say the thing.
You're a couple seconds ahead of me, so I don't think I can.
Oh, no, you can. I grabbed the invisible wall.
It seems to have an invisible wall. Yeah. I'm a dork, just so y'all know.
I just like grabbing that wall because it looks silly when it despawns.
It really does.
Okay, so Crying Baby Zone here. So Hilltop's a little weird for me in terms of navigation. Not because I don't know where to go, but because things like that happen. And that's okay. I'm dying in places I didn't expect to die. I should be dying in Oil Ocean and in Death Egg Robot because those are actually genuinely difficult stages.
Maybe since you're dying now, you won't die later.
Exactly. Die where it doesn't matter so that you live where it counts.
Indeed.
So we're gonna go ahead and grab or make our way up these walls here with the teeter-totters or seesaws. I'm also gonna charge up a 6-tap spin dash because I can hold it on here and then let go right across there. And we're gonna go take the lower route here, jump across the lava pit, and then I'm gonna jump right here, and I'm gonna do a spin dash, cross that gap, grab this spring. I always grab this invincibility. You don't have to. You can do a damage boost on the lava coming up. I choose not to because I'm baby, and that's okay. One big thing about learning a speedrun is picking up strats that are comfortable for you and learning at the pace that is comfortable for you. Like, don't burn yourself out trying to learn things that are, like, way above your pay grade as a new runner, you know? Like, there are things that, like, that make me uncomfortable in a run. And, you know, instead of, you know, learning things that make me uncomfortable, I'm just gonna learn things in a way that makes me more comfortable and do things in a way that works for me and is consistent for me, because I'll take consistency over, like, trying to do the fastest things all of the time and failing repeatedly and getting tilted over it.
That's how I ended up finding the Paxi Cave, but if somebody else found the Paxi Cave before I did, don't tell me. Just let me have this.
Alright, so I'm gonna not fall in the lava. I did a very late glide there that I shouldn't have done. Alright, so we're gonna hit this lava, but we're gonna otherwise pretend the floor is lava, because that's exactly what it is. Alright, there's no spring there. I'm thinking that there's a spring there. No, I just jump up. Alright, so we're gonna progress across here. Don't get caught in the spring pit of doom. Or the spring pit of who put this here?
Somebody who just wanted you to slow down.
Someone who just wanted you to slow down. Yeah, you know what? That's true, actually. It's like someone who just wanted to watch the world burn. Speaking of watching the world burn, there's going to be some lava involved with this boss fight, and that's okay. This is one of the silliest easy bosses, because I'm just gonna do this. Like, there's no mystifying strat behind that. It's just jump before the boss actually starts his pattern, and you'll just bounce off him 8 times and die.
It's pretty funny to do it as super, because you can just stand in the lava and hit him from below.
Yeah.
And thankfully,
really
this isn't
funny.
like Sonic Mania, so you don't lose super as soon as you beat the boss.
Oh, yeah. Alright, so Mystic Cave Zone. We're gonna take this route up here. We're gonna try to stay mostly top route if we can. I'm gonna go right here.
Oh, are we not gonna go visit the party pit?
No, so before I learned the route for Mystic Cave, I would routinely fall into the party pit. And that is not happening today, if I can help it.
When I fall into the party pit, I become an ace in the hole.
I mean, same. As a fellow ace in the hole, I relate. Alright, I didn't mean to take damage on those spikes, but that's okay. I'm gonna try this once. Nice. Means I don't have to go around to get up here. If I didn't get it, I was just gonna go the normal casual way. We're not gonna get crushed.
If you wouldn't have gotten that, you can spin dash up and grab one of those vines to pull the bridge down.
Yes. The party pit is the pit with spikes that is normally inescapable as Sonic or Tails. I try not to fall into it this go around because we're gonna do a route that requires damage boosting for Knuckles. And I'll show you when we get there. It's not far off. So we're gonna take this spring up here, and I had to learn a visual cue for this. So I'm gonna let this spike ball go around, but I'm gonna position the middle of Knuckles' feet, like right above this part of the tile on the floor, and then we're gonna jump up, and we have to do that damage boost to get knocked up to the block that spike ball is spinning around. Because if I don't, what happens is I end up having to take bottom route, and bottom route is significantly slower. So we're gonna
top route, best route.
Oh yeah, in most cases, yes. I hate fireflies, by the way.
Oh, those are the worst.
They really are the worst in this level. So we're gonna go ahead.
Owl City has a lot to answer for.
We're gonna dodge those first stalactites, and then we're gonna go here, and I'm gonna just charge a spin dash after 3 hits jumping, and then the boss is dead. And no party pit to be found.
Huzzah!
Alright, so coming up next is Oil Ocean Zone. Oil Ocean 1 in particular is a little spooky because the way the oil works is it acts like a very slow falling platform, and if you fall below a certain threshold, you will die. It'll just treat you as having fallen off screen. And the route I take involves having to spin dash while on this oil platform, if you will. And I have to spin dash underneath these. And if I go too low, I will die. So there is a possibility I get caught under something. And if I do,
this just gives me anxiety.
Oh no, this gives me anxiety too. I want to go down here. This gives me huge anxiety doing this, so give me a moment. I'm gonna wait for that propeller to stop blowing upwards. There we go. That gives me the biggest anxiety. We're through some of the worst of it, honestly. I have like 1 or 2 more of those to do. I think it's not this, it's this one here. And that's the last one I have to spin dash under. We're good.
Yay!
Deathless Oil Ocean 1 is a good feeling because I gotta just jump over the leg of that. I'm gonna wait for that propeller there because otherwise it won't let me up. And then we're gonna spin dash, and I'm gonna grab this wall. And we're out. I like not dying on Oil Ocean 1.
Always good.
It took dying in a couple of weird places to not die in Oil Ocean 1, but you know what? We take that.
Woo!
So Oil Ocean 2, I don't have to worry about any of those kind of shenanigans. I'm not jumping in oil this time. Well, I wasn't planning on it, but now I've
Octopus,
done so.
why?
Yep. Oh god. Alright, you know, I am going to deliberately die here. Because trying to work my way back up is a pain from there.
Get your 07s in chat, y'all.
Yeah, Octillery was a jerk. We've actually hit the point where this becomes a Pokemon game. Because we've got Yeah, we've got Octilleries and Kingdras here. We'll have Kinglers and Staryus and Scythers in Metropolis, which is coming up after this zone here. So
Pepper, I love you. Please don't crawl on my laptop right now.
Oh no! Are we getting a Pepper visit?
We are getting a Pepper visit. Everybody say hi to my cat. She loves you all.
It's true.
You good girl?
I'm surprised.
Yes,
you
are.
We haven't seen Bandit. So we're gonna damage boost on these spikes to have invincibility frames to be able to climb up here, and then we're gonna jump into this ball here. And keep on pushing to the right, preferably not dying. Go down the oil slide, go over this gap, and then we're gonna go down the oil slides here. That'll lead us right to the boss.
No, Pepper, you can't crawl on the laptop. You need to stay over, please.
I'm going to grab this invincibility box here. Let me up. Knuckles, let me up. Thank you. There was a point, so the group of us who are on this show, and all learned speedruns for this, we would, practice while in voice calls together. And, there was a point where there was me, TGH, who was running Mario Kart Wii later, and, Pumpkin Spice, who's doing Sonic Adventure 2, And then Final Flame, who's doing Ori right after this run, Ori in the Blind Forest. And we're all in voice, screen sharing to each other, and the call just kind of very quickly devolved into everyone yelling at their respective characters. So it's just like, Knuckles, why are you like this? Ori, jump. Shadow, can you please get over there? Funky Kong, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, that sounds like speedrunning.
Oh, yeah. So this is Metropolis Zone, and is a big reason why I like having emeralds in this run. Metropolis Zone does a number of things, or not Metropolis Zone, Super Knuckles does a number of things for Knuckles. In addition to making him faster, he'll be able to climb walls a lot faster too. And I could have just ran, and I chickened out because I was mid-conversation.
I understand that.
No, like it's so hard to like speedrun and commentate like your own run, especially like when it's something you've just learned. It's always a skill that's hard to build up. No, we're going down. We're going down, sir. I'm gonna grab some more rings here. I want those rings. Let me up. Thank you. I need 5 more rings to go super. There we go.
I wish y'all could hear my cat right now. She is purring like crazy. She's cheering you on, Amber.
I appreciate Pepper so much right now. Alright, so as you can see, Knuckles climbs walls very quickly here. And that is huge in a very vertical stage like a Metropolis Zone, and also where I forget I have to go up, not down. I'm thinking of Metro 2 or 3, where I have to go down pretty often, or probably also right there. So we're gonna jump down there and take this teleporter down. Grab this here, and then we're gonna just kind of roll down, go back up, and then we're at the end of the stage. I just have to go over here after descending a little bit, and there we go.
Y'all, don't try and turn Super over a goalpost for the lols, because you will regret it.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It hard locks the game.
It does. Re-releases of this game, like the modern re-releases on Android and on Sonic Origins, don't do that. They don't let you go super after you hit the signpost. Please die. But the 1992 releases and the Sega Ages releases, they don't care. They're the same.
They do not.
We're gonna go up here, not down, because going down will lead me into a circle, and then there's a wall here you can go into. I'm gonna try to not lose my rings here, because I want to go super. No. There we go. We want to stay down here, because this is actually the faster route. We're gonna wait for this platform, because Knuckles still can't jump high.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, what breed is
Melon
Pepper?
Possum's Pepper is a cat. That's it. Probably American short hair or tabby. She's from the local humane society.
Always adopt when you can. I love cats. I miss when I had cats. I'm not in a situation where I can
Cats
have them
are
again, but like they're wonderful, great companions. All right. Also, I learned, thanks Final Flame, that if you hold jump while you're on those like wall springs there, you actually get a higher bounce, and I never knew that until like 3 weeks ago.
Wait, you can?
Yeah. You don't have to do the
snap.
low bounce. Like, it's great. It's sometimes it's tactical or makes sense to get the lower bounces depending on where you're trying to go. But like a lot of times it's just faster to hold the jump buttons to get the higher bounces. Also, my pronouns are they, them, chat, not she, her. They are they, them, they are on the screen. Please respect my pronouns, thank you.
Amber, in your honor, I'm actually crocheting a non-binary plushie right now.
I appreciate you.
I'll get pictures into Discord later.
I will love that. All right, so we're gonna go past these like weird pressurized wall things. Gonna take this lower route here. Have those rings here. And then just kind of avoid. It's fine, I'm okay. That gave me a little anxiety. All right, we're gonna go super here.
It gave you anxiety, my goodness.
You're the one watching.
I am.
Oh,
actually, your anxiety
goodness.
should be worse because you're the one playing.
Oh, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. That was a good spin dash there. I want to grab this shield because when I get to the boss, I'm not going to be able to kill him before my super mode runs out. And
yeah, I usually do a tactical death right there.
Oh, we go down, not up. I'm mixing up Metropolis Zone stages because they all look the same.
They do. Whoever decided to put 3 of them in is some sort of maniac.
I remember when I first considered learning Sonic 2, I had made split files and everything, but it never really stuck. But what I ended up naming the Metro 3 split was Why Are There 3? Which is exactly how I still feel today. Why are there 3 of you? Okay. So we are going to glide right over here. This is where we're going to get the boss fight. So I know how to beat this boss ringless if I had to, but I have a shield so that when my rings run out from super mode, I do have a buffer. So I'm going to try to hit this boss as quickly as I can. I want to try to make do with the rings that I have in super right now because I don't have to worry about these balloons damaging me. And it's a lot easier to hit him when he only has like 1 or 2 around him because I'm going to lose my rings here, have a shield as my backup. I'm going to get this last balloon hit here, and then he's completely vulnerable, so once he ends up in range of Knuckles' jump, we just hit him for his last hit. We're going to be going
being a bro today and going over to the other side of the screen. How dare.
Yeah, exactly. I should have led him to the right, actually, and that would have been a little faster, but that's okay. So, we're going into Sky Chase. Paxi, would you like to remind everyone to stretch and take care of themselves?
Yes, everybody, welcome to the Sky Chase stretch, something that I started doing because I get bored in Sky Chase because I just go up to the top corner and hide.
Yeah, it is 2 minutes and 6 seconds of nothing.
So everybody in chat, if you could, arms above your head and stretch to the left. Now, stretch to the right.
Breathe in for 8.
Stretch yourself forward.
Breathe out for 8.
And then stretch yourself back. We are done with the Sky Chase stretches. Just a little thing because we've been speedrunning for a while. We got to make sure we stay limber.
Exactly. And I just want to remind everyone that Summer Games Done Quick will be live in Minneapolis, Minnesota from July 6th through the 13th. So if you're interested in attending, you should make sure to register for the event by May 26th. Use !SGDQ in Twitch chat, or you can visit gamesdonequick.com for more information, such as the schedule and everything. And SGDQ 2025 is also going to feature an artist alley. So if you are an artist, a developer, or a maker of any kind of sorts, indie especially, and if you would like to join GDQ in Minneapolis, apply by May 27th and use !booth in Twitch chat for more information on that.
Hugo5863, I appreciate you right now.
Yes, cha-cha real smooth indeed. But I'm not done yet. I have even more announcements. I just want to remind everyone that the annual Sonic Hotfix event is back. The Sonic and the Series events are back, and that's going to be Sonic and the Sega All-Stars, which is going to be live from June 14th and 15th at 12 p.m. Eastern both days. This year, we're expanding beyond Sonic Speedruns, and we're going to include other iconic Sega franchises. If you want to know more about that and check out the schedule, type !Sonic in chat for the full schedule and let us know, or let me know as well, what you're excited to see. So I figured I'd bring that up while we're in a Sonic run. So we're hitting the end of Sky Chase here. I'm just going to charge up a spin dash so I get off screen a little faster.
Don't go off too quickly.
Yeah, I always just let it stay as a one tap charge. So I'm going to grab that there. So I'm going to make sure I have 50 rings in this section because I'm not going to take bottom route. Bottom route scares the crap out of me and we're not doing it.
Same.
But I am going to grab the rings here because I do need 50. I'm going to come back up. I'm going to grab that shield.
This is the level that made me start running all emeralds because with Knuckles, I can't beat the boss without having the super.
I'm good. I'm not good. I forgot where my ground ended.
Oh dear.
And where my next platform was.
I mean, it looked cool.
It looked cool until I slid off into my death. At least I fell with style. All right, we're gonna grab, again, 50 rings here, go super. Not forget where our ground ends. Twitch chat. I say that like y'all did this. Y'all didn't do this? All right. So we're gonna.
It happens to the best of us.
Okay, there we go. So I don't want to jump from the top of these platforms because that can happen. You can also hit an invisible wall while gliding and it'll drop you like a rock. You know what? Dying in Wing Fortress like this just means that I won't die on Death Egg. It's fine.
You're gonna have an awesome Death Egg now.
Oh, yeah.
We shall will it into existence. Will it with me, chat. Arms in the air, will the good Death Egg into existence with me.
Yeah, so for context, while we're going to go through this section of Wing Fortress one more time for good measure, in case you didn't see it the first 2 times, so Death Egg Robo is a jerk. And I mean that, like, so wholeheartedly. It is a very difficult boss's Knuckles. We're grabbing that star post, you can't stop me.
Do it.
And so there are runners out there who are incredible at this game, who can get the dreaded or the infamous 12-0 strat, where you get 12 hits on the boss before he even leaves the ground. I can't do that. I do a very meager 8-2-2 because that's what I'm comfortable with, and it is still an incredibly hard boss fight.
I can't even do that. The rest of y'all have some sort of archaic black magic going on that allows you to do it?
It is such a hard fight because Knuckles' jump makes the fight a lot harder, and I have to fight the Egg Robo from behind him, which is going to be really, really rough because I have to dodge his hitboxes, which are very strange, and I still am not entirely sure what the shape of them are. So we're going to go into this cutscene here where we are going to lose Super while we fly up to the Death Egg. So this has been a blast so far. My nerves have gotten to be a little bit.
This has been fun.
This has been a lot of fun. I'm really proud of, how I've done in this run, and in a general sense, like, have I done better runs? Yeah, sure. But for my first time showcasing this as a speed run in front of people, I'm really, really proud of this. And
as you should be, because you're doing a fantastic job.
Heck yeah. And I'm going to ask for some serious time as I go into Death Egg. Silver Sonic is a easy fight. I will stand in one spot, charge my spin dash while he comes down, and he's going to take 4 hits. I'm going to let go of my spin dash and then get the other 4 hits while he's on the other side of the screen, just kind of standing around doing nothing. And then I'll go into the Death Egg Robo. So I'm going to focus from here.
If you guys watch, Eggman's mustache will move whenever they hit Silver Sonic.
Oh, I just listen for the sound. Okay. I might die here a few times. Bear with me, chat. This is a really, really hard fight.
I also listen for the sound. I just think it's funny that it happens.
2. That's what I expected. So what I'm trying to do there is I'm actually trying to, I'm trying to hit his butt between his leg and
I don't know why that was so funny
and the
to me.
flame. But there's a very narrow window to do that, and it's really, really, really hard. And I didn't quite have enough momentum going into that hit to thread the needle, so let's try this again. Nope, that was too much momentum going in. Okay. I know exactly what I'm doing wrong. It's just really hard to correct when you, start dying.
It really is. You get into that death spiral.
Oh, yeah. It's so easy to tilt in this fight. Okay.
How does Robotnik run faster than us?
No, I died the same way. Okay. Chat, give me your energy. If I do game over here, I have 2 continues. And if worse comes to shove, push comes to shove, 3, 4, I can always just use level select and it'll be fine. That's the beauty of this version.
Really
3.
is.
You will see the end of the run no matter what.
chat, put your hands in the air like we are in Dragon Ball Z and we are giving energy to Goku for the Spirit Bomb. You can do it. I believe in you.
2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's what I want. I want 5 hits there. 6, 7, 8. Okay, good. That's the scary part. Like, that's the really scary part. That's
really
10
is.
hits there. One, 2. Okay. Time is going to be when the screen fades to white. And time. Oh my god, that fight is awful. Whew, sub-estimate. Let's go.
I have somehow never seen those little Robotnik bombs that he dropped at the end, but I'm usually on the other side of the screen at that point.
Yeah. Oh my god, that was really, really hard. That is easily the scariest thing I've ever done in a showcase run. Like, this is definitely out of my comfort zone. I don't really speedrun 2D Sonics outside of Sonic 3D Blast because I tend to thrive in 3D environments. So to do that in front of an audience is really scary. And I appreciate y'all like bearing with me through all of the like nerves, through all of the like nervous deaths mostly. But I really appreciate y'all being here. And yeah, thank you, Paxi, for offering this game as part of the list to choose from for games to run. My PB in this is a 46 something, and that's not with taking out time bonus continues, so I actually don't know what my real time is. My full RTA is a 46 something, which is world record, even without time bonus continues removed for this particular version of the game.
Yeah, that knocks me down to 3rd.
Yeah, and yeah, I love this game, and I love the folks who run it, and again, shout outs to the only kid who ran Knuckles All Emeralds glitchless. We will get the name of the game and category correct one of these days, but I'm here all night. So Paxi, do you have any shout outs?
Shout out to you. You did amazing.
Thank you. Can we shout your cats out?
We can definitely shout my cats out. Pepper left at some point. Bandit somehow didn't come in and jump all over everything and knock half my Sonic stuff off my walls. Ziggy's recovering from dental surgery, so he's been pretty chill lately, but he's doing good.
And yeah, that's gonna be it for this run, but you should stick around. We've got more awesome runs coming up. In fact, we have Ori and the Blind Forest. Final Flame's gonna be coming back, and my producer Richard, who is always behind the scenes running this show for me, will actually be the commentator for that. So that'll be really fun. That's gonna be Ori and the Blind Forest Definitive Edition. And thank you for supporting GDQ Hotfix with your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and your bits that are cheered here on the channel. Your contributions do help keep running our shows. And if you're enjoying the stream, consider subscribing for Hello everyone, welcome back to why my hand tracker isn't working. There we go, I can wave at you now. Welcome back to the Passion Project. This is episode 44. My name is Amber Cypher and I am back in the hosting seat. And joining me tonight, who is Final Flame. You saw him earlier as a commentator for Kirby's Dream Land. And he's now going to be doing Ori and the Blind Forest Definitive Edition. And for the first time in the last 5+ years I've been working with him, I have Richard, my producer, on the mic as the commentator. How y'all doing?
Hey there. I am Final Flame. If you are aware of me, it's probably from a lot of my classic Sonic speedruns, but we're doing something very different today. Not the most craziest idea I've ever done, but Ori and the Blind Forest. It's a game I have been wanting to learn for a very, very long time. And with this, this show, it gave me a great opportunity to do this, courtesy of Richard. So go ahead and say hi.
Yeah, hello, and welcome everyone. I was fortunate enough to play Rando with you in the past, and after you'd played Rando, you're like, oh, well, let's learn the run, and here we are.
Yeah, so I'm excited to be doing this. I've really enjoyed it so far, and let's go get ourselves a PB, shall we?
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah, your estimate is A lot more generous than mine here.
I do have a generous estimate.
So I have full faith.
Things can go wrong.
Oh, yeah.
My PB is still double world record, which I just watched the world record or a very high time earlier today. And, I don't think I could get that good, but I'm happy with where I am, and we're going to showcase that.
Yeah. I'm so proud of the progress you've made in this, in the few weeks we've been, like, learning these games together. Like, I'm so proud of your progress.
Yeah. All right. Well, without further ado, let's get this going in 3, 2, 1, go. Doing this on normal difficulty. Going to immediately skip the prologue because we don't need to sit through that, and it's kind of slow. A couple things to note. I am playing on a controller. Ideally, you want to be on keyboard, but you can still get a good time even on controller. Cool. Right now, I'm starting with the UI off. That's kind of what I want. I'll skip some stuff later on. You'll notice I'm doing a lot of jumping. That is faster movement. At least for now, until we get some better movement later on that I'm definitely an expert at. All right. First end
Here we are
run.
getting the first energy cell. And first fight of the run as well after we get Spirit Flame here.
Notice I ran away. I don't actually want that experience there, and I also don't have a way of defeating an enemy.
Yeah, the experience is very important in the early portions of this game. You're going to be doing a time to level up later. So we saw Flame get the first energy there. We're going to be getting a second energy later on to open a 4 energy door. We will explain that later, though, for you. We're coming up to the first fight here. And these are frog monkeys, also known as Frankies by the community. And we are going to be trying to kill all 3 of them without stopping.
All right, there we go. Mini cutscene here. You notice how we're not getting the text. That is because the UI is currently off. I will be toggling that off and on throughout the run at various times for various reasons. So just running over here.
Again, having the UI on is useful when you're learning. Again, this is a showcase of people that have just learned these speed games from other people because they wanted to. And again, as you're starting out, you know, it's totally fine. I actually told Flame, on your first run, just have the UI on the whole time. It doesn't matter.
And and for the most part, I will have it on, but I'm trying to get better about having it off. You know, segments where I don't really care about seeing my health or energy, such as this.
Yep.
Get that out of my way.
Yeah, again, at the beginning portions of this game, you have 3 health right now. So right now,
well, that's unfortunate.
You know, taking that death means you come back here. And if you get hit in the early portions of the game, it's probably one of the more dangerous parts of the game.
Yeah, so you notice I jumped into that enemy. That was actually intentional. I was trying to run through it with a damage boost, and I got knocked the wrong way. Oops. Kind of messed me up a little bit there. Come on, Ori. I said jump. There we go. I've never said those words before, right?
No, and I wasn't just yelling at Knuckles for the last 50 minutes either.
Alright, now that enemy's out of the way, I should be at 2 health right now. I do actually want to be at low health coming up, because I'm going to take the first intentional death. Let me just get rid of that for safety reasons.
We have this thing called a ghost door, where if you put the keys in the door, you die, and then you can respawn, and the door is already open. And we're also going to be getting the 4th health cell here, just so we have a little bit more safety throughout the course of the run. There was a recent development, actually, in the game that you're not going to see today, where you can actually beat the game with 4 health, but we're not going to talk about that.
How do you know I haven't been practicing that?
Yeah. But anyways, as we go through the beginning parts of this game, we're doing a little bit planning for later. You know, we're going to see Flame kind of destroy some of this stuff on the way down here. And then we'll make it through to the wall jump tree, which will allow us to climb up walls.
Yeah, so the category we're doing today, so we didn't mention that, all skills is the first part of that. And then no out of bounds, no teleport anywhere. So a couple restrictions on that. Do you want to talk about what that will be like in the category?
Yeah, so
with
the different things in the game, basically, as you do in a lot of games. Ideally any percent is just the fastest way to play the game. But with Ori and the Blind Forest specifically, there are some things where large portions of the game get skipped. So going out of bounds allows you can go out of bounds to get to the final area, for example, or you can go and use a technique called teleport anywhere, as the name states, teleport anywhere, which obviously skips large swaths of the game. This is kind of the most beginner-friendly run of this, the category of this game to learn, just because with it you have a lot of movement. You go to most of the areas of the game, and you still learn some tricks along the way, so you don't have to play through the entirety of the game. So that's kind of how this category
I was hoping to actually grab enough XP to level up there just for a bit of safety. But we'll do it right there. I still took out basically everything I wanted to take out, so I'm okay with that. So yeah, when you level up, you kind of release an explosion of light that takes out everything on the screen, as well as I think a bit outside of the screen. And we're going to be utilizing that later on at a very specific time.
Yep, and as we get the wall jump tree here, we're going to be getting our next energy as well. So this is planning for the future. So this second energy is required for the run. Now, obviously, it only takes a couple of seconds to get, but we're lucky that it's right there, and we don't have to go too far out of the way to get it. So there's going to be a 4 energy door later. Basically, when Flame leveled up, it also refills your HP and your MP. So you use a level up. You put 2 energy in the door, you level up, and then you're going to put 2 more energy in the door, and that opens up a 4 energy door with you only needing to have 2 energy cells to actually do it. But you're going to see a little bit of backtracking here as we go back towards the beginning of the game for one of the Definitive Edition specific areas. We're going to be going to Blackroot Burrows to get the dash skill. The dash skill, as the name states, is a very good thing to dash very quickly throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, you'll notice I'm killing a couple extra enemies in my way. It's just kind of safety. You will see a lot of safety throughout this run, whether it be killing enemies, safety saves. Saving, depending on where you do it, either costs minimal time or 0 time.
Yeah, and we're going to be doing a trick called Save Anywhere as we get towards Blackroot Burrows here. We have been keeping track of our experience, and you're going to be seeing Flame open up the UI here to see how much experience you have left to the next level, because we're going to need to do math. So this is 30 here, which means there are 2 enemies in Blackroot Burrows that we can kill. So basically, there's again, that timed level up that we were talking about earlier is necessary to progress in the game without having to do a large part of the intended route of the game. So to do this, basically, there are enemies that will give 12 experience within Blackroot Burrows. So those little slimes there will give 12 XP when they die. So we want to make sure that we get 24 in here, because there's going to be a Frankie later on that gives 19 experience. So basically, we want to time the level up for that Frankie to die. So that's what we're going to do. So Flame's going to pick this up and then save. This is one of the best safety saves that you can do in the game, because then you don't have to do a lot of the traversal that you just had to do. Again, with the beginning parts of the game, it's a lot more punishing, these deaths, because you don't have dash yet, so you can't just dash back to the spot that you were in. But that's why we are getting it now. And yeah, we're going to be seeing Flame here go through the platforming section here in Blackroot Burrows. This is a slow section of the game because we don't have dash yet, and you're trying to carry this light orb to restore the light in this area. So that's what we're doing right now. And actually, Amber, this is a great time for you to, maybe say something, because all of these cycles take like 8 seconds to do. So if you have anything to say, now's the time to say it.
Absolutely. We do have, I do want to remind y'all that if you are looking to get more involved with the GDQ community, you can join the official Games Done Quick Discord, and you can add the Hotfix role to stay in the loop on upcoming events, chat with staff, and more. Use !Discord and Twitch chat for an invite and more info. And speaking of being able to keep up on upcoming events, Frame Fatales, GDQ's all-women and femme speedrunning community, is preparing for its next event, Flame Fatales. Run submissions will be open from now until June 1st. So if you want to figure out how to join the Discord for that and stay up to date with all things Frame Fatales, you can use the !FF command in chat.
Speaking of FF, we got Final Flame here going into the end portion of Blackroot Burrows and going to be placing this orb on this platform to then trigger this lever up here. And so we're going to be restoring the light and getting our dash skill. There is going to be another save anywhere here. Basically, whenever we say the word save anywhere, think of skip cutscene. That's what we're trying to do with the save anywhere. We open up our save menu, we move behind it into the cutscene, and then after that, we're going to enable the cutscene, level up, which saves the game, and then close and reload the game, and then the cutscene we don't have to deal with the cutscene.
I believe that was fine. Was waiting on an audio cue there.
Yep. Yeah, and as you can see, that cutscene is going on, but we are moving towards the tree. And so, basically, we don't have to sit through a 20-second cutscene. We can just go to the tree, get the skill, and then move on with our lives.
Yeah, there are times when that saves a lot of time, and then there's other times when it just saves very little. But now we have an important ability here. We have dash.
Yeah, and
that's not how I wanted that to go. Let's just
so now you can just
that.
dash and die into these spikes here.
I tried to skip a dash glide.
So
it didn't work too well.
As you can see on the wheel at the bottom, you can see that's almost filled up fully with orange. So that's important because we are doing that time level up next. So there's going to be a Frankie. Thank you to the devs who put this in here in the definitive edition. We call him Billy, the Frankie. And so we are going to basically be luring that Frankie over to the right side here. And that Frankie has 19 experience. We want to level up after we put 2 energy in the door because we don't have 4 energy for this 4 energy door right now. So as we get up here, we're going to be bringing Billy along. And Billy has to be at 1 health once we get to the end here.
That's unfortunate.
So
there we go.
Yeah, again, as I was teaching Flame this game, there's kind of 3 major walls in this game that will basically block you from progressing the way the speedrun intends you to go. And this is one of them.
Yeah,
so,
this is the first one.
Yeah, very nicely done to get this Frankie, but it's not over yet. We have the Death Gauntlet coming up. Yep. So we have the Death Gauntlet coming up here, so you can die here and get sent all the way back to the dash tree. So, you have to be very careful with the shots that you have. You have 1 HP here, and again, if that Frankie gets you like that, you get sent back.
Once in a while that happens.
Again, very unfortunate that happens, but again, the Death Gauntlet is kind of this rough thing that happens where there is a lot you need to do in that little section before you can get your next energy to save. And saving uses energy in this game, but we just use all of our energy plus 2 more to get through this door. So, a little bit of danger in the game in the early portions here until you get your next energy. And fortunately, in the Death Gauntlet, there is an energy cell that we pick up, so it's very fortunate that happens.
Oh, please be close enough. I went too early.
Kind of low there.
All right, so unfortunately, I have to do that again. So if you haven't been watching, I'm giving you another opportunity. Or you were supposed to jump.
Yeah, we get to have more fun with Billy.
You know what? I'm just going to do this now because of health. I need that health coming up.
Yeah, so we have actually there are 2 Frankies here. In another category that you play, you do utilize the other Frankie. It's actually up and to the right of where Billy is, and we call her Millie. They're brother and sister. They're just up there. Their parents just named them similar names. But that one is not used, and Billy is the primary Frankie here. that we like to use for the all skills route.
Yeah, this is probably one of the parts of the run I'm most worried about, honestly. Even some of the later hard stuff I've been doing all right with, but this one's just so costly if you have an issue.
Oh yeah, like Ori, like of the games that folks decided to pick up, Ori's one of the 2 more difficult ones, because there's a lot that can go wrong in this run very easily.
There we go.
That's what I'm talking about. And plenty of health. Ooh.
Why?
Oh.
It usually doesn't do that, but it's deciding it's gonna slide and just snipe me. And then this, whatever this is called, is just being mean.
Oh, goodness.
Usually with this,
and
you
that's
just do
beauty.
a quick left or right and you don't get hit.
Yeah, that's unfortunately, or maybe fortunately for some folks, the beauty of like being new to a speed game, because you get a lot of the "that's never happened before" is out of the way.
Oh, that's happened plenty of times.
Yeah,
don't you worry.
Oh, I
it
believe
does
it.
happen to me, just not commonly.
But
Yeah.
that's to we had this person in a tournament race one time, Monkley, do this basically turnaround jump. So like, what happened was he jumped slightly to the left, like over the water, but then held right, and then managed to dodge the
Wow.
hit. It was pretty hype.
Honestly, once I get through this section, I'll feel much better.
Yeah, if you're
I believe
interested,
it.
there's been a lot of Ori tournaments in the past where there's been some very interesting plays, and obviously a lot of GDQ staff are actually former Ori runners or current Ori runners. Oh,
Third
okay, we
time's
don't
the
have
charm
any
here.
current Ori runners, but
This is bad, yep.
No. So what does that Frankie normally do? Does it normally
Usually
jump up
stops
like that?
at the ledge above me and will jump over. But today it's deciding it's going to
Interesting.
slide off.
Okay.
and when you're learning a game, you might not have necessarily the fastest movement. Usually runners will just go under and dash it or something. But again, when you're learning, basically just going for the safest strats as you possibly can is usually the best way to go about it. And it's just unfortunate that this section is the least safe part of the game.
Yeah, no, this is like the first big hurdle in learning this category.
Yeah, because soon enough we'll have extra energy, we'll have extra health, and this will not be an issue. I'll be able to safety save all I want. Can't do that right here, unfortunately.
Unless there is a 10% chance that this Frankie here drops an energy for you.
Really?
Unfortunately, it doesn't. Again, 10%, so that's not a lot of percent.
No, it's not.
All right. There we go. That's what I wanted.
That's what we want.
We are not home free yet, though.
Still not over yet.
Okay, now we should be
There
fine.
are these brambles here, and then there are these crushies that come from the that come down on you. So once we get to this energy, we can get a save down, and then that'll be the best. Yeah, see, that is the save that we wanted to get, and that's why this is called the Death Gauntlet, because you have to do all of that stuff without dying. And as you saw, not easy to do.
Yeah, and this is why my estimate's so high, just in case weird things like that happen.
Yeah, like it's learning new speed games is a lot of fun, but learning a new speed game to showcase like this in an environment like this can be really, really nerve-wracking. So like a lot of us had pretty generous estimates, just because we've spent such a limited time with our games.
Hello, Ori. I was trying to get you to jump.
Flame got greedy there, went a cycle too early after the crusher was coming back up.
I should have done a dash glide or something.
That's gonna happen.
Nah, we'll get it this time. I know what happened.
Yeah.
I definitely didn't just try and double jump before I had that.
Then you don't. Yeah. Because you have your hit animation.
I actually can go too fast. I went too slow for what I wanted. Okay. There we go.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and the spikes on the left do 2 damage, and the spikes on the right deal 1 damage. So you have to be very careful there when you only have 2 health.
And then trying to take an intentional death. Apparently, I'm not taking an intentional death there.
All right, whatever you say, game. There we go. It's like, I'll get my depths somewhere else. Thank you very much.
I didn't need a death elsewhere at that point.
Yeah, and now getting double jump, we're now having a lot more movement than we had in the early game. Double jump allows us a lot more flexibility in, basically doing anything in this game. So Flame's going to be reloading here, and you can do, well, you have a UI on, but you can do a little bit of blind movement.
I think I'm in the
only
water.
Saves a little bit of time.
No, I skipped the water. Good.
Yep.
Nice.
Very nicely done. There's like a little lip there, and you need to make sure you get over it.
Yeah, that actually is a little bit tricky.
So, yeah. And again, we are loading up on energy here. We're getting our next energy cell as we get up here. So, we'll be able to basically do a lot more safety saves. But we have a little trick coming up here called Grotto Skip, where we're going to be skipping, if you've played this game casually, skipping the entirety of the left side of Moon Grotto here by just jumping up here and doing a little precise jump all along the wall to just maneuver. Very nice. Second try there. That's actually really nice. That's
a very tight jump.
You're just going to hit everything first or second try for the rest of the run now, and it'll be totally
It's
fine.
so true.
Another cutscene skip here. So we leveled up Rekindle earlier, which allows us to reuse our saves. So we can save, walk into a cutscene, and then re-save using that same save point that we just made, and then we can skip cutscenes that way. So that's what we're going to be doing for all these cutscenes.
This one not only skipped, the cutscene, but also a segment of all the rocks and whatnot falling on top of me.
Yep.
I'll grab this for later.
Walk into the cutscene and save, and then we'll just hold left. And now we're going to be getting the water vein, which allows us to enter the Ginso tree, which is going to be in the northeast part of the map. So we're going to be heading up there shortly.
Make it. Okay.
That was something resembling making it.
Me and Dash Glides are not getting along today.
Yeah, fortunately, getting the water vein saves your game right there. So if you did fall, you could just die.
And I'm just getting rid of that because otherwise, I should have just.
Yeah.
You know what? Never mind.
Doing more planning for the future here, we're basically going to be getting the save point to the right over here, and that's because we're going to be teleporting to it later. This is a feature of the definitive edition.
One thing to point out, you need to save there. I chose to for safety, but you just need to land on it, and that'll trigger it.
Yeah, once you get to the save point, you can reuse it later on in the game, which is perfect.
Hey, no lasers here. I like it.
Yeah, there's going to be the 3 spikes, 3 damage spikes here, and unfortunately, Flame's at 3 health right now, so we'll see if you save right before these.
Oh yeah, when I remember they're coming up, I'll save every time.
Yeah, perfect. And more planning for the future. There's a specific routing that we do in this game to get ability cells so that we can level up the blue tree. The blue tree is what allows the best movement that we can get in the game here. So we're grabbing this ability cell for later so that we can have enough ability points to level up a specific ability.
Do not want to get here. I'm going to push this rock. There's another teleporter over here we need for later. It also gives me another chance to safety save, although there's not really much danger right after this. Well, actually, no, there's an enemy that's about to snipe me up above. Let's be real.
Also, Richard, just for clarification, there's a difference between teleporting and teleporting anywhere, correct?
Yeah, so teleport anywhere is basically a way for you to utilize those teleporters in a way that is unintended, and basically teleporting it to specific teleporters, that's totally fine because that's their intended use.
That's intended.
But teleporting anywhere means you could teleport from the Ginso tree here to like the end of the game, and that's not what we want. So we're not going to be doing that. And in this tree section, we just got the double jump tree, which allows us to do some vertical movement here. So that's what we're going to be doing. And that's kind of why this dungeon is designed, very tall, because it is essentially just, using double jump. the tree. So
it's very tall, and we're going all the way to the top, right, Richard? The amazing escape sequence.
Yeah. If anyone's a fan of Gareth Coker, which I mean, why wouldn't you be? Who made the amazing soundtrack for this game? We are not going to be seeing the Ginso escape, but we will be going through the majority of this. And honestly, I think a lot of the music in this game is still very good. So
one thing you will see from here,
enjoys.
by the way, is a lot of safety health, safety saves, apparently safety jumping into whatever that thing is.
Jumping into the bramble. You read my mind with like that sentence there.
Yep.
Like, I have the energy, why not use it? Okay. This is why I safety save.
The value safety save right there. That only brings you to the beginning of the room. Otherwise, Flame would have gone way further back. So, in this puzzle room, you actually only need to use this one redirector. So you can see in the top left, there is another redirector that you could use that they probably intended for you to use. But honestly, you just need the one.
I definitely always use that one until you taught me I didn't need it. I'm gonna wait because I failed on
Flame was a little too slow there
Yeah.
on pushing this redirector. But basically, you just push this redirector through the teleporter, and then it'll teleport to the top, which is where you want it to go because it redirects the same one projectile twice.
Grabbing this because why not? The devs put it here. Clearly, they wanted me to use it.
Yeah, and there are 5 spawn locations so that this slime can pop up. The one that you're hoping that it doesn't go to is the bottom right.
I've never had it spawn there, honestly.
In the other ones. Yeah. As long as it doesn't spawn there, then you're mostly fine. And then you can kind of just basically stay on this middle or the left platform to
every time
shoot at it.
Should be one more. There we go. All right, first set's keystones from the tree.
Yeah, and we're getting these keystones to open up this 4 keystone door here. There's going to be another 4 keystone door later, but we're actually going to be utilizing a kind of different technique as we get to that 4 keystone door.
Okay.
But we'll talk about that when we get there. So, we have 6 people today that actually learned 6 different runs for this showcase today. Amber, could you maybe tell us what we have coming up later tonight? I know we have a lot of cool runs. We have Sonic 3D Blast coming up next. We have Mario Kart Wii, and then we also have Sonic Adventure 2 Battle.
You ever just have yourself muted?
No, never. I definitely didn't do that when I was on commentary earlier.
But yeah, we have exactly what Richard said. Thank you for doing my job for me, because apparently my mute button was not going to let me.
This is a very important ability, Bash.
This is the most fun part of this game, I feel like. A lot of people remember using Bash specifically. I think it is one of the more fun movement abilities in many different games. And again, you can see it basically projects, or you can redirect projectiles in the opposite direction and then orient a certain direction. And it is very fun to use.
High. I'll try that again.
Yeah, it looks really cool and intuitive.
It is very nice. So you're going to see me doing that off projectiles, off hanging lanterns, off enemies.
It's just an additional movement thing, which just allows you to get a lot more distance than you normally would.
Yeah, so that save I just made is not actually just a regular old safety save. That's going to be very important here in a couple of seconds.
So what's going to happen here is we're actually going to intentionally die here with 3 keys in the door. What that allows is when we die, you can see we still have those 3 keys. So Flame didn't rekindle that save, so played a little risky, but we're going to actually be collecting these keys again.
I forget about
for
that.
A total of 7 keys. So now that we have 7, this is called key duping. So we're duplicating these keys because these keys are right here. Otherwise, we would have to go into the water and grab more. for right after this. But we're not going to be doing that. We have these 3 keys for later, which is great because we don't have to go out of the way to get different keystones later on in the game. We just use the ones that were right here. And for this mini boss, it just takes 4 bashes to kill. And as you go up into the tree, you know, that's where the escape would be. But we're not going to be doing that. We're going to be going to this teleporter and teleporting out.
It's unfortunate because that escape sequence is my favorite part of this game.
Yeah, we're going to be having unclean water for the rest of the game. So if you see water for the rest of this game, it might look totally fine, but it's not. It's poisonous. It'll deal 1 damage to us every so often and do some damage ticks. So we need to be careful about that and make sure that we have enough health to make it through any water sections that we might need to go through. But since we duplicated keys, we don't need to worry about, you know, swimming underwater to get any keystones because we've got 3 here in the bag that we can use for later.
For once, I remember that that ability cell, XP cell, I don't know which one it is. I always forget that, and I pay the price later on. Yeah, you will see me collecting a couple more ability cells throughout the run.
Yeah, now we're entering the second wall of this game as well. So this is Swamp Entry. This was actually something that was found through the randomizer. One of the people playing the randomizer actually found this trick to actually get in without you doing the water escape. So basically what we're doing is we're bringing this frog over. And the useful thing about this frog is its projectile. So this projectile will allow us to basically bash this projectile up into this this breakable wall up top here. So we had to do some precise movement.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's extremely precise, so this might take me a few tries. Quite a bit of this juggling.
Yeah, this is another thing I'd seen you struggle with when you were learning this. This is not easy to do.
And I am not great
a little too late on
now.
that double jump at the top. Yeah, usually what we want to do is we want to try to stall at the top there because when we stall at the top, the frog is going to shoot at wherever we are. So if we stall at the top, that means it'll just shoot at
Look at this nice clean water. I should go for a swim.
Yep. Definitely not. Again, you only have 4 health right now in the game, so you want to make sure to avoid the water at all costs. There are 2 keystones underwater there that you could have used to open this door, but again, we used the ones that we duplicated earlier because we don't want to worry about that. Now, going to the stomp tree, this category, you know, all skills, no out of bounds, no teleport anywhere. The skills are very important. We have to go to all these skill trees to get all of the skills in the game. So this is the most out of the way one. This is like all the way on the eastern part of the map. There's nothing else over here, but we need to get the skill anyways.
I'd argue Misty
Woods is
more out of the way, I feel like.
Yeah, so it'll allow us to go to the left side of the map with Stomp. And Stomp is going to be very good because we're going to be using it quite a few times.
Gotta be careful getting out of this section.
Yeah. Again, if you fall in the water here, you're too far away from land to make it out without dying. So
yes. All right, and we're gonna go visit our good friend again. That same thing we were just juggling with a little bit ago.
Yeah, so in this section, basically, we're doing just a bunch of backwards traversal. There are no teleport points in between here and where we want to go. But we're going to be bringing this frog over here, and we're going to be basically using this frog's body to get up.
No, we're not.
And okay, well, we were going to try to get this ability cell over here.
Oh, we're still getting that ability cell.
Yeah, we can use these enemies to get the ability cell because these will shoot projectiles at you. So, yeah, you go. You want to get this ability cell. Again, this ability cell routing is pretty tight in this game in terms of getting the actual skill in the blue tree that we want to get. And yeah, we'll see if Flame decides to wait
still
to
charging.
save or just go.
It was still charging.
All right, and then we're going to be getting our 5th health cell coming up after this cutscene. When you're starting this game, one of the recommendations I like to do for new runners is just getting the health cells that are along the way that are, you know, very quick and easy to get, because you might die later, and just having more health means there's less chance for you to die.
So the reason I killed that enemy there, it's not required, but I did want to place a safety save, because if I die coming up, I don't want to go through that cutscene again.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you just saw for a brief second there the next health cell that we're getting up top. So, yep, doing a little bit of a stall.
Yeah, I could have done that a bit quicker, but yeah, took it easy.
Yeah. And now Flame can save again, because we're going to be getting our next energy cell here. So, again, whenever you get either a health or energy, it fully heals you for that. So, you know, we're going to be going over here and getting this. And then we want to make sure that this spider doesn't die. We're going to be using its shots to get out of here, because the spikes at the bottom that just got shot into, those insta-kill you. They deal the max amount of damage to you.
Yeah, you don't want to touch them at all. Oh, hey, wonder what that is. Maybe that's important. Probably not.
Nope.
Yeah, so those blue walls, you can, not just those blue walls, there are many walls in this game that you're not meant to be able to stomp through them, but you can. But only from the right side.
Yep, and this is actually usually one of the earliest skills you get in the game, Charge Flame here. But really, Final Flame is already charged up, so we didn't need it till now.
Heck yeah.
And as we go into this area here, there is, yeah.
Really? Okay. I'm going to try this skip. I don't know how it's going to go.
Yeah.
Helps if I actually...
Yeah, again, to do a save anywhere, you need to have your UI on.
I'm just, at this point, I'm just making sure my cursor's all the way over.
Yep.
Oh. Yeah, this one's a bit tricky. I'll give it a couple of tries before we just commit to watching the cutscene.
Oh, you're controlling Ori in the background.
Yes,
yeah, you're
I'm
controlling Ori in the
Ori.
background here.
Nope. Well, that's fine.
Yeah, and now you can just close and reopen the game. Close.
Does it actually work still?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and then just hold left.
Oh, I didn't realize it worked like that. Okay.
Yeah, and Flame didn't get the experience from the mini boss earlier, so I'm just gonna say you should probably get.
I am bad about remembering to grab some of the experience.
Or this bird.
I figured it's chasing me, so why not?
Just leveling up. So now, yeah, well, because we got to level up, because Flame was barely away from this next level up, and we want to have enough energy to get Charge Dash. Charge Dash is the next important ability in the blue tree. A lot of people, when you're playing this casually, you might go through the red tree in the ability menu, because that's going to deal a bunch of damage. That's the best thing for you to have. But for speedrunners, we need to get to Charge Dash, because Charge Dash is going to allow us to do a lot of fun things.
Tried to get fancy. We're still alive.
Yeah, one of the recommendations when you're learning this game, don't get fancy.
But it's so tempting.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, we're going to be getting the ability cell to the right here, and that'll...
Why did I do that?
There's basically 2 ability cells here.
I did not mean to bash that enemy.
And yeah, there's this one here. So we're kind of getting this in an unintended way, because we're stomping on this bird to open this.
What?
Don't ask.
The radius of your stomp, basically is like wide enough that it just breaks that. And then we're going to get this other ability cell up here. And this is going to give us what we need to do, rocket jumps later. And we're going to be talking about those in just a little bit here.
Rocket jumps are absolutely amazing to watch. Also, what is amazing to watch is not dying.
Yep.
I agree.
All right, well.
There we go. We're good. We will have, fortunately, a health and energy refill coming up.
Yep, there's going to be a teleporter over here that we're going to use after we start up this cutscene. We're just going to be using, again, the stomp skill that we got earlier to stomp on these rocks here. So these rocks will make this bird be like, ow, that hurt. And the bird's going to fly away and a feather is going to be left behind. And we're going to use this feather to make it through some windy portions of this game.
I'm sure this feather can't
this
be
exact
that important,
one
right?
feather that fell. No other feathers fell. So,
But the special
pure luck
feather.
on our end here. It fell right where we fell, too. So, I mean, how did that happen?
All right.
And now we're going to be leveling up Charge Dash here. And you can see in the blue tree, that's basically as far as we need to go in the blue tree for the rest of this game. We're going to be skipping some other cutscenes by leveling up some other, little things in the other red and purple trees. But for now, this is the most difficult trick for someone learning this game. Initially, it's called Sorrow Bash. So right now, Flame is just going to be getting up here and trying to get back to this save point and saving.
You know what? We're going for it.
You want to make a new save? Okay.
Not anymore.
Okay.
We're not. I'm just going to go down and reset that. Because I want full health.
You just die. Just die.
Yeah. Because I do want full health for this.
Yeah, you could have saved at the top and just refilled your health, but
Well, really?
Yep, just die.
Nah, we're good.
Just die. Just dash into it.
Oh, fine.
Yep.
I was going to get the energy up top.
Yeah, so the energy crystals at the top there will give you 2 energy, so.
We got to show that off again. I really wish I was not
just
taking
save.
damage.
Just make a save point. Nope, make a save. Make a save.
Oh, it does give me 2.
And
Okay.
then just die. Yeah.
And I'll grab that. All right.
Kindle.
Oh, God.
And so what we're doing here is these first 2 birds, these top 2 birds, we have to do some very precise movement to get one of them into this corridor over here. So what you want to do is basically utilize this bottom right bird to get the left bird to fly at you in a specific way, and you need to do
Okay.
you basically need to do that movement, and then you need to charge dash bash at it and then bash it at the top of where it landed.
Yeah, you need to
and
not
that's
die.
how you get into this corridor without having to do a whole another dungeon.
Of course, this goes great in
This is a
practice,
very-
and then it's here's the run. Good luck. That was.
Oh yeah, no, that's how I felt throughout my run.
I tried actually resetting that, and Bash was like, "Nah."
Yeah, so the birds deal 2 damage and the spikes deal 4 damage. So getting back after the spikes there to die.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons we have
It
5
is-
health,
it is
so I
quite
can
fast.
take a hit from the spikes if needed. There we go.
And you didn't
There
even need
we
it.
go.
You didn't even need it. You have full health because you didn't get hit by the spikes. But again, that is the most difficult trick in this game. So the fact that Flame got it in 4 tries is very impressive.
Yeah, I'm just gonna rekindle that. Yeah, let's just
Excuse
do
me,
that.
Yeah, and now you can just rock. Now you just rock it. Rocket jump. rocket
I'm
jump.
not, because I want to conserve energy, I think, don't I? Because I ran into this issue the other day, where I actually ran out of energy up here, and I'm terrified that's going to happen again. I don't know, I might have actually
When you're
been
learning this
fine.
game, you might not necessarily know all the backups. As you can see in the top left of the screen, there is an energy that you can grab. So it's not the worst if you miss it. But yeah, getting it up here and then saving at the upper logs here, these logs, is not a bad idea.
Oh yeah, because now you have a section full of
these
these.
spikes will kill you if you only have 3 health. But now that we got 5 health, we can.
I'm sure I will demonstrate
Take
the damage these spikes do. At some
There's a
point.
little curve up here, right at this curve right here. Yep, that curve is slightly elevated compared to the other parts here, and that has been a run ender for many folks.
I forgot to jump.
in the past.
That was me just forgetting I needed to jump.
And luckily with this tree here, this is charge jump. It gives us a full HP MP refill, and we're going to be using one of the ability points that we have here to break through another thing that we shouldn't be breaking. Usually when you get charge jump, you actually go into that upper left area that Flame just passed after the tree. but we're not going to be doing that, and we're actually going to be going a different way to get through to the end here of Sorrow Pass and getting the Sunstone.
My cursor is not where I thought it was.
So this is called Terra Break because someone named Terra found it, but it's also kind of because you're breaking the earth kind of thing. So you charge jump here, and when you die and you're in the charge jump, your charge jump actually stays with you, and it is able to destroy that in the background, as you can see in here.
Mm-hmm.
So
that charge jump is important, as I learned the other day, trying to do it without it.
Yep. And now we're actually keeping this menu up because keeping the menu up will save in energy, so we don't have to save up top here. But we are going to be using this other ability cell that we have. So we have one in the orange circle there to skip this other cutscene. So once we get the Sunstone, this cutscene is actually pretty long, so we want to make sure that we can skip it. So Flame's going to be listening in for the actual little like item retrieval sound.
I think I got it.
Just hold left. Yep, you can see in the world events in the menu there's a little orange, item there. That's the Sunstone. That means you've gotten the Sunstone.
Oh, we missed all
Flame,
those.
I'm gonna be so real with you. I'm so glad you chose to learn this run and I did not.
It's honestly been very
I'll teach you.
fun. So prior to this, I had a lot of experience with the randomizer.
Yeah.
Okay. This is why okay.
Sometimes you just gotta laugh at the silly ways you're gonna die. Like that.
Yeah, I have a lot of experience with the randomizer. I love playing this game. We're just gonna take this a little safe this time. So it's something I mentioned earlier I had really wanted to learn. And I'm definitely glad I did, and I really appreciate the work Richard put in getting me to this point.
Yeah, and so we did a rocket jump earlier, if you recall, and we're going to be doing a meteor kick here. What do you think that does, Amber?
We are?
A meteor kick?
Never
Are
mind,
we?
We're not going to be. Well,
Apparently
what we can do is basically
learn.
a rocket jump from, you can do a rocket jump from above one of those birds to propel yourself downwards really fast.
I think I've missed that by accident in learning this.
But yeah.
But I have
going
seen
into
it.
Misty Woods
cool.
here. Yeah, going into Misty Woods here, this part of the game is quite scary because, this is where you have all of your movement abilities, but if you're moving too fast, you could die.
Like that, yeah. Generally, you're
like
going to see
that.
me take
Thank
this.
you for illustrating my commentary for me.
You're welcome.
That was perfect timing.
You will see me take it pretty safe through here for that exact reason. Top level runners know what's coming up all the time. I do not.
Yeah. So as you can see here, Flame is at 2 health, so probably getting past this Frankie and saving.
Sure.
Yeah. A lot of the things in Misty Woods here will deal 3 damage, so getting yourself up to that 4 health break point is pretty nice, because that means you won't die to these 3 damage spikes.
I am having a time.
Perfect. You can charge jump here.
After I safety saved for sure.
Yep.
Oh, that's demonstrating the spikes.
How that projectile did not hit you is beyond me. That was incredible, actually.
It's definitely
not over yet.
pure
There are
skill
these spikes
from me.
here, so we gotta bash past this bird.
That's not what I was trying to do.
I don't know why you did that.
I was
that was
not
really impressive. So
That was pro
I'm
as
gonna tell
hell.
you to get this energy and just save.
I was
So
not
just stomp.
trying to
Just
do
stomp,
that.
Stomp. Just stomp. Stomp.
Yeah,
Stomp.
I forget.
Stomp.
I forget Stomp works like that. Oh, look, a level up.
Usually I haven't been telling you to do the fastest thing, but for this one, you definitely should do that. Yeah, that was really impressive that you didn't die there. So great job not dying after you did that stomp. That was absolutely impressive.
Shout outs to my teacher, Huckendrocker.
All right, again, you only have, well, now you only have 3 health. So getting through this means you cannot take a hit on these spikes. And we're going to be getting to the climb tree. So making it to the climb tree, very nicely done. And again, we get another great save, health refill, basically everything here.
All right, now we need to get out of Misty
Everything that we
Woods.
could
We just have
ask
one
for.
tree left. We gotta escape this first. This isn't randomizer. I can't just hit a button combo and be clear of it.
Yep. Yeah, do go if anyone is interested in the randomizer. Go to orirando.com though. There are a lot of resources for both Ori 1 and Ori 2 randomizers if you're interested in them.
I'm forgetting where I am.
Yep.
This game is a lot to memorize, so I don't blame you for forgetting where you are.
Did you know there's spikes there?
I mean, I know now.
Well, I'm glad I could teach you.
And so do you. Well, I've learned a lot. Actually, legitimately, I've learned a lot about everyone's games, like, over the last, like, few weeks that we've all been learning together.
That's...
Like, I don't play...
Don't ask
that's not
what I just
wanted.
did. Yeah, escaping Misty Woods is not my strong suit, in case you can't tell.
It looks like a cluster.
It's rough.
Yeah, someone in chat is saying, I can't even finish the first one like this, so, like, you know, you're doing great, honestly. You've done a lot in the last few weeks. I've never played Ori, because generally speaking, me and Metroidvanias don't mix, because I get lost real easy. This is one where the movement looks like it'd be worth me at least trying,
Please,
you know?
just get me out of that.
Oh,
that's
well,
all right.
got you out of that and right into the enemy.
Oh, God. Yeah, this is just becoming a pain area. You know what? Can I bait you? There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, I'm opting to not save here. Very risky.
Woo!
All right.
Do you have that little faith in me? Actually, I wouldn't blame you.
Everyone is giving me anxiety with their runs, including me.
Oops.
And again, so, you know, for anyone that has played this game in the past, every time you jump...
That's not what I meant to do.
These platforms appear or disappear, so...
Yeah, I did not intend on jumping there.
Yep. Yeah, every jump that you do. So you can see, whenever Ori jumps, the platforms...
Oh, I didn't pick up on that being the cycle. I thought it was just a really weird platform cycle.
That's why right there I actually just want to dash off.
It's fully on you for what you do here. So if you jump wrong, then that's your fault.
Oh.
I don't need energy.
Yeah, when you're learning this game, the biggest time save that you could have until you get like a sub 40 time, probably even like a 35-ish time, it's just not dying. You know,
yeah,
there are things that you can do,
many
like
games.
you could have bashed that lane.
The speedrunner sounds.
Yeah, here, I advise you to save here, right here.
Oh, trust me, I'm saving like every moment I can.
Yeah. And fortunately, in Misty Woods here, there are a lot of opportunities for us to grab energy, like that energy over there to the left side.
Yeah, I did mention at the start, you're going to see a lot
really
of safety saves, and I think you're seeing why. This game rewards good movement, which is why I am not being rewarded.
The secondary reward is if you save everywhere, then you don't have to worry because your deaths won't bring you back that far.
Being a little careful
through the meatball section here is kind of precarious. Again, most of the things here will deal 3 damage to you. So Flame with 5 health right now, not too bad.
Well, I don't have energy. That's a problem.
That's fine.
Do I have... Is there one nearby?
It's fine. It doesn't matter.
Then I don't know the backup if it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you can just charge. Just charge jump up and to the right here, or. Yeah,
oh, in the here?
Yeah, go up, and charge jump up, charge jump up, charge jump up. And then go to left, just charge jump up.
Today we learned our backups.
Yeah.
I had not had that issue before in that spot. And I'm going to do a safety save there, though. We do have a boss coming up, which is not a difficult boss.
Yeah. This mini boss, you just charge jump at it, and then you can just... Yeah, you can just charge jump at it and bash the projectiles back at it, and then that's all you really need to do here.
I think I'm just going to... What? I've never died to this boss.
I mean, also keep in
you
mind
just wait
you
for
are
the projectile and then dash it back too if you want to.
Yeah.
Wow.
You are trying to commentate and talk at the same time as doing a genuinely difficult run that you've only been learning for a few weeks.
Yeah.
All right.
So usually commentating or speaking and talking as one of our runners on the show.
Oh my god, I did that
Now
again.
you rekindled. You
It's
didn't need
hard.
to do the mini boss again. Nicely done.
Oh my
Mike.
gosh. I wish I could say it's the first time I did it, the second time, the third time.
It's not.
No. So we're just gonna. I did not mean to hit dash there.
We're just gonna woo. We're just gonna give the host anxiety.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna walk my way out of Misty Woods at this point.
With all of the movement abilities you do have, like it does get dangerous if you're worried that an enemy might hit you or something. But
okay,
we're going to the end portions of the game here, and luckily we're getting back to the save point, which gives us energy.
We like energy.
Energy is pretty good.
Ooh,
And we're going to be getting the last skill of this game. For
I could hit the teleporter.
higher level speedrunners, this last skill is
I just went to the wrong teleporter. I don't want to go to Swamp yet.
But yeah, we're basically going back to the beginning of the game here, to Glades, and from Glades we're going to be going back into Blackroot Burrows and getting the light grenade or light burst skill.
Yeah, I just tried to completely
And it's
skip
the
that
final
tree.
Yeah, that would be some skills. No, out of bounds to teleporter.
I didn't get a dash
We're not
glide
doing
over
some
that, so.
skills today. We are doing all skills, so we're going to be filling up our entirety of our skill wheel here.
If you could skip one skill, which one would it be? Oh, nope, that's not. I want to die
Good
here.
question. I don't know. Yeah, so we're dying here to get this. You see on the right side that thing is lowering, but now it's raising because we pulled the lever, saved, and then died. So it'll keep that lever up so that we don't have to worry about doing a puzzle later.
There's been a lot of folks who are declaring their love for the Ori games
gosh.
in chat.
That's not. Yeah, I tried. Just hit the wrong buttons. All right, I'm going to focus for a moment because
so now
I
we gotta-
struggle with this.
Well, just hold, okay, yeah. Just enter.
Actually, I could just do that.
Just hold left. Just hold left. Just hold left. Hold left still. Yeah. And now level. Yep. And then leave it.
That's not the exit button.
Leave.
That's the water main button.
Yeah. So this cutscene's like minute something. Yep. Just keep walking.
Oh, that's a
Did a little
lovely
too late.
cutscene.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just try to find the spot. Well, once it pans over, you can actually just go down into the tree. Yeah.
Oh,
Just go
there
down.
I am.
Yep. Go down. Okay. And then just.
This was something I was trying to skip. Because unfortunately, it looks like the camera's not locked on Ori. That's about to change.
Yeah. You did it a little too late, but that's fine. Still didn't have to sit through the entire cutscene. Okay, you can just wait. Just wait for the
Yeah,
cutscene.
I kind of wanted to learn this section
Okay.
blind just in case this happened, but decided it just wasn't a smart idea.
Again, it
So
still saves a
someone-
little bit of time because we went to the tree still, and so we didn't have to sit through the entire.
Weird.
We got to do the tree animation while this thing's going on, but we can usually skip this.
And to address something I see in chat, where do you get an up-to-date tutorial to learn to speedrun this? I found both a written and a video guide on speedrun.com.
Yep. The written guide by Xavier Shea is a great written resource, but the main resource that people will use when learning this game is, in fact, the video tutorial by Torin, who actually initially worked... okay, well, the story of the rando is Chicken Supreme made like a version where it was basically just put different skills in different areas and you get them from different trees. And then Torin made the first iteration of the randomizer. There have since been other people that have picked up randomizer duties. But that guide by Torin is still the most frequently used when learning this game. It's on speedrun.com.
Oh, no!
And that's the best place to get the most up-to-date initial learning guide. There's some tricks that you'll pick up along the way after you've learned that. and once you get faster times, but you know, it might be a few years old at this point, like 5 years old, 6 years old at this point, but it's the best starting point for you, and then you can kind of go from there.
Yeah, I started with the written guide and used the video guide just to kind of supplement certain areas.
Yeah, we usually recommend just following the video guide is the best way to go about it when learning this game. And then Sigma started working on Ori 2. So if you look in the credits, Torin is in the credits for Ori 2. After getting picked up by Moon Studios for doing work on the randomizer and probably being a good programmer otherwise. But I would like to think it's mostly just because of rando.
All right.
And we're getting some health here.
Our last life cell.
Yep, this HP, again, we do have dirty water at the end of this game. So there's going to be water that deals damage to you, so you need to make sure that you have enough to make it through. So you can technically make it through with 4 health or 5 health, but having 7 health gives us a lot more safety going into the final escape. There's one major trick now that Flame's going to be doing when entering Mount Horu here, and it's called Door Warp. Basically, it allows us to skip the entirety of this dungeon. So we're going to enter here, and then once we enter here, the game auto-saves when you enter the dungeon, and we're going to use that auto-save. We're going to reload, and on the first frame of reloading the game back in, all we need to do is press up. There have been some casual players that have got frustrated at this dungeon, and speedrunners have told them, just do this if you want to skip all of it. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to basically door warp here, so the instant the screen turns black, that's when we do our up input, and again, it's 1 frame, so it is very tight to do. So
fortunately, you can retry it very quickly, as you can see.
Yeah, you can do it. You can retry it many a time here. Late. So again, you know, you want to make sure you press up, and then from there, all you need to do is it warps you basically to where the end of.
I don't care what the water vein is.
The last world
Stop
ability.
telling me.
Yeah, we've already done that dungeon. So we've skipped 2 dungeons here. If anyone has played casually, we skipped Forlorn Ruins, which is one of the, you know, the snowy area. And that's why we need to do Sorrow Bash. And then we're going to be skipping all of Mount Horu here. We did do most of the Ginso tree. We didn't do the escape, which is honestly a lot of people's favorite part.
There we go.
And nice door warp there. Very nicely done. Again, it's a 1-frame trick. When you're learning a run, a 1-frame trick is not easy. That's 1/60th of 1 second. So, you know, 0.016 seconds or whatever.
All right, I'm not looking forward to this.
Difficult.
I also completely forgot to practice the escape that you taught me the other night. Yeah. So I'm just going with what I know, which is probably lots of death.
Yeah.
But I will let you talk about what's going on here while I try and focus and get through it.
Yeah, so when you're going through this, this is actually a very interesting part because, you know, you could take damage in most of the other parts of the game. But in the escape here, you need to make sure you don't take any damage because you're going to be taking all the damage in the water at the end of the escape. So you need to make sure that you can kind of make it through all the water. Yeah, and waiting on that flame pillar there. Nice. But again, the fact that Flame was able to get a sub-hour time earlier this week after only doing a few runs is like really impressive.
Yeah. Oh, I was dumb. I didn't have a dash up, but I tried to use it. Got sniped.
Yes, for anyone who's just joining in chat, the focus of this episode are folks who have only been learning these runs for a few weeks. We all traded speed games and taught each other these runs over the course of just a few weeks, while not necessarily ignoring, like, you know, how busy our lives are and everything. So, like, the point of this episode is to prove that you can absolutely learn a new speed game or your first speed game, regardless of your skill and experience level, either with speedrunning or gaming as a whole, and at a commitment level that you're comfortable with. Yeah,
I know Flame,
for only a few weeks, this is very impressive.
Yeah, I know Flame was only able to spend, you know, a couple hours here and there, you know.
Yeah.
All right, made it through the water. Here. Just gotta be very careful here.
All right, here we go.
Oh!
Yep,
I thought I was safe.
Not making it up there quite fast enough, unfortunately.
I thought I was safe there.
Yep. Not quite fast enough, but that's okay. A-okay.
Also, the screen shake throughout this whole section would drive me up the wall.
That is part of my issue with that water section.
Well, fortunately, there are some parts of the Final Escape where you want to go up walls. So, I mean, it's not all bad.
You're not wrong.
Oh, I'm not
here for the
Evaporated
comic
Escape.
relief.
What am I doing?
But yeah, absolutely, I love Ori. I mean, any of these two will tell you that I love this game.
Oh,
so
yeah.
If you are interested at all in checking this out, be sure to visit the Ori Discord. You can go to oribando.com/Discord to join the Discord. But, you know, even if you've played this casually and you love it, I honestly recommend checking out the randomizer because there's a casual difficulty. That's what Flame had played before learning the run here. And it's a great way, if you just love the game, you can replay it and it gives you so much replayability.
Yes, I love randomizers in general. I spend a lot of time with the Ori Rando lately.
Yeah, so even if you don't want to speedrun this game, because there are some very hard tricks, so it's totally fine if you don't want to learn it, but the rando, if you like any aspects of this game, like bashing, charge jumping, etc., I would honestly recommend you check it out.
There we go.
All right, and now once we get to the end parts of this game, we are under estimate here. We're just going to be holding right for about a minute or so.
Pretty much.
Very good.
It may not be a PB. I did get some gold splits, but underestimate. That's the important part. This is why I had a generous estimate.
Oh, yeah, because things can go wrong. And also, like, you have to deal with the fact that you're commentating this, and, like, none of us have practiced commentating these runs, because it's been only a few weeks' time. So, like, we've been focusing on getting the run together in the first place. And trying to talk and play at the same time is very, very difficult. So, like, huge shout outs to everyone who's been on the show so far and will be on this show later tonight.
Yeah, and we're going to see someone here in this game after Ori flies away that we haven't seen this whole game. You don't need to worry about it if you play the game.
Sure, she's not important.
But and all the other characters that aren't Ori, Ori and the others. That's kind of, not Ori and the Blind. It's just Ori and the others. Time is going to end when we lose control of Naru, who is the other in this case. So it'll be in about, 10-15 seconds or so. We're just going to hold right and move past the tree, and it'll be time. So get ready for the producer on time.
Yeah, he's probably going to yell at that producer.
Yeah.
That is
time.
GG.
We did it.
GG. Yeah, just over a 106. How do you feel about that, Flame?
Not exactly thrilled with the run, but hey, we're underestimate. That's what I cared about.
That is what matters.
Yeah, for personal.
Did you enjoy this experience of learning the game?
I did. I'm really glad I learned it. The first time I saw this game was at the GDQ. I want to say 2016. It was the first time I saw it, and it's like, wow, I really want to play that. That looks awesome. And I played it casually. It took me a few years to actually push through and beat it. And then recently, I started playing the randomizers, which randomizers are a great way to replay a game you really like or really just want to play over and over again to get a different experience. And through all that, this was on my to-learn list. I really wanted to learn it as a speedrun, and fortunately had this opportunity to do so.
I'm very happy for you, Amber, to have this kind of idea for a show as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing this. I love showing Ori to other people. Obviously, it's one of the games I've put the most time into, and I just love the community so much. And this as Flame was going through this, I was just impressed over and over again. Like getting Sorrow Bash in 45 minutes, usually when someone takes 90 minutes to do it for their first try, I was so happy.
Fortunately, not 45 minutes this run.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's great to see just new runners coming in the scene. We have over 250 runners now of this category, and Flame already crushed through 50 of them. So,
I definitely intend on pushing this more. I want to play it more, not just the randomizer. Not quite sure how low I'll go. I might also explore some of the other categories. There are plenty on the board.
Yeah, I'm so proud of your progress. And Richard, thank you. So like when I roped everyone into this, I hadn't even thought about asking if there was something you were willing to offer, because I know that you're producing, so like you can't do the run, but like you could absolutely have taught someone. And Flame had thought to ask you. And so I remember the morning where I was like, okay, what is everyone locked into? I see Flame's name on the spreadsheet next to Ori with you as the teacher. And I was like, no way.
Yeah, so of all the games on the spreadsheet, like there were ones that kind of interested me, but nothing that really pulled me in like, oh my gosh, I really want to do this. And just laying in bed one night, I suddenly had the thought of, wait a second, I can talk to Richard and ask about Ori. That's something I've really wanted to learn. I wonder if he'd be willing to do this. And fortunately, you were all about it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We have 3 more games by people that have just learned them in these past few weeks, and I'm very excited to see what's coming. What do we have coming up next, Amber?
Well, coming up next, we have Sonic 3D Blast Beat the Game. We're going to be joined by Stellar, who chose to learn this game, and we're going to have TGH and myself commentating it, because we're the resident 3D Blast experts. This was one of the games I offered, but someone else had also picked up a different game I had offered, so I had Jay kind of come in to help with commentary. And yeah, it's going to be really fun. It's another Sonic game, but it's a strange Sonic game. It's my favorite 2D Sonic game to run. So we'll be right back after a short break, and once again, thank you all for being here, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to episode 44 of Passion Project. This is a very special episode because we're featuring folks who have only been learning brand new games to them over the last few weeks. So it's definitely been an experience watching everyone learn their games, myself included. And I'm really excited for this next one coming up because it's one of the games that I offered to teach people. And it is also the thing that caused me to finally make a not great video tutorial, but a video tutorial all the same, of Sonic 3D Blast. I'm joined by Stellar and our commentator, our other 3D Blast expert, TGH. How y'all doing?
I'm horrified, but hopefully it goes well.
You're going to be fine.
I think that's true of basically almost everyone here. Like, it's just like, hey, I'm horrified to be doing this for the first time in front of people, but we're going to smash it.
I hope so.
Everyone has smashed it so far, and you will be no different.
Well, we'll see about that.
So, did you like this is one of the runs that you have learned basically from scratch for this? Like, we've had a couple of people who hadn't played the game very much before they picked up the run, and you're one of them, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I did a casual playthrough of this game probably in like 2021-ish. But it was once through the game, and then after I kind of just IL'd the best ending boss fight. And as you can tell, this is beat the game and not best ending, so that was completely irrelevant to everything else.
Yeah.
So, and then I came back to it, and apparently I'd also IL'd Panic Puppet 1, but I have like no actual memory of that, and I didn't have any time submitted or anything. So, yeah. So basically, like 2 weeks ago, when I finally found time to start learning this run, I started learning this run, and this is how far I've come in 2 weeks. It's quite something, but I mean, the estimate's 45 minutes. I'm personally
very impressed with your I'm very impressed with your progress for like, because you work full time and like you have other commitments and everything. So like, we all have, this whole group has like a mix of, different jobs, different commitments, different levels of spoons even to be able to commit to learning speed games. And the whole point of this is to learn at a level that at a pace that you are comfortable with. So like, you didn't have a lot of time compared to some of us in the group. So like, what you've done is very impressive, and like, I'm proud of you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
so,
I'm a 9-to-5er with very low energy, so I did what I can.
Yeah. I promise you people in chat relate with that. So I relate with that from back when I worked in hotels. So why don't we go ahead and get this run started if you want to count us in.
Sure. Okay, so we are going to be starting the speed run in 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go.
All right. Welcome to Sonic 3D Blast. You'll recognize that this does not look a thing like Sonic 2, which I ran earlier. This is an isometric 3D game, and what that means is it is 8 directional. It is not, left, right, up, down. It is 8 directions, cardinals, and, the in-betweens, if you will. And it also behaves very differently from any other classic Sonic game because it's basically an escort mission. So what that means is Stellar, or you'll hear me call her Alice from time to time, Stellar is going to be going around these stages and destroying the different robots throughout the zones, and there's like different sectors, sector 1, 2, 3, etc., and every stage has anything from 10 to 15 flickies in it, and because we have to rescue the flickies out of these robots and bring them back to the giant ring at the end of the sector or the stage to be able to progress. The flickies, once you rescue them, are not immune from damage. They are if you have invincibility, or if you have certain shields, but they can be knocked off of the flicky chain behind Sonic, so even if Sonic doesn't take damage, but a projectile or an enemy brushes against the flickies, they'll break away from Sonic and go wander off. Now we're in Green Grove 2.
Feels good, by the way.
I golded. I'm so excited.
Losing
getting
flickies.
Sniped like that always feels good. Yes, trust me, as a runner.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll be collecting
Green
a lot
Grove
of shields
2
to
is
avoid
like
that. It's horrifying. Also, I did gold Green Grove 1.
Nice.
Very good. You love to see it. That was a really smooth Green Grove 1. So one thing that is unique to Alice's route that I actually really hadn't thought about until I had to create a video resource. Shout out to Getting Sniped, by the way. There's a perfect illustration of that. It was going to be shown at some point in the run. Even in top level runs, it's so hard to avoid losing your flickies. But the things that are unique about Alice's route is she actually knows where a lot of shields, invincibilities, and extra lives are in case she needs them. And I hadn't thought about that until I created a resource to a video resource for her to look at, going over different routing and different locations for safety and everything. And that's really important when you're learning a new run. She's going to grab these speed shoes here because, speed shoes make Sonic go fast. But the one thing that you want to notice about flickies when they break away from Sonic or when they're released and not immediately grabbed from robots is their AI is very different. So we have 3 different colors of flickies that we just threw into that ring. There's blue, purple, and red there. And in the next zone, we'll be introduced to green. And those are our 4 colors. So what does that mean? The different colors indicate what AI they follow, and what AI they follow determines their movement patterns. So red flickies, like the one following Sonic right now, and they tend to hop around very, very high arches. And we'll get into what that means in a moment. And we've got blue and purple here as well, and they try to actively find Sonic. And then the green ones, which we'll see in the next zone, they have the most random AI. And to get a little into the weeds here, basically every time they touch the ground, they're changing directions, either depending on where Sonic is in the case of the blue and purples, because they're looking for him, or in the red and greens cases, they care about how long the stage has been running, because there's there's an kind of an RNG aspect running in the background for how long the level has been loaded. So that's, basically how many frames the level's been loaded. So, and they change their direction every time they touch the ground based on whatever active frame is happening in the stage. We're being introduced to our first boss here, by the way. This boss has 5 HP. We're going to try to get 2 hits every time he drops his ball and goes down to grab it.
That was very nice.
Very good boss fight. Yeah, you want to try to get a 2-2-1, no matter what order it is. It could be 1-2-2 or 2-1-2, but that was a good boss fight right there.
She also did a really good job of luring the ball back to where Eggman was standing directly above, which is something that saves a little bit of time. That's very impressive to nail for a new runner, for sure.
Yes. Yeah, so movement in this game is not easy. The camera moves in very strange ways. Some folks get motion sick from this game, and if you are one of those, I'm sorry. The music is banging. The game is worth trying out. If this had been released as a non-Sonic property, I think it would have went over better with reviewers. But Rusty Ruin, we've shown off a few of the mechanics. We did get introduced to the green flickies. Those crocodile enemies drop green flickies in this zone. But we're in that spinning state there because Sonic clearly can't break walls on his own. It's not like he can't, spin.
Yes.
There's no such thing as a spin dash. I don't know what you're talking about.
Nobody ever heard of spinning in a Sonic game. Until now. This game invented it.
Exactly. So we're actually going to grab this red shield. This red shield is a fire shield, and it actually protects you from the fire spouts on the walls there. Any fire damage, lava, which is very relevant in a future zone coming up, you want a fire shield. And Alice did a really good judgment call because that spinning section, one, she didn't take damage, which is really, really good. But also, when she had missed hitting the flicky in her spinning state, she chose to break the wall, which was the correct thing to do because you can't break those column walls without the spinning state, and then go back and get the flicky. And when you're nervous or when you're just getting used to this run, it's so easy to forget that you have to keep that spinning state long enough to break the wall before trying to grab a flicky you missed. But that was a really solid Rusty Ruin 1.
Gold.
Ooh.
We're just golding the hell out of this run, apparently. Good stuff. Yeah, also, something one of the few things I think Amber actually did not mention was the couple different ways you can actually destroy badniks. You can either roll into them or you can jump onto them. Rolling into them is a little bit safer, but in some instances, the enemies with rotating spikes around them in Green Grove, it is a little bit safer to try to jump on the top of them. Just to try to avoid that thing that's surrounding them. Different enemies, first off, different strokes for different folks. Different runners have different preferences, but also some enemies are a little bit safer or a little bit more dangerous to jump or roll into.
I also want to shout out someone who's in chat right now who said that that Rusty Ruin 1 might have been an ILPB, which means individual level personal best. But we could be wrong, but that's Co-Empathy, and Co-Empathy actually had I was the one who offered to teach this run. We have a lot of people in our circle who run 3D Blast. Co-Empathy is an excellent runner of this game, and she actually spent a lot of time with Stellar here helping her learn this run. And also was the one who had found all of the 1-up boxes so I can interweave it with my video tutorial that I gave Alice. So huge shout outs to Co-Empathy for teaching Alice so much of this run. Because it wasn't just me who helped out. She did excellent work and is an excellent beat the game runner. I specialize in best ending, so I know a lot of safety stuff for ring routes and collecting emeralds. Ooh, very
nice
good there.
bounce.
Very good flicky grabs.
Oh, bees are obnoxious.
There we go. So one thing, what are the 1-ups for? Safety. So one thing that you'll want to know is that these folks who are on the show today, who are doing these runs, they are brand new to these runs. They've only had a few weeks to learn these runs before this show because we all got together and decided to trade speedruns. Which, varying, everyone has varying difficulties with their game. And this is one of the runners who had to learn their game basically from scratch with very little casual experience was Alice. We got through it.
That was so horrifying.
No, Rusty Ruin 2, I will outright say it. Rusty Ruin 2, when you learn the run, after you've learned the run, Rusty Ruin 2 is the hardest stage to get fast. The hardest stage to, oh yeah. And the hardest stage to learn in the first place is Gene Gadget 2, which is much later in the run. And I stand by, if you can learn to run some of the hardest levels in this stage or in this game, you can learn to run the rest of the game. This is what I feel is a pretty straightforward run, but it has a lot of upfront memorization where you have to memorize the flickies, and the execution can be very difficult for what in the world game? For certain folks as well.
I didn't even know the arms had hitboxes.
Just the wrists.
Apparently, yeah.
Really. That's very bizarre. I've seen damage like that happen, but I just couldn't believe that bounce happened in the way that it did. Come on, game.
It's very mean.
We're doing
the game is very mean to me. I'm sure later on we'll see the tank controls being very mean to me as well.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
Nice job. That's actually a good
Thank
point.
you.
'Cause Sonic does move a little bit like a tank in this game.
Yes.
Like he doesn't change.
It's so
he can't really
weird.
change direction too easily, like going directly the opposite way.
Yeah, he doesn't immediately turn and face the opposite direction. He kind of does this weird U-turn to be able to like turn around. So like he'll move slightly left or right when you're like, if you're facing upwards and you want to go downwards, he'll turn around in a U-turn like a car. It's so bizarre. But yeah, no deaths in Rusty Rune 3 is like really, really good. There is a quick kill in that stage or in that boss fight, but it is very hard to like get. And honestly, doing the boss casually, if it means that you aren't going to die, like that is definitely worth doing. Like just do it casually and get through it. Rather than spend a bunch of lives, because this game eats lives like no others. And unlike Sonic 2, where you have 2 continues to begin with, this game gives you none. This game gives you 0 continues, and it is such a pain. So, like, there is a way to earn continues, but it's very slow. You have to, collect the, I think it's 10 Sonic Head medallions, and sometimes you need flicky trains to be able to reach them. It's really bad. I wish that for a game that is, honestly, casually, this game is difficult. It becomes easier when you learn it as a speedrun, but it is a very hard casual Sonic to start with because the controls are confusing, they're not intuitive, they are responsive, but they're not intuitive.
That's the case with a lot of runs in general as well, that are hard casual games. Like the speedrun strats are designed to make them easier. And
a lot of the times, yes.
It is a lot of speedruns become or make the game much harder than it is casual. But also a lot of games make it easier to complete a game with speedrun strats.
Oh, yeah. All right, we are through Spring Stadium 1. Spring Stadium is a very confusing level for a lot of folks. And I can feel that sigh of relief from here. Spring Stadium is so easy to get lost in and is genuinely kind of hard to navigate. So you are doing really well here. Trying to cope with all the springs, trying to cope with how maze-like the stage can get, and it also just doesn't look very good. It's a McDonald's play place. That's what we always call it, or inside of a clown's pocket. You name it. We've probably called it that in a derogatory way.
Yeah, there's not much redeemable about this zone. In my
Who greenlit that enemy, by the way? Who greenlit that enemy? That stupid enemy that just hovers around the bumper. Why are you like this, John Burton? Why did you do this? John Burton is the main developer of this game and the former head of Traveler's Tales. And that enemy placement is just awful, and I stand by it. So we are going to go back and grab this gold shield. We haven't explained what the gold shield does. What it does is it actually gives Sonic basically the prehistoric homing attack. This game predates Sonic Adventure, where we had a homing attack to allow Sonic to attack enemies in a 3D space more accurately. And the gold shield basically does that if we are in range of something that can be homed in on, like balloons or enemies. However, without something in range, all the gold shield does is it just stomps us into the ground very quickly, which can be useful at high levels of speed, because hey, I want to be able to hit the ground quicker so I can move and get where I'm going faster. But what we want it for is being able to more accurately hit enemies and collect flickies. We're gonna have to wait for this pufferfish there. There we go. Got the whoop.
Yep. Okay.
Got the there. Flicky, where are you going?
Please.
Okay,
there
it did collect. It did.
Yeah, it did. You got it.
Yes.
Goodness
there we
gracious me.
I was on watch though. I was like, don't leave the flicky there.
No, I can't play this game without audio. There's an audio cue for whenever you collect a flicky, and if it didn't have it, I would be quadruple checking out of anxiety that I had them.
There's also an audio cue for when you lose a flicky too. They chirp when they get sniped off of Sonic, and that's a huge deal too. One thing that is helpful that a lot of folks don't know about is you can stop. I hate this enemy so much.
Nice.
That enemy placement also sucks.
Yeah. Also, really nice strat of kind of luring that crab down out of that danger area.
Understanding Yeah, understanding how enemies move in this game, like, because there's only a few sets of different enemy AIs that are just basically reskinned from level to level. And those crabs work like the purple flicky enemies in Green Grove, as well as the mouse enemies in Gene Gadget, and so on and so forth. All right, so what Alice just tried to do with, this is the worst boss in the game and probably in all of gaming, period.
Yes.
Spring Stadium 3 is where good runs go to die. This boss is really hard. Its hitboxes suck. And what Alice was trying to do was get at least 1 or 2 early hits when the boss was on his descent. But that's okay. She's actually handling this boss, like, very well right now. Oh my god. Trying to do like a non-manipulated, like you can AI manipulate this boss for like a really fast time, and that manipulation is extremely hard. I am very inconsistent at it. But that was a very good Deathless Spring Stadium 3. We will take that. Like a sub 50 Spring Stadium 3, we take the heck out of that.
Yeah, that is extremely good.
Yeah.
Extremely
That's
good.
a gold, apparently.
Also, that is a gold. So we're going to go ahead and weave into commentary real quick. A reminder to not roll into the snowman enemies.
Thank you.
And there's a very good reason why. You see that snowman turret? He sucks. He is an enemy that, like, he's unique in that he's the only one who makes you have to break something twice to get a flicky, because you break the snowman turret and the flicky's in a block of ice. Now, a lot of people think that if you roll into the snowman enemy, you just get crushed sometimes for no reason. That's not what's happening. We've had a tasser. It was the only kid who tasked this game a few years back when I had picked up and optimized the best ending route. And they tasked this game, and they were looking to see if that was really a crusher death. It's not. Because there is actually a flag for when Sonic is crushed in the game's memory, and we didn't see that. So we know it's not that. But what it is basically Sonic takes damage on the snowman, either through the projectile or the snowman itself, and for some reason just has no iframes when losing his rings and will just insta-die immediately after. So it looks like it's a crusher death, and it's not. It's getting hit by the projectile and the snowman at the same time. Which is why it's very dangerous to roll into the snowman enemies, and not something I can actually recommend when you're first learning the game.
Yeah, it's technically faster.
They're awful.
It's technically faster to do, but it's extremely dangerous, and like can't recommend.
Yeah. In fact, like, one thing we haven't talked about is that this game has jump storage or jump buffering. And what that means is when you're in the air, in the middle of a jump or off of a spring or off of getting rebounded from those big rings there, what it means is that if you press and hold the jump button while Sonic's in the air, you can queue up another jump so that the moment he touches the ground again, like the frame he touches the ground, he will jump again. And that keeps him in a pretty safe state when approaching enemies. And that is how I recommend approaching enemies when you're first learning this game. It's just spamming jump around them. It's a little harder to control, so it can be slower overall. Good hit on that snowman, by the way. But yeah, like, just jumping tends to be a lot safer because Sonic stays in a safe state. Rolling, if you accidentally change your direction too harshly, Sonic will unroll. Come on, Green Flicky, you jerk. There we go.
Yeah, again, Green Flickies are the worst. They're the worst Flicky to try and
really
recover.
Are.
And just for reference, I am colorblind, so green and blue flickies look very similar to me if I'm not looking extremely close.
Yeah.
And green flickies are the worst, and blue flickies try to follow you, so...
Yeah, the way you have to tell them apart is slightly their body shapes being different. Like, green flickies have small heads, big bodies. They're very fat. Whereas blue flickies have giant egg heads and little tiny round bodies. But their movement patterns are very different because blues will actively seek out Sonic every time they touch the ground, whereas the greens just kind of meander about without a care in the world.
Oh, blue. Okay.
Whoop. Nice dodge, by the way.
Nice
Holy
dodge.
buckets. There we go.
Yeah, Diamond Dust is the one zone that I didn't learn any of the stages for, like, at all. So everything everything else I tried to learn the route, and I tried to IL a little bit, like, as much as I could. Some stages more than others. Hide Gene Gadget and Panic Puppet.
Oh my god, Gene Gadget, what a jerk.
That snowman right there is the infamous one, by the way. You might have heard us mention earlier the infamous snowman, that's the one right there. That it's so tempting.
Yeah, I mean, they're all infamous.
It's so tempting to try to roll into it, but it's never a good idea.
Yeah. Oh, there's the sound that plays when you lose a flicky for folks who are wondering what it sounded like. But yeah, no, like Diamond Dust is thankfully, like if you have to learn this in limited time to be able to show off to somebody, Diamond Dust is the one level where it's so linear, it basically runs itself. Like, there's not a ton of branching paths. There's a couple, but for the most part, they're very short and yield dead ends very quickly, so it forces you back onto the beaten path very, very fast. So if you're going to choose to, like, learn one of these stages last, learn Diamond Dust last. It's a very, very straightforward zone. It even has a free life at the end of Diamond Dust 1 that we didn't pick up because 6 lives is a pretty good number to have. And 9 is the max that you can have in this game. Like, you can't max out the counter beyond that. So 6 lives is very good. That enemy is a jerk. What in the world?
Yeah, the enemies that, like, just move around, like, it's technically pseudo-random, but, like, the enemies that just move around, like, seemingly randomly are the worst. Hornets, bees, the rabbits. Yeah, like... They all have similar-ish AI. In fact, like I think hornets and bees all like they both have similar or exactly the same AI.
Yes. Hornets, bees, and the dragonflies in Volcano Valley all share an AI. All right, so this boss is honestly, this one's a little bit of a breather compared to Spring Stadium. He's not hugely dangerous. It doesn't mean that he can't kill you, but his attack pattern is a lot less erratic than, and his hitbox is a lot more generous. So, like, all you have to worry about, really, are these snowmen bombs that he drops. Otherwise, like, if he's on the ground for long enough, those things rotating around him will start spraying ice to freeze Sonic. But it takes so long for those to activate that you've probably met him where he's lowered and been able to hit him to begin with. So, like, we've had no problems with this boss. He does get faster over time, and also you're immune to damage immediately after the boss dies, so you can't have any of the classic action I get where I die on the same frame I kill the boss. That just doesn't happen in this game. All right, so Volcano Valley, I think this is one of the harder stages for newer players to pick up on. And it's because of all the lava. There's a lot of hazards in this stage. All of them are fire-based. So if you know where the fire shields are and you're not, like, prone to losing your shields immediately, like, you can actually retain them throughout the stage pretty easily. And you can walk on lava, get hit by fireballs, walk through those flame ropes, and the fire shield protects you and your flickies from all of that. So Alice is actually going to opt to grab the one fire shield here. It is just right here. Just grab it, and it's a nice layer of safety because this next couple of set of flickies are in a really unfortunate place. Not this one right here, which is a one that yields a green, but this one here is a jerk because it's right by lava and 2 fire spouts or fire turrets, and it can get out of hand very easily there, and we don't have to worry about the fire damage at all with the flame shield. So we're going to try to avoid picking up this blue shield. If we didn't have the fire shield, for some reason, we'd pick it up here, but we don't need it. These platforms require you to spin dash to be able to get up to the top of the cliff. And you can go a little bit faster if you wanted to, but it's a little tight. If you spin dash from the far edge, like opposite of the wall, and then like partway up the wall, you can release the spin dash and jump straight up and be able to reach the top of the cliff a little sooner. But that's not worth it, honestly, when you're still getting used to the game's movement. So it's just much better to do what Alice is doing and just do the those cliffs as intended. All right, this has been a very good Volcano Valley one. That fire shield, very, very useful. It means you don't have to worry about a lot of the hazards in this game, or in this stage. And we're at the end of the stage anyway, so like losing the shield there, if you're gonna lose it anywhere, there's a great place for it. All right, we are through VV1. We're gonna go into VV2. And this is called Hold Up Left the stage at the very beginning of it. Because when it loads, these spike balls are on a cycle, And we're going to go ahead and grab this invincibility right here because it's great in this room. So there's a fire shield we're also going to pick up. That blue Flicky's being a jerk. But what we want to do is we want to grab this Flicky, who is run away, and we're going to grab the fire shield. So even when the invincibility runs out, we'll be okay. We just don't want to hit like spikes or anything like that or run into an enemy. But that invincibility just makes that room a lot more consistent. So if something tries to go wrong, it can't.
There is a backup fire shield, by the way, right here.
Oh, yep. I didn't know about that today. I learned. Like, I've actually learned a lot about like the backups and safeties in this game because of you, actually. You and Lexi showing me the like all the backups and you asking for the backups, and it's like, wait a minute. There's a lot about this game that I don't know.
There are a lot of backups that I forgot about too.
Oh yeah. Nice roll into that enemy there.
To know.
I'm a consistency player in the speed games that I usually play. Just so the consistency, the backup stuff is what I'm always looking for in any run that I do. So
oh yeah,
learning those was priority number one.
Yeah, and what's nice is like if you get more comfortable, like you can always drop the backups later. And this goes for any speed game where you learn like where the backups are and like run consistently with them. As you get better at the game, you'll find that you won't really need them as much or if at all anymore once you get better.
Yeah. But like learning the backups early on means that you'll always have that knowledge going into like, you know, higher skill leveled routes or strats. If things go wrong in a showcase, having those backups is huge. So this boss is funny. Oh, that happens. I used to, okay, I have a confession to make. I used to have this boss labeled as easiest boss in my splits or something like that, or free or something like that. And I died enough times in this boss to stop doing that.
Take it out.
Yeah. And I have died exactly like that before. So even runners like with tons of experience with this game can die like that. It's so easy to fall into the lava and not be able to reposition easily enough.
Never call a boss free. So, it'll get you.
Never call anything in speedrunning free.
It'll get you.
Oh, yeah. All right. So let's talk about Gene Gadget. This zone is the hardest zone to learn when you're brand new to the game. Gene Gadget 1 is rough. Gene Gadget 2 is worse. The enemies here, like, your worst enemies are those turrets right there. They always put, like, a stupid mouse right by them. But you can lead the mice away if you're lucky. But when you have to go pick up the flickies, because the mice drop green flickies, they can wander into the range of the turret, which is really frustrating. You also have to contend with these fans that put Sonic in a very helpless state. Okay, good flicky grab there. Safe flicky grab. But the fans are annoying. These electric floors, if you don't have a blue shield, can be very annoying. There are mines everywhere on the ground. There are rough enemies, but really those turrets are just the worst. This whole room is spinning fans. It sucks. Good hit on that flicky. We want to make sure we get that flicky because trying to hit that pufferfish otherwise is really rough without the strategy of jumping diagonally from that platform. Because a lot of enemies and a lot of things in this game, not everything, but a lot of things, when they are off screen, they are unloaded and don't start their movement cycles until Sonic is close enough to load their patterns. So the game has some level of consistency to them. Other obstacles are tied to how long the level has been loaded. That's what we call a frame timer. Like, you know, swinging spike balls in Rusty Ruin. Those are on a frame timer. So lots of little intricacies going into this run, but we are through Gene Gadget 1 with a very nice ring count.
Shout out to OSHA's worst nightmare in chat. I'm laughing really hard.
This is literally OSHA's worst nightmare. Yes. It doesn't get more true than that.
Okay, let's try not to get sloped.
Yeah, we're going to try to not get Slope of Raged here. I have named this the Slope of Rage because it made me really mad when I was learning this run. So we're going to grab that flicky first because it's at the bottom of the slope of rage that if we're lucky, we don't fall down. Now, everyone kind of figures out their own approach to the slope of rage. What are you doing, mouse? Why are you like that? It was going towards you and then it's like, nah,
it was
nah, fam,
like
I'm not doing this.
Range, I think. If it even has a range? Does it even have a range?
It does have a range, yeah.
Like, okay.
Okay, so good approach to the top level there. We're going to grab some rings there on the way down to area 2. So the way you want to approach this slope is, we're going to grab the shield for safety. The way you want to approach this slope is like top right, middle left, bottom right. And this is the bottom right area. And we're just going to take damage here to get this mouse closer to us and grab this flicky and avoid the turret like an absolute champ. That is the worst part of this stage.
Nice.
We did not fall down the slope. We got all the flickies. We didn't have to go down any slopes. We're going to grab this shield as well, also for safety. And avoid getting caught by those fans there, and grab the flicky that's up there. And we're gonna head up, grab this octopus flicky, which is a red. Thankfully, the octopi are stationary. They do fire a very slow turret shot at you, but they're not like, they're not particularly dangerous. Oh, okay. Whatever you say, game.
I dodged all the turret bullets. It comes out in the wash.
Yep. Also, you may have noticed that we're getting a lot of green and red flickies now. You're going to see a few blues and purples, and we're going to get a lot more of the difficult flickies. This pufferfish is a jerk. All right, so we're going to focus on worrying about these flickies. The pufferfish ain't going anywhere. Very good recovery on those flickies, by the way, because it's very easy to just miss that enemy, and then everything starts kind of spinning out of control. If you lose greens and reds, it can spin out of control so fast. But Alice has been doing fantastic at like making sure to prioritize the right things at the right time. So this is Auto-Scroller the boss. It is literally an auto-scroller. We're going to stand here, having Sonic's direction be perpendicular to the direction that the conveyor belt wall is. So in this case, on the left side, we are actually going to be having Sonic face right so that we're moving at like about a couple pixels every second or so. And then all we have to worry about is like hitting Eggman when he comes down or dodging the spike blocks. And then these spike blocks actually, believe it or not, have a set pattern every time. Like they are the same pattern on Genesis every time. There is a PC, like 1997 PC version and a Sega Saturn version. They also share a spike block pattern, but is different from the Sega Genesis version that you're seeing today. Their soundtrack is also different from the Sega Genesis version that we are seeing today. But this boss is otherwise pretty straightforward. It's just a matter of not accidentally taking damage, which happens. Like, even I've misplaced a jump and, like, managed to hit the boss in the wrong angle. Or accidentally jump on top of one of the spike blocks. But these are generally pretty simple to dodge when you know that they're coming. They're also pretty easy to see that they're coming, as long as Eggman's not blocking them.
Oh, the roof.
Got caught by the ceiling there, but it does not matter.
Good stuff.
Thank you.
I didn't realize you could get caught by that ceiling.
First time it's ever happened to me.
Everyone's had that's never happened before today, and that's going to happen a lot, I think. Okay, Panic Puppet 1 is the first, hello, Flicky? It is the first act where we don't have to worry about defeating enemies. We just have to find the capsules that the Flickies are placed in. According to the lore of the game in the instruction booklet, Eggman had run out of time to put Flickies into enemies and just shove them in capsules for Sonic to collect, because he, was worried about Sonic closing in on him.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's really the plan that they wanted to go with, but that's the dev's explanation for it.
I feel like the capsules are harder to engineer and manufacture than the badniks. Like they're very peculiar
I feel like they're harder to hit too.
I thought the Flickies were powering every other badnik. Was I wrong?
I thought so, but there's no Flickies in any of these other badniks.
Yeah, there are plenty of badniks in this stage to have shoved Flickies into, and he didn't.
Yeah, well, let's be glad that we don't have to hurt the spiders because those will hurt you more than you hurt them.
Yeah, the spiders are basically like turrets that move back and forth, and they fire in 4 directions at seemingly random. I'm sure there's probably logic to their firing patterns, but they just kind of suck, honestly. We're out of Panic Puppet 1. So we have no more flickies to worry about. Those were the last 10 flickies in the game. And we're moving on to Panic Puppet 2, which is just kind of like a small gauntlet. You just have to dodge obstacles and enemies and dealing with conveyor belts and stuff while we're moving to the final face-off with Eggman. Oh my god! Oh!
Lexi, I'm sorry. I forgot your movement when I needed it most.
It's okay. No, you're doing just fine. It's just that one shot you almost jumped onto was like something special there.
Are you ready for it?
So,
ready for it?
Yep. Eggman. That is a tradition among Sonic 3D Blast runners. Just Eggman's big face on the screen. Just Eggman.
And we have Mipping. Not so exciting.
Mandatory isometric platforming or mipping. This section kind of sucks. It's the only place where the game wants you to isometrically platform, and you have no choice but to listen to it. We're gonna hopefully not get hit by the spider. Excellent. We're gonna. Okay. I would still take damage there over like anywhere else in this stage. Really.
We take those.
Very good, PP2. We take the heck out of those. You are smashing this run right now as we're going into the final boss. All right, so this boss has a total of
3 phases.
3 phases, but I'm trying to figure out how many hits. That's like 24 hits. That's too much math. Well, it's 8 hits per phase.
That would be
4
24
hits per arm, and yeah, okay. I mathed.
Well, look at you.
I'm so proud of me.
Me too.
All right, so we have to hit the shoulders of... Oh, what in the world? I thought you had a ring.
I thought you did too.
I unhad a ring very quickly.
Right. Well, no, you had rings, and I thought you had grabbed one after you dropped them.
Me too.
Because it certainly looked like you did. So 3D Blast, because it's actually kind of pushing the Sega Genesis to its limit at times with its complexity in terms of graphics and code. Because despite its unassuming appearance, it is actually a technologically advanced game for the Genesis to run. To save on memory actively, when rings go flying, they will actually disintegrate very, very quickly. Like faster than basically any other Sonic game I've ever played. Now, normally they bounce around and what in the world? Normally they bounce around and disappear after a while, but no, sometimes the rings can just straight up disintegrate into dust.
Yeah, you can see that right there.
All right, so we're just gonna dodge these flames, going back and forth between the arms. And if we stay to the outer wall, generally speaking, the flames will run out before they can follow us all the way to the other hitbox. And this is like, these 2 phases are the hard ones. The last one is actually easy. Alice, do you do the one-sided strat for the next phase? Okay. So this was found by someone who actually doesn't run the game. Shout outs to Bailey Renee. And she had found that despite the game wanting you to go back and forth between the hitboxes, in this phase at the very least, he's vulnerable on both sides at all times. So you just have to hit the one side 8 times and we'll be done. Which, speaking of which, we're almost done.
Get ready on time.
Time is going to be when the screen completely fades out. And we'll be done with this run.
Very, very, very soon.
All right, there we go. And
time.
There we go. Yo, that's a sub 40.
That is sick.
Oh, it's over.
What a good run. Sub 40. You are done. You are done with you're done with the run. You got a sub 40. Like, that's something to be very, very proud of.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Like, that was really, really good. I am genuinely impressed because I know you didn't have a lot of time to learn this run. Like, you had a few weeks and you really only realistically had like 2 because of your work schedule.
Yeah.
So like you should be proud of like how far you've come in the limited time you've been playing this.
Thank you. It was a lot of work.
I know I am. Oh yeah. Like to cram a game in, like this game is what I consider like a straightforward enough game to learn, but it has a lot of upfront memorization and it has a lot of execution to get around. Like the first hurdle, memorize the flickies. If you don't know where the flickies are, you can't run the game. Like, I mean, you can, it just won't go very well for you. And you'll be like, oh, this game sucks, I hate it.
Well, that was kind of the thing. My approach to learning this game was basically I would learn a couple of stages and then I would do a run. And then I would learn a couple more stages and then I would do a run. And I would kind of like prioritize which stages I was learning based on which ones were giving me the most trouble. So naturally, I learned Volcano Valley first. And then I ended up ILing Volcano Valley 2 a lot. And then the run I had right before we went live, I had a 6-minute panic attack in Volcano Valley 2. So that's awesome.
Oh, no. But it didn't go poorly in the actual run. Let's go.
Yeah, no, it was a very difficult run. Very, very stressful. Thank you for commentating for like all of it. I was...
Oh, yeah.
I was horrified the entire time.
No, when you if someone learns this game, and you want a commentator who knows how to not shut up about the game, talk to me. Just reach out. Be like, yo, can you do commentary for 3D Blast for me? Yes. I know too much about this game. So like, are you glad you managed to learn this game? Like, what was this experience for you besides horrifying?
Yeah. So to put a bit of perspective, Co-Empathy was mentioned earlier, and you may have seen her in chat. That's my wife. She's the site-wide champion for Sonic 3D Blast on the Sonic Center, the main IL platform for this game and a lot of other Sonic IL games. And so there was a period of time when we were getting close that she learned Sonic CD, which was my domain previously. And she really took that to its logical extreme. And so there was always a part of me that was like, she learned CD11. I want to learn 3D Blast. And so it was cathartic to finally make good on that. But also in the future, I don't think I would do it on such an accelerated time frame.
No, I understand.
The brain poison definitely came out when I wasn't improving as fast as I wanted to. But I mean, I can't thank her enough. She was so thankful. She was so helpful in keeping me on track, keeping me sane.
Yeah, no, like you did wonderful, and like, you know, if you could learn a speed run again, like I'm sure you would, just not on an accelerated thing. But I'm very proud of you for doing this, for giving it a shot and taking that leap of faith. Because like, you know, I was putting a lot of faith in folks to commit to this, and like you were like, no, I'm gonna do this, and like you absolutely like thrived. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
But do you have like, you're going to be doing commentary for the next run. We're actually going to be switching our commentator and our runner chairs, because coming up next, we're going to take a quick breather, have that adrenaline run down a little bit, and we're going to run Mario Kart Wii. And by Wii, I mean TGH is going to run Mario Kart Wii, 32 tracks, no skips. And this is gonna be a really interesting run, honestly, because he's known for Zelda and Celeste and Undertale and 3D Blast. He's not known for kart racers. So
or Mario.
We'll be right back. Or Mario in general. Actually, no, you ran Mario 2 US. All right, everyone, welcome back to episode 44 of Passion Project. We are joined by the same folks we had last time, but in different seats now. I'm joined by TGH, who has learned Mario Kart Wii from Stellar, who just did 3D Blast. How y'all feeling right now that we're past the 3D Blast run and going into Mario Kart?
How are you feeling, Stellar, about being past the 3D Blast run?
What a relief. I specifically wanted to do my run before I commentated because I knew that I was not going to be able to calm down until my run was over. Really, really bad anxiety.
That's a mood.
No,
I was so excited.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, we're pumped
genuinely a lot of fun to watch and to commentate as well. I'm feeling pretty okay though. Honestly, like Mario Kart Wii is a game that I have always played but just never really learned the speedrun for. First and foremost, I'd like to shout out my friends Jack and Tyler, who I used to play Mario Kart Wii with all the time, but again, never learned the speedrun. But here I am now. Stellar taught me a lot of things about this run, and I'm going to do Mario Kart Wii 32 tracks, which is every track in the game. No skips, and I also play without items, which I guess is like just like personal preference, really. It might be technically faster to play with like strategic items, but these are my settings right here. 150cc CPUs have to be hard, and I think it's just like all karts, bikes, whatever. I play with a bike though. We'll get into that in a minute. Play all the courses in order. 32 races, no items. Just to show what my settings are. Solo race. This is also versus. I play with Funky Kong, and I use the Flame Runner, which is the fastest possible thing you can do with, if I'm not mistaken. Correct. I play with manual, so I can drift and get turbo boosts. Again, we'll get to that once we start playing. But time is going to start as soon as I click OK on Luigi Circuit. So I'll count down from 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, okay. So this is Mario Kart Wii. I'm going to steal it from you. You two graciously provided commentary on my whole 3D Blast run, and we really are swapping seats. Hello, Luigi. Everybody say hi to Luigi. We're going to be seeing TCH's me at the start of every race.
Man, Luigi looks a little different this time around. He's normally my favorite character. I don't know how I feel about it now.
I think he looks handsome.
He's so dashing in his cut-off jorts and tank top and
they are jorts, aren't they?
Bandana.
Oh yeah. Funky Kong definitely wears jorts.
No, Luigi wears jorts.
Excuse me, Luigi wears jorts. That's right. And his beautiful bandana and sunglasses, so suave. But yes, as you can already see, Jay, or TGH, as you might also hear me swap back and forth between them, is only getting the blue mini turbos from his bike. And that's because on this bike, you can only get blue mini turbos. So instead of, in a kart, you might hold on for like an orange, or in 8 Deluxe, you might get a purple. But because Mario Kart Wii has different drift stats for different bikes or different vehicles, this one can only get blue. So you'll see some mini turbo chains, as you just saw him get 2 separate drift boosts on that one turn. Drift boosts are called mini turbos in this game. And you'll also see him wheeling. When he's wheeling, you'll notice a little wake coming out from his back tire. By the way, very nice Luigi circuit. Very well done.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, so when you'll notice a little wake coming out from his back tire when he's wheeling, that's how you know that he's in a wheelie. Wheeling looks like it's nothing but upside, but you cannot turn nearly as well. And if you get bumped by somebody in a cart, or just somebody with a higher weight than you, or just sometimes even somebody in a lower weight than you, you will lose all of your speed.
Hopefully we won't have to worry about that.
Yes, ideally he's so good that we just barely see computers at all. And there's no items, so we really should be fine with that. But there are some levels that you can fall off very often and a lot. But I mean, I'm pretty sure this guy's the GOAT, right? So surely we don't have any of those problems.
Sure.
Listen, if we do, we do. This game can be absolutely merciless, and I'll make sure to point out the specifically merciless stages. But I
also want you to know that chat needs you to know that John Cena called and he wants his jorts back.
I laugh.
George Cena has to come and catch Luigi over here if he wants him back.
George Cena! Oh no! Oh, we are inventing all sorts of new characters today.
But yeah, so Moo Moo Meadows is a pretty simple track. A lot of the tracks in the Mushroom Cup are going to be quite simple. The main conceit of them is, Mushroom Gorge doesn't count.
I was going to say, Mushroom Gorge is quite hard.
It's a horrifying stage, but I have full faith. But yeah, so the core conceit of a lot of these early levels is just to make sure that you're not bumping into walls, because it's a lot about taking the tightest lines that you can take. You want to be nice and close to a wall, except for on the occasions where you want to take a little bit of a wider line so you can get a tighter drift. It's all about setting up your wheelies to be wheeling as long as possible. Now, sometimes there are some obstacles in the way. Sometimes there are turns. Sometimes there are mushrooms that want to see you in the cool, warm embrace of the abyss. I said both because you never can tell which is which.
Very true.
So yeah. You may also see Funky Kong making some lovely noises as he claps his feet or kicks his legs out in front of him or does a little front flip or does a lot of stuff. Those are called tricks. They give you a little boost, and he's doing the trick route correctly on the mushrooms. Very good, very good. He's learned very well.
I can hear the tricks and sounds Funky Kong is making from across the room because TGH and I share a space whenever we've had each other on, or whenever I've had him on my show. I just hear whatever's going on the other side of the room, and I'm just like, all right, I can. Every time we boot this up to practice, I just hear wee, yeah, and like just the sparkly sounds. Of the trick noise.
Yeah. So. That what Jay just fell off of the ground doing was the red mushroom skip or green mushroom skip or mushroom skip. Something you'll notice about Mario Kart Wii is that a lot of the skips have inconsistent names because this community is very disconnected.
What the?
Okay. Yeah. So the collision on green mushrooms is very strange. If you have played this, course. Sorry, I was forgetting the game accurate term. You can tell I've spent 15,000 hours in this game. If you played this course in any other iteration of the Mario Kart series, you will know that those mushrooms are not actually mushroom shaped. They're normally very flat. That is because they've learned from their past transgressions and have decided to stop inflicting fear into the hearts of children everywhere. But in this game, you can use that when it wants to work to wheelie off of the lip of the green mushroom in order to skip the red mushroom. You'll note, if you paid attention, astute viewers at watching during lap 2 will have noticed that he stopped in place and was able to get a mini turbo just by sitting there. That's called a standstill mini turbo. It is the fastest way to get your speed back if you ever get hit or if you ever lose it somehow. Unfortunate about second place, but Mushroom Gorge is probably like the most ruthless map you're gonna see in the first 2 cups of this entire game. Provided you're not going for like double in DK Summit.
I will say my goal was to not lose to any NPCs, and I have failed that goal already in the third track.
That's all right. What's your next goal? What's your next goal?
My next goal is to get underestimated, I guess.
It's okay. You can still 57 the GP. You can still... Oh, what are the rest of the points? You can still... no matter. It's 15 points for first, 12 for second, and we're not going to worry about any of the other point values because he's not going to get them. Isn't that right, everybody?
It's true.
I will say my goal for this track is to hit the cycle at the end.
Yes.
Or on the third lap. The underneath the smashy thing cycle. I don't know what they're called.
Yeah, they're called stompers, I think, but there's not an official name. The smashy thing works just as well.
I'm sorry. Underneath the smashy thing was
they're
not
called smashy things. Look in the manual. It's there.
It's there.
It's not the vernacular I was expecting to hear out of you, Jay. Stellar absolutely would call it a smashy thing. I just like, wait, what?
You know, Amber, if you're looking for another, if you're looking for another Sonic and the Smashy things, you know, maybe.
I mean, we could possibly.
There are texture mods to put Sonic in this game. I've seen them.
But it's true.
This is a cycle-based stage. There are a few cycle-based stages in the game. Most of the time, the cycles don't matter too much, except for which route that you're taking. But you'll notice these bulldozers are back and forth on a cycle as he takes different boost panels. And you'll notice that the smashy things at the start of the level, which if you're paying really close attention, you can tell they're smashing brick blocks into item blocks. Oh, and he makes the cycle. Let's go.
I knew I had it by the cycle of the switchy things. Another very technical term.
Switchy things. No, I know what he means. We're coming up to the switchy things.
These switchy things.
He's got the inside switchy thing. If you're fast enough, if you beat 105, then on lap 2, you still have to take the outside switchy thing. But lap 3 is always the inside one if you're playing as close to top level as he is. And for how little time he spent playing this game, like, oh my goodness, if that was actually a sub 2, I would have popped off even harder than I am right now.
I haven't gotten a sub 2 yet. No, I haven't gotten a sub 2 yet. I've come close.
You're doing very well.
Oh, I didn't split. Whatever. I'm like, okay, whatever. Splitting doesn't matter.
What are splits?
Splitting doesn't matter.
My splits were messing up the entire last run, and I've got to be honest, just go for it. It doesn't matter. We can check the splits back later.
It's like, welcome to Passion Project, where the times are made up and the splits don't matter.
That's a good one.
Whose run is it anyway?
Whose run is it anyway? That's literally this show, because we were all swapping commentator and runner seats and everything. And it's just like, whose run is it anyway? Especially with these two runs being back-to-back. Oh my goodness. So Jay, like, for context, like, you had to go to PAX East as well because you ran on the speedrun stage, so, like, you had to come to Boston with me, and we've had a lot of obligations, like, you stream regularly, you do delivery driving as a second part-time job, like, you have a lot of commitments on your plate, how much time in the few weeks we've had to, like, since we locked in what games we were going to learn, how much time do you think you've actually, like, spent on this?
It's a good question. Honestly, I guess at the best, like, just like a few hours each night. I ended up doing 4 total, like, full runs before this. My PB is a 119.14 RTA, which I think was like a 115 or something IGT. IGT, by the way, just like is just adding all the IGTs of each track you run on, like, throughout a single run together, and just adding them up. Almost sub 130 there. Close enough.
Nice.
Close enough. But yeah, like, I mean, I spent, like, I don't know, I spent just like a couple of hours each night, just like practicing tracks, doing time trials. Honestly, time trials are an extremely valuable thing in this game for practice. Just like basically just having like IL practice built into the game is extremely nice.
Yeah, I'm a huge proponent of games with built-in IL systems, and thankfully this game's in-game timer is extremely accurate. It is legitimately accurate down to the millisecond, which is a very rare thing for video games. A lot of the time they kind of like spoof that. But if you end up watching any tasks for this game, they might talk about quantum mechanics, which is actually the name of what they call it. For basically, the game does math to determine how far past the finish line you are in order to determine what your actual milliseconds time was, and it's extremely accurate. Like, people really swear by the system, and there are a lot of games I play where people do not swear by the IGT system at all. Yeah, so this is another cycle-based system. You'll notice the Piantas are dancing towards whichever escalator is currently going up. I learned that about a week ago, and I have 15,000 hours into this game. Yes.
I just go by lap. Like, first lap, like, they're going one way. Second lap, they're going another way, or the same way. Third lap, they're going the other way.
Yeah, it's like Toad's Factory.
Just like the switchy things. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You get it. You're a Mario Karter. I could give it to you. Yeah, so
you're also proving your mastery of the English language tonight, Jay. It's okay. I said Hitman's egg box today, so I can't really criticize you.
Very, very good, by the way, to still be able to hit that boost panel without getting damaged by the car. That's not easy at all. It's one of those not even my hubris can stop me now kind of moments, but but he just went for it and it worked. He had the self-confidence and it paid off. He got the boost because boost pads are very significant. They're most of the, like, even in Luigi Circuit, you saw him take a much wider line. I fricked up. That's hecked the frick up.
Yeah, this is an extremely bouncy game. One of the first things you said to me when I sat down on the call with you is, this is a very bouncy game. And
it is.
That has rung very true.
Yes, and there are bouncier stages yet. That's also part of the reason why Mushroom Gorge is so frustrating, is because, wow, is that level of bouncy level in a bouncy game.
Yeah, one of the strats I was trying to do, like the mushroom skip, like midway through the lap, depends on you not getting a certain bounce.
On the mushrooms that aren't supposed to bounce you, by the way. The green ones aren't supposed to bounce you, and you got bounced by them twice. No, only the red ones are supposed to bounce you. The green ones are supposed to behave like regular floor. They're just shaped weird. That happens to everyone.
I thought every single I thought every single mushroom was supposed to bounce you just at a different trajectory or different height.
Wow. That's so much cooler than what it's actually doing.
I have very limited Mario Kart Wii experience. Most of my Mario Karting is like Mario Kart 64 and Kart 8 Deluxe, and a little bit of Kart 8 Wii U as well. Like I played the original release of Kart 8 and some Kart DS. Like Kart DS is very good. But Kart Wii, like I would probably argue I've spent the least amount of time with, because I definitely played Double Dash more than I played this. And I didn't own Double Dash. I rented it from Blockbuster.
Double Dash is actually the first game I bought with my own money. I was like 4. Pretty awesome. So yeah.
Oh my god.
Sorry, don't feel old.
No, it's too late. One of the other reasons I did this show, besides the fact that like the topic of learning new runs and being like unafraid to like do that and like learn it at a pace that you're comfortable with and like know that it is still valid for showcases like this, is because my birthday's in 5 days, and I was like, you know what? I'm being given the opportunity to do a longer show than usual. I want to do something a little self-indulgent and do a very experimental format that I've wanted to do for a very long time. So happy birthday to me. Thank you all for being willing to do this silly idea that I think is also very important for, you know, folks out there who have been like maybe too afraid to try learning their first speed game or thinking that they can't be good enough because they wouldn't get world record or whatever. It's like, no, or that like if you don't commit to your speed run with your full chest, like it's not worth doing. It's like, no, it's absolutely worth doing. Like speedrunning is a hobby that is very personal, and like make it your own. Like make it your own thing. So yeah. Anyways, I'm an old fart, so I'm gonna let the young fart over here, Stellar, take it over.
Thank you. And happy early birthday, of course.
Yes.
Thank you.
It is really funny to see someone calling it Mario Kart 6 in chat, because ever since, I think it was after Mario Kart 7 came out, the Japanese community just started calling it MK6. And now that there's Mario Kart World coming out, the MK6 versus MKW distinction is going to become more important than ever. So I think you might see more people adopt Mario Kart 6 or Mario Kart like MK Wii instead of MKW. But that's definitely a very interesting thing.
I've always called it MK Wii, not MKW. So like
same.
Yeah. So like MKW, like to me, wouldn't even mean MK World. I would still probably just do MK World entirely.
Yeah.
Even though that's like still kind of long to type, but for me it's easier to differentiate because I didn't know people used just MKW to like abbreviate this game at all.
People love abbreviations in this game. We're playing WGM and we just finished DKSC and we're going to DC.
It's like code. It looks like code when you're looking at it, like written out.
Just you wait until we get to RBC 64. And yeah, I would like to speak to that. First of all, I would like to mention, this is one of the hardest tracks in the game. Like, this track notoriously absolutely beat the brakes off of me repeatedly for my entire, like, when I was actively playing this game. I wasn't actually a speedrunner for this very much. It was my window into speedrunning, and I only had the confidence to pick it up because I was playing competitive for so long. But just to talk to the earlier, like, theme of the event, I basically spent my entire 3D Blast grind thinking that it wasn't going to be worth it and that I was going to be absolute dog water at this the entire stream. And I PB'd on stream with a run 7 minutes underestimate. So
oh yeah,
follow your dreams, keep putting in like a little bit of time wherever you can, and as long as you keep doing it, it'll turn out okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, like with Sonic 2, I sat down every so often for like maybe an hour or two at most whenever I would do it. Sometimes I'd only do about 30 minutes. Sometimes I wouldn't even do a full run, because a full run takes me about, an hour or less, about 45 minutes to an hour. And I'd be like, I just don't have the energy to do a full run right now. I'm going to practice the levels that give me a lot of trouble. So, like, that was Oil Ocean, that was Death Egg, we saw where that got me. Or Mystic Cave 2's damage boost, stuff like that. Like, various things that I was having trouble learning, or not learning, but like, I would learn like a couple zones at a time, maybe only one zone at a time, and I would do a full run based off of my casual knowledge plus whatever I learned, which was the same kind of approach you went with 3D Blast. Just to see my progress. Being able to see that progress helped a lot in knowing that I was doing something right, you know?
Yes.
And it doesn't matter if you're learning the fastest route or if you're learning, like, if you, like, so when I asked everyone who was willing to commit to this, I was like, the effort I ask from you, because I know we're all varying degrees of busy and we all have varying levels of like energy and spoons, and like all of us, like none of us like really shoot for world record in our games outside of like, you know, the weird offshoot game that I run like Ricky and Vicky, or TGH with, you know, his Zelda games. Like most of us aren't world record runners, right? We're more showcase runners, or not really runners much at all, right? Or maybe we play randomizer or something speedrun adjacent. The minimum effort I asked, I was like, you can take your casual knowledge of the game and do it faster. Like, just try to do it faster, die less, and like slap a timer on it. And that is speedrunning in its like rawest form. Like, no routing knowledge, just trying to go with what you know about the game from your casual playthroughs and just trying to do it faster. So that's what a lot of us, like, I was like, that's the bare minimum I was asking from people, and everyone involved like went above and beyond and like learned better routing, like learned some tricks, and I'm so proud of everyone who has been running thus far, and we have one more run after this as well, that I'm also very proud of the progress in that. So like, if you are out there and you've been learning a speed run, or if you've been thinking about learning a speed game, I want you to know that I like, even considering it and taking that first step, I'm proud of you for doing that. So
it's
like,
hard. It's really hard.
It's really hard. A lot of folks get into their own heads and, you know, think that they're not good enough. Like, no, you're good enough. You are worth the time that it takes to pick up and learn a new hobby, if that hobby is something you want to do.
Sorry, you were very close to falling off the ledge, and you.
I was.
Yeah, that was scary. I was mid motivational speech, and I'm like, oh my Jesus Christ.
I was very close.
Yeah, someone who mentioned the aspect ratio of this game. It can be played in 16:9 or 4:3. TGH plays on a CRT because he's super sensitive to input latency, so he doesn't like playing on flat screens or monitors when he can avoid it when it's a 480p game. Stuff like that, when it's a retro game, he prefers CRT because of lower latency. He's super sensitive to it.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It's okay. This game rewards being sensitive with input latency and knowing exactly when your inputs are going to land, because it really is that precise of a game. Like, we've been kind of talking about overarching concepts and stuff like that while he's been playing, but that's not to take away from how well he's been playing. Like, his lines are legitimately very clean. He's been like minimal mistakes. Like, there were a couple of fall-offs on Mushroom Gorge that I would probably say that you need like at least like 300 to, I mean, maybe not 300, but like if you're not practicing Mushroom Gorge specifically, like, you're gonna need a lot of play hours in this game in order to be able to consistently do green mushroom skip without falling off, just because you need to be that fluent in the game's physics engine, and he's doing a fantastic job in the limited time he's had. You can see him holding forward to land quicker, and you know, you can see him knowing when he's gonna stop a drift early, even without collecting the mini turbo, because sometimes it is worth it to bail early and just accept that it's going to reposition you, even if it doesn't give you a little bit of speed boost. Like, he's tricking in the right spots. There's a couple that he's like, you know, maybe it's a little bit faster not to trick, but like, it's certainly not intuitive to know it just off the top of his head.
Yeah,
and, like, playing around the water very well.
There are a few little nuances I've picked up on just from playing. Like, holding forward, for instance, is actually like extremely, it feels this way. Tell me if I'm right. Like, it feels actually like extremely useful even when you're not like doing a jump. In areas like DK Mountain, second to last track, for instance.
Summit.
Not Summit, actually, the other one.
Where
you're bouncing all over the place, and holding forward helps you like stay on the ground longer to drift more. It's stuff like that. Like, am I right about that, or is that just placebo?
Correct. No, you're completely right. We've talked about this being a bouncy game, and one of my friends used to never actually call it DK Mountain. He refused. He called it Bouncy Circuit exclusively. And whenever we asked him why, he's like, try to stay on the ground, I dare you. And you can't. And so anything that you can do to try to force your character to fall to the ground faster is like extremely, extremely worth it, because, you know, airtime is slow. It's a pretty consistent thing across most games. Airtime is slow unless you have faster air acceleration for some reason. Very nice corner. Sorry, I've seen so many people fall off of that corner, and he decided that he was going to take it on the inside, which is like, a lot of comp players do that. These are like comp lines. For how little he's played the game, he's so proficient at it. I'm so proud.
I played this game very briefly, competitively, like back when the servers were not closed, because and then I actually got the game. Like, I borrowed it from a friend for a while, and then played competitively with my friend's file or my friend's disc. Decided to get the game myself, and as soon as I got the game myself, the server shut down. But apparently, stuff kept going. Like, the competitive circuit kept going, and oh, what a dodge! The competitive circuit kept going, and I had no idea. Like, just offline. I guess I wasn't as online then as I am now. But
it was so underground. At that point, if you had joined the community, we would have met, because there were so few people still left in the community. Like, there were literally, like, I think 4 clans in North America. It was literally just Debilitate, Avail, Yokohama, and Axe. And Axe was like all Latin American and South American people. So we would have met in one of the other 3 clans that spoke English.
Damn.
Crazy to think about. But yeah, this, I mean, despite the fact that you don't really have your sea legs in this game the same way that a lot of other people that are, you know, in and around you on the boards, a lot of the time submitted to the Mario Kart Wii leaderboards are by competitive players. Like, you are showing how, well you are able to pick up these mechanics, and, you know, like, I'm legitimately very impressed. Like, Maple Treeway in specific was a track I was going to call out for how difficult it is and, like, how punishing it can be if you mess up. And, like, he's passed all of the extremely difficult and punishing sections. Like, it's incredible. You're doing so well. And yeah, shout outs to you.
Like, one thing that TGH is known for is, like, when he picks up a game that he really likes and he wants to speedrun it, he excels at picking it up. Like, he's probably, in terms of, like, speedrunning in this group, he's probably the one with the, like, highest skill ceiling. I'll put it that way. Like, we're all very good at what we do, like, in our own little ways, but, like, in terms of someone who's just gonna sit there and, like, adapt very, very quickly and learn, like, at high, like, not high levels, depending on, like, what it is, but, like, often will excel to high levels very quickly. I don't think there's anyone I've met who does it faster than this guy over here.
Sometimes I get obsessed. What can I say?
I mean, your level of neurospicy or your flavor of neurospicy happens to end up doing that for you. Yeah, no, like, you had a couple of options that you were looking at when, like, that was on the games list for, like, selecting a run to learn for this show. And you originally, like, because everyone was just kind of putting their name next to things that they were remotely interested in before finally locking in. And, the other game that you had curiously put your name next to was Sonic Adventure 2 Battle Hero Story.
I'm kind of glad I didn't go for that one in hindsight.
Oh, really?
Because, okay, so it would have taken me a lot longer to get a lot of the stuff down that I wanted to.
Yeah.
And I just straight up, like, May has been a pretty busy month for both me and Amber. Like, we both went to PAX East. Just, it's been busier in other ways as well. So I don't really think that it would have gone too well.
You're also notably not someone who generally excels in 3D games. You're very much a 2D player, right? Whereas, like, that's the polar opposite of me. I'm a person who thrives in 3D space better usually. And I was the one who was offering Sonic Adventure 2 for the most part. I offered both Hero and Dark Story, both New Game and New Game Plus. And I almost had to, if you had went with Hero Story, I would have had to teach both Hero Story and Dark Story to 2 different people for the show. in addition to 3D Blast.
I would have helped with Hero Story.
Am I about to lap Birdo?
Oh, bye, Birdo.
Oh, bye, Birdo, forever.
Yeah, this is another extremely difficult track, as you can tell by the fact that Birdo has only completed 2 laps.
Yeah.
Like even in Mario Kart 8, this stage is difficult.
It's tough.
It's such a hard stage.
I've never lapped someone. I've never lapped an NPC. That's actually really funny.
Never happened before.
That's never happened before. It's not to me. There's a skip here at the beginning that I will not go for because it
doesn't make any sense.
It feels really awkward and hard, and I never got the hang of it. I pulled it off a few times, but it was just not consistent enough.
Your hop timing just has to be really specific. You have to hop over the giant sand and also not hit the cacti that are in there.
Whoops.
Wow.
That was, I wasn't even trying to do that. I wasn't even, I was trying, okay, so usually there I let off the gas. Oh, I'm not supposed to trick there, whoops. Usually I let off the gas to like do a little mini jump, and that works like almost as well. And is very consistent, but I failed that. So, and then I didn't even go for the wall glitch. It just kind of happened. But nevertheless, got to show that off, so that's cool.
Yeah, wall glitch is the optimal strategy to do there, but it's not very consistent if you're not very practiced at the inputs. This strategy that he's doing is much safer. It's kind of like me grabbing shields in 3D Blast. Like, it's not at all faster, but if you mess it up, it's a very punishing mistake to make.
And also, these bats are jerks here. Coming up on this jump, they can very easily just knock you out of bounds.
Yep. They will bump you. They have weight. They will bump you just as much as any other character would.
It's funny because they don't seem to have a lot of weight, like in like where they are in the middle of the stage, but right there they have a ton of weight for like no real reason, it seems.
It's a lot easier to get bumped in the air due to the way that the game's physics engine works. When you're on the ground, you're a lot more resistant to it, but when you're in the air, it's a lot of, you're just more susceptible to everything that's happening around you, which is why people struggle so much with Rainbow Road in this game. But yeah, no, so coming up to the end of this, I probably should have mentioned at some point earlier on that there are courses that are different every lap. Grumble Volcano was one of them. This is one of them. And in a way, Moonview Highway is one of them. Because of the cars.
Oh, that's the one we're about to play, aren't we? That's coming up next.
Yep, we're about to play Moonview Highway. It's right here. It's right here. And then once you've played it, you never have to play it again.
There are 2 tracks in this game that I really do not like. I'll let you know what the other one is when we come up to it.
We've already passed both of mine, thankfully. Mine are Wario's Gold Mine and Koopa Cape.
I love Wario's Gold Mine. I actually really like that course.
If you fall off, you lose a lot of time, and you can very easily get bumped. So it's one of those. But, I mean, in an offline setting with no items, I can definitely see how the most hazardous course is one of your 2 least favorite, because these cars do not mess around. They are on a cycle. This IL is not quite, like, maxed, but there's only so much time that you can feasibly save out of it before you can, before you go on to the next cycle, because sometimes the optimal line or the closest approximation of it to dodge a car is just not possible due to the way that the cars line up and the bends in the track when you want to be going in a straight line for as long as possible. And so, yeah, the cars, they are on a consistent cycle, but you do also have to be playing consistently enough that you don't get hit by them. There are some corners that you can take in specific ways to make sure that you're not going to get hit by them. Sorry, I always hold my breath around that turn because
and the truck kept me from hitting the ground sooner too.
The disrespectful truck.
Disrespectful truck. Yeah, those trucks are really funny. If you find yourself charging a standstill mini turbo, and a truck is about to run you over, literally just stop moving your control stick completely and just hold until it leaves. They're like bears. They only see movement. They will not crush you if you're not moving. It's really funny.
bother me. I'm scared of bombs now.
Bombs are scary. But you do look like you're still well on pace to get a sub 2, which is very nice.
Cool.
Nice. Oh,
And for
perfect.
swag. For swag, just getting run over after the end. Perfect.
The flat wheels work. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know it was called being pace locked in time trials. I'm not much of a time trialer. I was just using speedrun terms applied to Mario Kart Wii. Cycle based, pace locked, similar stuff.
I actually like this track a lot. I'm like not great at it, I feel, but I like this track a lot. It feels good to do well.
Very skill-based track, very rewarding track, very difficult track. Bowser's Castle Wii is one of the best tracks in the game, I think. It's also like just in general, the hazards I think are placed really well. You do have to you also have this very cool set piece which looks familiar if you've played Double Dash, the Bowser that shoots fire at you.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So I
Zippers can
angled
be a little
myself
bit
up
finicky.
towards the wall too steeply there.
Yes. The wall physics are consistent, but it can be, if you're not extremely intentional with exactly how they go, good job going inside of the fire bars. Very, very nice. But yeah, if you're not consistent with how you're playing the game, those zippers, we call them the little blue boost panels that you can use to go up and do tricks without really changing what direction you're going, they can reject you. And we saw a little bit of that on DK Snowboard Cross as well. But yeah, so it's really important to make sure that you're being quite exact. And so some people like to drift into them right before. They have a timing that they like to drift into them. Other people like to turn without drifting. It's a lot based on what feels comfortable for you. And some people actually, what they'll do is because they really don't like trying to align a zipper after just coming off of another zipper, is they'll use the speed they get from the first one to just go through the off-road at the bottom. It's a little bit slower, but it's really nice for if that's something that you've been struggling with. Yeah, that's honestly, I think that was probably the better of the two options that you could have picked. Ooh, barely going over the fire. Yep. This game can be forgiving with its hitboxes, but only sometimes.
This is also a stage that you were accidentally cheating in, because the category is called No Skips.
Not this one, the other
Oh, this is the
Bowser's
Game
Castle.
Boy one.
Oh, the other Bowser
Yep.
Castle.
Yes,
Oh.
that one was my fault.
You're right. Can we talk a little bit actually about the category? Like, what does it mean to say no skips? Because, like, you know, there's obviously some intended skips in the tracks.
Yeah.
But, like, what does no skips actually mean as a category?
Right, yeah. So no skips is essentially a term that means that you are... So in Mario Kart Wii, every track is built up of checkpoints to make sure that it can track your lap completion, to make sure that you're not up to any funny business. Unfortunately, it's not the best at it. There are a lot of fail-safes that it likes to use to make sure that you're not skipping too much, but of course, speedrunners and competitive players are going to find their way around it anyway. And so any skip is something that skips over a key checkpoint, which is a distinction from a regular checkpoint. If you skip over a key checkpoint, it means that you are skipping over a very significant portion of the run. And this distinction before full game speedruns really found their footing or caught on was actually a distinction used on the players page on MarioKart64.com, which is where a lot of the I know Mario Kart Wii on the 64 website, but all of the Mario Kart games, or at least when I was playing, all of the Mario Kart games use MarioKart64.com's players page is their way to test their mettle against each other. And so basically every track has a skip and a no skip variant. There are several things that are considered skips in Grumble Volcano that are actually not used in any of the time trials because, as I'm sure many of you know, the optimal strat in Grumble Volcano is to fall off the track and then drive around a rock 3 times and you finish in like 30 seconds. So this version of the category is a lot more tailored to how good your racing lines are, how well you're able to deal with the mostly intended directions of the tracks, as opposed to do you have the highest skip consistency. Not that there's anything wrong with testing your skip consistency. It's just, as a speed run progresses, as people find more reasons to play a game, they like to make categories that test different skill sets.
Yep.
And so this is the
word I was going to use. Or perfect.
It might be a word. It's a compound word.
Yeah.
It's certainly a term.
It's like the difference between a glitched and a glitchless category.
Absolutely.
And it's very similar. Like just different skill sets that test different, skill sets.
Different categories that test different skill sets. Absolutely.
Yeah, like there's probably a category out there for you in whatever game it is that you want to pick up. And if there isn't, it's okay to make one of your own. So back in my day, when I learned Sonic 3D Blast Best Ending, it actually didn't have its own leaderboard at all. All the best ending runs were just shoved onto the Beat the Game leaderboard, even though that was actually nonsense. So the only way you could find best ending separately was on Speed Demo's archive, and that's a deep cut for anyone who's been around a long time. So. Someone's asking why we don't do this particular category in Mario Kart Wii. Why don't we do this in time trials?
So that is a very interesting thing. The run that Jay is doing is no items. This is not, and it was not for a long time, the default category, or not category, but it was not the default way that people played the game. No item time attacks did not really become very popular in Mario Kart Wii speedruns for a while because people, again, a lot of the people that were doing the speedrun were, doing it for competitive play. Sorry, are we taking a break here?
You want me to keep going? Okay.
Yeah.
No, keep going. We're good.
Okay. Yeah, I was just going to ask if we want to take a break.
We had a break scheduled and we decided that actually the gaming must continue. It was a mutual decision amongst all gamers, and we are continuing to bring you the gaming right now.
Well said.
Yeah, we are now halfway through the run.
We're into the retro courses. But yes, to finish up the previous question before going into what retro courses mean, the run was done a lot more by competitive players than by traditional speedrunners. And so because of that, they wanted a run that would showcase the item usage and decision making that was very important for online play. And also there were a lot of skips and just general strategies that you can do with mushrooms, which is really nice. So then that kind of led into, people starting to use strategic items instead because you could get triple mushrooms in last place. And then people were like, well, we're already using strategic items. What if we just did no items? I think that sounds a lot nicer. And so now there are a couple different branches of the community doing no items or strategic items or, regular items if you're going absolutely crazy with it. People also got really tired of being hit with the lightning. Sorry, I almost called it the shock. The lightning and bombs and blue shells and et cetera, et cetera. So people were getting really upset with getting hit by items and needing to hold mushrooms in order to dodge blues. So they ended up just transitioning into other categories, and this is probably the purest racing lines category out of all of them. No skips, no items. Or no items, no skips, I believe is the correct order. But yeah, all of that to say, the run is not done in time trial because it's a permutation of a run that could not be done in time trial. And if you really wanted to do it in time trials, then you could, you could for your own thing. It's just a lot of menuing.
Yeah, you'd have to menu to each one individually, right?
Yes, as opposed to in versus mode where you can just set the thing to an order and the race is to 32 and just go. Oh yeah, so we are into the retro tracks. This is actually my favorite course in the game, if you can believe it. Yes, Yoshi Falls.
This
seriously,
is like the baby
I'm
park
serious.
of Mario Kart Wii.
It is, but there's waterfalls on it, and you can front run if you're fast enough because there's not enough chaos. It's beautiful. I love this track. The vibe is immaculate. I had top 10 on the Korean leaderboards because I used a Korean ISO when I was younger. But yeah, no. This game is not the first to have retro tracks, but it's among the earliest. In every cup, you will notice a mix of tracks. There will be one N64 track, one GameCube track, one Double Dash, track. And then the 4th track slot is shared. 2 of the cups have SNES tracks and 2 of them have GBA tracks. So
wait, you said GameCube and then Double Dash, which is also GameCube. Do you mean
gracious me?
So wait,
I meant DS. DS gets full
DS. Oh, okay.
DS, N64, and GameCube get 1 track for each retro cup, and then the other one is shared 50-50 between Game Boy Advance and Super Nintendo.
SNES.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so
I was like, hold on a minute. One of these is GameCube, one of them is Double Dash, and I'm like, look, as much as I love Double Dash, I don't think we meant to double dash here.
What about the double cube? There's the double dash on the double cube and game double dash, you know, and it's in the cup.
I mean, there's also like the mode in Double Dash. Like Double Dash is one of the few games on the GameCube. I think Kirby's Air Ride was the other one that's notable that used the LAN mode of the GameCube, where you can have up to 8 players locally by hooking up 8 individual GameCubes to each other. It is incredibly excessive, but it is really cool.
Yeah, I've heard they've done it at a couple ESAs, I think. Pretty novel concept. I would love to be a part of a 16-person Mario Kart session someday.
That would actually be so much fun. Let's see if I can get under a minute on this track.
Yes, this is the shortest track in the game. This is SNES Ghost Valley 2. A lot of the SNES tracks and Game Boy Advance tracks are going to be completely flat, maybe some trick ramps and such in there. That is because we are before the era of... barely over.
4 frames.
Something like that, yeah, checks out.
4 frames from a 59.
But yeah, a lot of this is before the era of 3D remakes of 2D tracks. So all of the 2D tracks remain 2D in Mario Kart Wii, but it's a very bouncy game. So honestly, it's pretty nice to just play a track that's going to be flat and you're not going to bounce everywhere.
I've always hated like the 2D tracks. Like what little I did spend on what little time I did spend on Mario Kart Wii, I always hated like the 2D retro tracks just because they didn't feel quite right. GBA and SNES Mario Karts are not my cup of tea at all because like it's all about perspective for me. So Mario Kart 64 is like the oldest Mario Kart I'll play willingly.
Very real.
And yes, so for anyone who has just come in and is like, wait, TGH plays Mario Kart Wii? Well, he did a very, very long time ago. That is his history of this game, like, prior to picking this up as a run. What this episode of Passion Project is about is myself and 5 other speedrunners all swapped games that we've only learned very, very recently. I mean, within the last, like, I think 5 or 6 weeks is, like, the time frame from when we locked in to today. And some of us, like, it was all, like, you know, without compromising our busy lives and everything like that. So we committed at levels that were comfortable for us and learned at a pace that was comfortable for us and learned, like, the strats that we wanted to. And he chose Mario Kart Wii, and Stellar, who's on commentary, was the person who offered to teach Mario Kart Wii to whoever was interested in the group. And that's why she's here on commentary explaining how the game works and telling TGH how good he's actually doing.
Really good. Incredible.
I'm trying my best. This is actually this run is actually in general going really well. I'm actually ahead by a few seconds.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
We're through a lot of the difficult tracks, too. Once you're through the special cup, I'm not going to say it gets easy. The Lightning Cup is still the hardest cup in the game. But, you know, it is very nice to be done with those very difficult tracks.
And also, Jay, if you were curious, you can subtract 14 seconds from your timer because you had waited for a break we weren't taking.
Yeah, I think that's actually a rule. You can actually, like, take a break up to a certain amount of time, like, and have it add up to, like, a certain amount of time without it actually penalizing you.
I don't know about that. I was just telling you if you wanted to know what your actual runtime was, remove 14 seconds when you're done.
Okay. Yeah, because you waited on the next race screen. I don't know if they have an allowed break in this category. I definitely have not read the rules for speedrunning this game since long before people cared about accessibility in gaming, unfortunately. But they do care now.
I think there is a rule for breaks. I remember seeing that.
something very interesting to note about this specific category, this specific track. This cave that he's in right now with the penguins and the rougher floor does not have off-road texture on the road, but these clear, reflective ones do. And so he has to deal with two separate types of drifting, two turn radii, etc., etc. Nice jump, risky without the boost, but of course you're the GOAT.
I didn't get the boost, but that's unfortunate.
No, I know. Very risky without the boost. I don't know. You still committed to it. I mean, it was faster. You did it.
Yeah, that's
Listen,
what I was
Pumpkin,
trying to do.
we don't have to talk about the one community I got caught cheating in, okay?
Oh, no. We're talking about how you accidentally left an invalid or a banned skip in the video references you gave Jay.
Listen, in my defense, there's
a video reference.
A lot of the no skips is just no ultra shortcuts, and there is a skip in BC3 that's literally called ultra shortcut. I think it was the first one to be named that, and it is not. I think it is technically the definition of ultra shortcut today, but it's definitely not what you think about when you think about the term nowadays.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was a really tight one.
Oh, that was
what
very, very spicy.
I think that's the tightest one I've pulled off on this course.
The one that you just did is the one that people are a lot more likely to do, just because it follows the geometry of inside drift and your ability to hop. Again, extremely bouncy game. Can you imagine trying to bounce over those in Mario Kart 64? Are you mad?
Oh god, no. Which is funny because Mario Kart 64 is the only one that had a boing that was like part of the texture associated with hopping.
And a poomp when you landed.
Literally said, yeah, and poomp when you landed.
Ooh.
Okay, well, I didn't.
I am here.
I didn't hit any penguins.
Noises for you.
My goal for that track was to not hit any penguins, and I didn't hit any penguins.
I was trying to sleep, but that jump made me clench so hard I'm awake again. TGH, please.
Good morning.
Is what chat has said.
Oh,
good morning.
Remember, I said there were two tracks I hated. This is the other one. I can't stand this track.
It's rough. It's
Who decided
rough.
that we would race on a beach with crabs and pirates?
Mario.
That Mario Kart Wii would race on a beach. Oh yeah, there's a mechanic I haven't really gotten to talk about that much because he hasn't been behind people. And I guess we're not going to see it again. But there, if you noticed, there were some blue little flecks going over the front of Funky Kong's view model, kind of like in his peripheral vision, where we could expect that to be. It's called a draft. This is something that happens in real racing, but not to this extent. If you are able to race very close behind somebody else, then they pick up all of your wind resistance, and so you're able to generate more speed. And so in this game, that's represented by a blue aura around you that just gives you the power to shoot very far ahead. He was almost able to get it. It's like the one benefit to not being in first place, but one of one, basically, especially in an itemless category. And this is another track with permanent...
with items, is bagging a thing?
Oh, yes. Bagging has always been a thing. Yeah, especially on tracks like this. And it's really funny. I was showing people old superstitious bagging strats people used to have on Mario Raceway. In the recording that was uncut that I ended up sending to Jay of just me setting all of the... I set basically super expert staff ghosts for him to beat as a way for him to train.
I beat very few of them, by the way.
Yeah. Sorry, I tried to leave more mistakes in. They gave you something to aim towards, and you did beat more than 0 of them.
I did. By the way, the crabs on that course, when in doubt, just go straight at them. They'll move out of the way. Like, if you try to avoid them, they'll just move into you. I swear.
Unbelievable intuition that you already learned that.
Sometimes the best thing you can do is just go right at them.
Also, something funny about Delfino Square is much like how in Coconut Mall, the Piantas danced towards the area of the elevator that is working, that's going up instead of down. On this track, the clock is pointed towards 10, and that you can use to help tell yourself that the opening turn is going to the left instead of to the right. Like, that's where the opening is. And so on mirror mode, it was very useful to use that to tell remember if it was going left or going right. But that's the thing.
Oh my god, mirror mode hecks me up in racing games. Like,
yeah.
My two main racing games of choice are Diddy Kong Racing and Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed. They're the only ones I've ever attempted speedruns of. And mirror mode and Diddy Kong Racing, like ASRT, I'm okay at, but Diddy Kong Racing mirror mode messes me up.
It's rough.
It's gross. Ugh.
This is probably
right there, by the way. Right there is a really good example, and on these stairs, too, a really good example of holding forward, helping you maintain a drift.
Absolutely.
Something I found.
Yeah, so when you're in the air, you don't get the same drift as you get on the ground. Of course, you have much less traction. So sometimes when you're in a drift and you're in the air, it'll really severely mess up the radius that you're expecting to get out of your drift, which can mess up your line, something fierce. And so what he's explaining is the holding forward to make sure that you're touching the ground faster. On sections like the beginning of this, which have a bunch of stairs leading down, yeah, it's really important to make sure that you're holding forward to, if you're really expecting the exact same drift that you get everywhere else, because you are going to be bouncing, especially on this left path where there are 2 extra drifts.
That line was really good.
It was beautiful, and you had like no air coming off of the last staircase when you were releasing the mini turbo. It was P. Why are you so good at this game?
My lines normally are not this good.
Okay, someone's asking in chat. I'm gonna go ahead because Nobot's having a time. Someone who knows here, can you take the shortcut on the dock without a mushroom?
That's correct. Yes, you can. It's actually meta to do that. There is an item box down there if items are turned on. I don't actually know that it's meta to do it in an itemless category, because a lot of the reason that you go there is to get that extra item, because again, if you're in the front, you want to be, getting stuff to defend you from all of the opponents behind you chucking red shells, even if this is the game where they're canonically the weakest. But yeah, no, it is absolutely possible to do that dock shortcut without a mushroom, and it is very frustrating to be bumped when you're trying to do it.
This is the track that admittedly, this is one of the few that I actually did not get a chance to actually see a video of before. I've done it a few times, but it's actually not one I've done ILs of. I haven't done time trials of this one.
Yeah, imagine this is how you felt watching me play Green Grove 1 with a route that did not exist to anybody besides me, but it wasn't slow either.
It was fine, honestly. It's just get the gold, you're good.
Exactly, and that's it, right? This, if he gets 45 every lap, then he's going to finish with a 2:15. And when I was playing, it was really common for people around my skill level to shoot for a sub-2. And it's the 5 seconds seems like a lot, but in Mario Kart Wii, one minor path difference across 3 laps, it's just a second and a half, really. And so the amount that he, never seen a video of this, and he's 5 seconds off of what would normally be off of what would normally be done. It's really nice, especially on a track where there's such huge time saves that make absolutely no sense. So something that you haven't been doing is benefiting from the wall knocking you back down if you jump into it, because it's a very unintuitive concept. On this ramp, you can do a jump, and if you hold left, you'll bonk into the wall. It'll drag you down, and you'll keep all of your speed. So it just cuts your entire airtime. It's unbelievable.
Okay. I will have to keep that in mind, because I probably will keep running this at least as a side game, along with Zelda stuff. For those who don't know, by the way, I'm mainly a Zelda speedrunner. This is the first racing game I've ever tried to speedrun, and also only the second Mario game, if you even want to call it a Mario game. The second Mario game I've ever tried to speedrun. So there was a point I was going to make with that. I don't remember what it was. But yeah, a lot of this is it's not unintuitive to me, but it's also not the most intuitive, if that makes sense.
You're a little bit of a fish out of water.
A little
bit,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, this is an on-rails game. People will tell you it isn't, and it technically isn't. But, like, this is an on-rails game. You're holding the A button down the entire time, and it's really almost as much about not losing speed as much as it is gaining it. And so, yeah, it's a very unique type of game to try and play, especially in this game where there's so many, like, little knobs that you have to keep, like, making sure are set to the correct thing before they, you know, decalibrate themselves or whatever. You have to make sure you're wheeling enough. You have to make sure you're wheeling straight. You have to make sure you're drifting the right way. Your drift's going to take you the right time. You're, you know, maybe drifting at the right angle. You're holding all the way in. You're not holding anything. Are there enemies that are approaching you? Are you tricking? Like, there's a lot to keep track of, like, in the moment to moment.
To explode right now.
Sorry. Listen,
No,
at least
fine.
it's on the most boring track of the game.
Oh, actually, if we're on like one of the most boring tracks of the game, which, by the way, it sure looks like it, I just want to remind folks, I got a couple of announcements. First and foremost, if you are curious what's coming up on Hotfix, you can check out this week's schedule or every week's schedule whenever it is posted at the start of the week. You can explore our full season lineup of shows at gdq.gg/Hotfix. That is also where you figure out how to submit to various shows. We have a bunch of different themes. My show is variety in the most general sense, but it is like, I like working with folks who are very passionate about like what they're doing in gaming and speedrunning. So definitely check out gdq.gg/Hotfix for all the information that you could ever need on Hotfix itself. And also, speaking of other communities around other things that we do on the GDQ Twitch channel, we have the Black in a Flash community, and their summer speedrunning celebration, Juneteenth, is going to be live on the GDQ channel from June 19th to the 22nd. And if you want more information on that, such as the full schedule, you can type !Juneteenth in chat and visit gdq.gg/BAF to learn how you can join the Black in a Flash community.
Please show them some love. They are wonderful, wonderful people, and they're supporting a fantastic cause. I cannot recommend them enough. It's going to be fantastic. They do a great job every event that they do.
Yes, the honestly, the June is shaping up to be a sick weekend special month for GDQ because we've got Sonic and the Sega All-Stars, which is our annual Sonic event that myself and Hypnotics host. It's normally a Sonic-themed event. This time we're doing Sonic and other iconic Sega franchises, so that schedule exists if you use !Sonic in chat. And that's going to be over in June 14th to the 15th, which is the weekend right before Juneteenth. So definitely check that out. And then, like, you get to watch Juneteenth the following weekend. You can, you know, have Hotfix shows in the middle of all that. It's wonderful. Like, if you like speedrunning and speedrun-adjacent content, this is a wonderful place to be. And, yeah, if you want to keep up with us, you can always join the GDQ Discord and use the Hotfix Enjoyer role on yourself and keep up with all things GDQ.
This is certainly a great era to be
also,
a Hotfix enjoyer.
It's so true. We're also, like, not cheating in this course at all and going, oh,
I'm crying. Yeah, it's really tough.
That's a funny one because that's exactly what I was trying to do. Not fall, but land on the wall. I don't even know if it's faster, but it looks cool.
It's not, but it does look really cool. There's
good to know it's not faster.
there is nothing cool about this stage. It's all lava.
It's true. It's a very hot stage. It's very hip and hot and happening. And definitely not hot from the spice of cheating.
the spice of accidentally doing an ultra shortcut.
Yeah, so when I sent Jay the video of all of the staff ghost times that I had submitted for the, that I had made for him so that he could hopefully try to beat some of them, I accidentally did a skip in this level that you can use to jump from that platform he just tricked off of to go all the way around this hairpin turn and land on the other side. There's this chasm that like Baby Mario just passed over and like Birdo's coming near. That like space between the two tracks, you can just jump that. You don't even need a mushroom if you angle it right. And it's really cool, and it's really definitely a skip.
It was funny. The way we found out was Final Flame was watching Jay practice in a voice call and was like, and he really likes most of his Mario Kart experience besides Kart 8 comes from the GBA entry, Super Circuit. He didn't play Kart Wii very much. So he loves this course and was like, Jay, I don't think that skip's allowed in this, and proceeded to look at the list of allowed and disallowed skips for this category on speedrun.com and was like, yeah, no, that ain't right.
And let me tell you, when we did find out that it wasn't allowed, I was relieved because yeah.
You hated it.
Tough skip, especially Shroomless.
It's a really rough one. Yeah.
I didn't know the extra piece of context that Flame played Super Circuit. That's awesome.
Yeah, he played Super Circuit, which was how he knew that probably wasn't an allowed skip.
Super Circuit is wild. It's such a cool speedrun. Look up time trials for Super Circuit. It's just unbelievable what they've done with that game.
Yeah, the folks who like Super Circuit really like Super Circuit.
Yes, they do.
And it was usually the folks who didn't have access to any other Mario Kart at the time. I remember renting Super Circuit from Blockbuster, having played and owned Mario Kart 64, and I was just like, I don't like this. It's slippery.
It is slippery. But much like Mario 64, you can slip it in just the right ways and go further than you ever imagined.
And beyond.
And beyond. Have you seen a Rainbow Road time trial? They're not even on the ground. It's
Pure Slipfinity and beyond?
And even further still. Yes, DK's Jungle Parkway, the second of 3 DK tracks, very off-road. The off-road drifting that I mentioned earlier, yeah, look at how wide that ended up being when he was holding hard right the entire time. It's very rough to make sure that you're able to keep consistent lines when you are drifting on this off-road texture, just because it's, it really does want you to have to use the characters with higher off-road stats. The more of an off-road stat that you have, the less you get affected by stuff like that. They really went ham on the stat system for this game just for Funky Kong on the Flame Runner to be easily just the best character in the game, or at least the best combo, I should say. Speed is just broken, especially when acceleration doesn't matter. So we are playing this in a very optimized build. But if you're playing this for doing speedruns for yourself, if you want to do, take this game into your own hands, do it whatever way that you want to do it. Any character is viable, but you should definitely be using an inside drifting bike, and you should probably be using the fastest bike for your weight class. So for small characters, that's the Bullet Bike. For medium characters, that's the Mach Bike. And for large characters, that's the Flame Runner. They're all unlocked from the start of the game. If you wanted to pick up this run yourself, you can literally just hop into... Well, you need to hop into single player to unlock the cups. But aside from that, you just pick one of the default characters and the middle default bike, and you can just go on your way to playing this game and making the speedrun whatever you want of it.
Yeah. That's a really wonderful thing about racing games as speedruns. They are naturally inclined to being speedrun, but also, yeah, there's probably going to be an optimal combination for, character and vehicle if it's, the kind of game that has, kind of customization and variety. But that doesn't mean you have to go with that. You can always be I want to be the fastest Peach player, or I want to be the fastest Baby Mario.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So for me, I would be I want to be the fastest. I know before Jay found out that Funky Kong and Flame Runner was what he probably should have been using, he was going with Yoshi and I don't remember what vehicle.
Mach Bike, actually, the optimal one for the middleweight class. So he was already practicing even when he wasn't playing.
Yeah. So he could have been throw caution to the wind or throw conventions to the wind and be I'm not going to be Funky Kong like most other people. I want to be Yoshi and be I want to be a fast Yoshi player. You
can do that.
Yes, I definitely could have done that.
All the videos that I sent to Jay were me playing as Rosalina. And you can just do that. I mean, Rosalina is debatably the second best character in the game. I don't know how it shakes out if she's better than Daisy or Daisy's better than her. But you don't have to pick Funky Kong, Daisy, or Baby Daisy. You can pick any character, and it'll work out fine. You can find your own niche. And if you really want to, you can play the Magic Cruiser and the small weight class to really dodge off-road. Or you can play other categories like Item Rain, where you might actually want a tighter drift of a mock bike or a bullet bike, but to deal with all of the extra chaos that's happening on screen. Heavy Me's not a bad character, by the way, just for the record. One of the better large characters.
I know in Mario Kart 8, like, I would use, if I didn't want to use, like, my Mii, which had the Sonic amiibo costume, because of course it did, I would always use the Mii weight class that, like, matched Luigi, because Luigi was, like, the character I just liked playing that, you know, wasn't a Mii with a costume on it. And Luigi is, like, I think it's, like, I know that Yoshi Teddy Buggy for a while was, like, and like roller tires or something was like the best combination for a while in Mario Kart 8. I don't know if it still is off the top of my head. I think it's like Yoshi and Birdo. But Luigi and I think it's like Luigi and like one of the Magic Koopa carts or something like that. There was like, Luigi has a lot of iframes in Mario Kart 8, or at least he used to. I don't know if patches have changed this. And like Luigi was also very, very competitively viable because his iframes were absurd. Like, he wasn't as fast as Yoshi Teddy Buggy, but, like, he was still very fast and, like, had tons of iframes, so he was able to, like, handle, like, you know, blue shells a lot better. He could take a hit from something else that staggers him, you know, for less time and avoid a blue shell because his iframes were so stupidly long. But yeah, like, whether it's competitive playing or it's speedrunning, kart racing games are really cool. Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed is a really cool game. Like, that's one of those games that I played competitively before doing the All-Cups glitchless runs. And, like, I don't use the optimal character for the speedrun at all. I use what I played competitively. But the thing was that competitively, I could play any character because of the mod system in that game, where you can make certain characters match their stats and the main, like, to each other. So, like, I could play, like, my main was Eggman because he had the best all-star in the game.
Eggman.
Eggman. But, like, if someone picked Eggman because you can't have two of the same character in, like, multiplayer rooms, I could reasonably pick, I think, like, Sonic with a certain mod, like, gave me the same thing. I would play Tails with the second best all-star in the game in terms of being a weapon, or you could play Shadow or Knuckles, who have the fastest all-stars in the game, stuff like that, or, like, Metal Sonic with his console mod, I think, is, like, the fastest character. But, like, anything was competitively viable. There was a while when I was playing that game competitively where I was, like, wiping the floor with Amigo, and Amigo's, like, not a fast character.
Amigo's so slow, and that's awesome.
Amigo's very slow, but, like, his acceleration mod works. And is really, he's a very controllable character, for example. Like, play with what you're comfortable with. Like, I learned how to get good at that game with Tails and Amigo, and then moved on to Eggman when I just really liked his all-star because it's very powerful. Like, I think I used Eggman acceleration mod was my primary, like, combination. But, like, you know, here in Mario Kart Wii, like, I'd have to play the game to figure out, like, you know, what my favorite combination is, and if I really clicked with the game, like, that's probably what I'd do, is just, like, play the combination that I'm the most comfortable with if I were to run the game. I'd also probably play the controller I'm the most comfortable with, which might even be GameCube. I'm not sure. There's a bunch of different control options for Mario Kart.
There's 4 different control options for Mario Kart Wii. There's the Wii Wheel, which people do play at the highest level. People do play competitive Wii Wheel, and you can get inputs out of it consistently enough that you can compete with people playing on controller. They're wonderful
to me.
Shoutouts to all of the wheelers. Shoutouts to everybody that uses the Wii Wheel still. You're unbelievable, and we're so proud of you. Jay is using, I think if I had to pick an optimal controller, it would be that one. It's the Wii Remote and Nunchuck. Inputs in this game are generally handled with... the optimal controller is the Wii Wheel, but that's kind of bottom of the iceberg stuff. The way the controls are mapped to this game It's just funny to talk about in the third to last split of a run that has been controlled absolutely flawlessly. Like, I still cannot believe how good the quality of racing is. We've been getting away from it, but like, he got second on Mushroom Gorge because the game was mean to him, and he hasn't looked back. Like, he's gotten first for every other race.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of bumpy, oh my goodness, it's Bouncy Circuit.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, so... Oh goodness, I lost my train of thought. Right, the controllers.
We were talking about control methods.
Yes, so the Wii Wheel and the Wii Remote and Nunchuck have the unique benefit of being able to register wheelie inputs every frame. If you're playing on a... Yeah, there you go. If you lift your Wii Remote upwards, or if you're playing on a Wii Wheel, it's like flip it kind of towards you. Not trickable, by the way, those rock surfaces. No one knows why. But yeah, if you flip the Wii Remotes up, then what it does is it registers an up input every frame that you're moving up on the Wii Remote. That's not something that can actually be mapped to a button appropriately. Nice, very nice. And you have great lines leading out of that too. You were able to, sorry, that shortcut is, it's considered a beginner level shortcut by people that have been playing the game for like 1,000 hours or more. But it's deceptively hard to actually go into it, hit the shortcut with enough speed that it's actually worth hitting, and then maintain your speed from hitting the shortcut to get the, get the drift and mini turbo without going all the way up the wall. Showing immense proficiency again. I cannot talk up the skill of this runner enough. He's just been absolutely destroying it.
It's funny because before just the other day, I was doing that skip a totally different way.
Really?
Shout out to that rock. Yeah, I was actually stopping and doing like a what do you call it again? Like a standstill.
Standstill mini turbo.
Yeah, and like that's like almost the same speed, but not quite. The way that you did it in your like staff experts video is the way I'm doing it now, and it's a little bit faster.
Probably better at it than I am at this point, honestly.
It's like,
I was notorious for this strategy destroying me for no reason.
Also, folks are memeing about I'm using tilt controls, but like in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, you actually, in competitive, you want to sometimes turn on the
tilt controls for gliders,
the tilt controls for gliders, because you can do absurd sharp turns in the air and gain so much speed. Like, it is very silly. Holy buckets, Jay.
That was actually super tight.
You absolutely can die there, yeah.
I didn't think I was gonna make that because I had to pull around that corner super like fast to avoid the rock, and like I wasn't sure if I would give myself enough of an angle, but apparently I did.
In truth, I did not think you were making that, and then you did, and
same.
I didn't think you were either.
It was so awesome. I've died that way so many times because, again, some strats are very easy to do when you take your time to set them up. But Mario Kart Wii is an on-rails game. You can't really stop for shortcuts. It's not very viable. You have to be able to find your way through the lines, edit your lines such that they're able to incorporate the shortcut into them. Wow, those storms targeting you are so toxic. I forgot they target you often.
Yeah, they do.
Sorry, I should have mentioned at some point earlier in this run, but for some reason we were always talking about something else when we got to them. The enemies in this game target you. If you go back and you look at Mario Circuit, you can hear me gasp as he drives very close to a chain chomp that's able to definitely bite him in the face, but he's just practiced enough to know the threat range and just dodges them. And for the Cataquacks in Peach Beach, they chase you as well. He looks for their threat range and dodges them. The Thwomps in, that's jumping on a wall that's faster, but a good bit harder too. So there's the, the Thwomps in Bowser's Castle can get you. These Thwomps will chase you much like the blue ones in Mario 64, or Mario Kart 64. Cataquack will chase you. The Piranha Plants in Mario Circuit for GCN will chase you. Like, you've really got to be on your toes for some of these, for some of these enemies that they make really mean in this game for some reason. I think it's why a lot of people struggle with it casually as well. But yeah, no, you can dodge them all, and he's been doing a fantastic job at dodging them, because I don't think I've seen you get hit by anything that isn't like a cycle-based, like okay, we're gonna hit you in the face now with fire.
So what's actually really funny is that a lot of the things that do aggro you, like the chain chomps, like in Mario Circuit and stuff, like they don't aggro you at all in time trials. It's just
exactly.
It's just in like So you have to practice like as well as in time trials. You have to practice in versus mode as well, or else you won't get that practice.
Is this the last split, by the way?
Sorry, yes, this is the last split, and we are on the last lap. Time is coming up in about 40 seconds.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have mentioned.
Just wanted to make sure. No, I had lost count. If you hadn't said like this is the third to last split like 2 races ago, I would have been like, oh, when is the end of this? Because I don't know when time is.
Quite coincidence. Now.
Yep. So this is the last lap, and I will be finishing the run right now. So as soon as I finish this race right now, and time. That's a 118. That's a 118 RTA.
Let's go.
Wow. Is that even without, like, if you were to take the 14 seconds off from sitting on the next race screen, is that also...
Yeah, I paused and unpaused.
Is that still in a 118?
I paused and
like
when next race came up, and then unpaused and resumed my splits immediately right at the end of that.
That's a PB for you, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a 15-second PB.
Let's go.
Wow.
You played so well.
Yeah, that was...
Back-to-back PBs out here.
It's funny because Mushroom Gorge was awful and everything else was pretty solid. Like, solid
really
enough to be, I guess, consistent enough for that. So, yeah, I'm really happy with that.
So, Jay, I have to ask you, like I've been asking everyone else, what was your experience like doing this in, like, you know, this kind of experimental format? Like, is this something that you would do again, or do you want to stick with this game? Stuff like that.
I think I definitely will stick with it. I think in my case, I said it a couple of times, like, I feel like because I had so much casual experience with this game, like, I feel like you and I, Amber, had really similar experiences. Because, like, you know Sonic 2 like the back of your hand, and I already knew all the tracks in Mario Kart. It was just like, or Mario Kart Wii, rather. It was just a case of like, it was just a case of I had to learn how to do them fast, like, or faster, basically. So, but yeah, it was fun to like learn a lot of the speed strats. It was fun to sit down with Stellar and like learn the basic mechanics and stuff like that. And yeah, it's something I would do again, potentially with another game that I have played in the past. But like, to do this with a game I've never like touched before would be a very, very tall task.
Yeah, I think it'd have to be similar to like how Alice had mentioned after Sonic 3D Blast. Like, would I do this again? Yes, but not under the time constraints.
Yeah, like,
you know?
If I had never played 3D Blast and I wanted to learn 3D Blast, I would have really, really struggled. Yeah, and that just goes to show like how good Stellar's run was as well.
And
for
like
3D
how
Blast.
good like Stellar taught you like the basics of Mario Kart and gave you resources to learn from.
Oh yeah, and I'm a very visual learner as well. So for the most part, I'm a very visual learner, and I feel like I'm very good at picking up on like very small things as well. The more I practice, or the more I just do things gradually. So like once you, Stellar, once you gave me like the video of you doing all the tracks, like I was just like kind of off and on. So yeah, that was very, very helpful, and just like drives home the fact that I am like such a visual learner when it comes to this stuff. So.
Oh yeah. And any shout outs, the two of you?
Shout outs to FPE. Shout outs to everybody who's making this show happen. Shout outs to you, Amber, as well, of course.
Thank you.
Shout outs to Stellar for teaching me once again mechanics, and for just generally being awesome as well, and also for the resource video. Shout outs once again to Jack and Tyler, who I used to play this all the time with, and who I have most of my casual experience with. And yeah, that's about it for me, I think. Thanks for having me be a part of this, because this was a really, really good idea for a show, and this was really fun.
Thank you. And Alice, did you have any last shout-outs since we'll be rotating to some new folks shortly after?
Yeah, true. Just a couple quick ones. I mean, first of all, of course, thank you. Huge shout-out to Amber for putting this on and for helping us do all of this, and for helping me specifically learn a lot of the game. I didn't watch all of your videos in a row, but when I was having trouble with the stage, your video was the first place that I turned. Very, very thankful for the resources that you were able to make. And everyone in chat, just so you know, this is something that can happen if you are able to make friends or be nice in speedrunning communities, because you can just ask them for help with things, and generally they want to share their hobby with other people.
Yes.
And so if you ask in speedrun discords, like, you don't have to know the people. As long as you're nice to them, they're gonna be nice to you. Like, ideally, you know, sometimes you get unlucky, but there are a lot of good eggs in the basket, right? You can find a lot of good communities that really want you to be there and are excited to help you learn, direct you towards resources that exist. And this was just like a real micro thing of, you know, sometimes you make friends in the community and you go and, you know, do things with them and teach each other and share in each other's joy. And it's just so lovely. So Amber, thank you for allowing me to be a part of this. Jay, thank you for giving me the honor of teaching you. I'm so proud.
Of course.
Thank you to Lexi and Ivy for keeping me sane. And Lexi, of course, for, you know, teaching me so much about the game as well and just being the most wonderful. Thank you so much. And yeah, I guess GNU the only kid and Eggbug forever.
Yeah. And thank you all so much. And again, thank you both for being willing to agree to do this very experimental format. I really appreciate it. It means the world to me. It's something I'm wanting to do for a long time. And hello, everyone. Welcome back to episode 44 of Passion Project, where we encourage anyone and everyone in the speedrun and competitive gaming communities to showcase the passions in games. Their passions in games. I can words. So, this is the last run for tonight. Actually, this is another game that I taught to someone for this project. This has been an entire show that's been basically my passion project, my birthday gift to myself, roping my friends into really silly ideas that are important to me. So this is going to be Sonic Adventure 2 Battle Dark Story. I am joined by the learner in question, Pumpkin Spice, and we have our color commentator of choice, the King's Pride. How are you two doing?
I'm doing great. I imagine I have a little bit more energy left than you do with all the talking you've done so far tonight, but... And Brian.
No, this game is my special. This game and 3D Blast are my special interests. So.
Oh, I know that well.
And I'm happy to have Pride here to help with color commentary and asking questions and stuff. So, what was your experience with the game before you picked up this run?
Let's see. So, very, very long time ago, I rented it, played it for 5 minutes, hated it, didn't play it again for like 10 years, played it for a few hours, and then I learned the run.
Yep. Like, I think you had just played it casually for the first time, like, late last year or the beginning of this year, one of the two.
Yep.
I think it was, like, late last year. And that was the first time you had played it at all. And you did a little bit of it in Archipelago, and that's about it. So I offered Hero and Dark Story, and when you chose Dark Story New Game, I was like, I might recommend New Game Plus because Sand Ocean exists. But you were like, nah, we're going to do New Game. It'll be fine. Yeah. And it has been fine. You've done really, really well. I'm very proud of you. And also, your avatar has disappeared.
Oh, that is interesting.
You are just Eggman right now.
Yes.
Evidently, I'm just Eggman. That
happens if you're using ViadoTube and you get dragged into another channel. So
yeah, we'll just go ahead.
Hold on 1 second.
Hopefully reappear on the screen here in a moment.
You will probably have to just reopen it, and you should be fine. But let me talk about my history with this game, because I was the one who offered this game. So this was I've been playing it since it launched in 2001, when it was released on Dreamcast. So I've been playing this game for, oh my god, I've been playing it for 24 years. I'm very familiar with it. It was my first serious speed game. And it was a I ran Hero Story for about 6 years and then ran Dark Story for about 1 year. My last time I ran this game in vanilla, without mods or physics changes or anything like that, was about 7 years ago. So I had to relearn a lot of vanilla stuff to be able to teach this run, and a lot of it was like riding a bike. Pumpkin has done so well with the resources I've given her and like sitting down on calls. And do we need to go to a break screen so we can sort out your avatar?
Yeah, just for a second.
Yeah, okay, actually, I'll go ahead and go over a few announcements while we get this avatar sorted. So, I just want to remind y'all that if you are enjoying the show for Hotfix, or maybe you just came in and we're really late into the show and it's like, well, I want to see everything that's happened, don't worry, because you can catch up on past Hotfix shows like this one or special events and GDQ marathons over on youtube.com/Games Done Quick. And if you happen to be watching this via the YouTube version, don't forget to like this video, subscribe, and turn on notifications to stay up to date with GDQ. And if you're curious on what's coming up on Hotfix in a general sense, you can check out this week's schedule and explore our full season lineup at gdq.gg/hotfix. It's also where you can submit things to all of our shows, including this one. So if you want to submit your passion project, submit via gdq.gg/hotfix. Find the house section near the top of the page and click that link and you can submit to the show. And also, Summer Games Done Quick 2025 is going to be live from Minneapolis, Minnesota, July 6th through the 13th. So if you're interested in attending, I'm going to be there. I would love to meet you. Make sure to register for the event by May 26th. That's not far off from now. And use !SGDQ in Twitch chat or visit gamesdonequick.com for more information. And if you want to find out what our schedule is, you can go to gdq.gg/schedule and be able to check out the Summer Games Done Quick schedule. And I would love to know what y'all are excited about. And as we're getting ready for a Sonic run, I just want to let you all know as well, if you like Sonic games, and we've done 3 Sonic games in this show, the annual Sonic Hotfix event is back with Sonic and the Sega All-Stars live on June 14th and 15th at 12 p.m. Eastern. So this year, we're expanding beyond Sonic speedruns, and we're including other iconic Sega franchises. So if you want to find out what that schedule is, it's going to be Sonic in the Twitch chat, and you'll be able to get the full schedule and let me know what you're excited about seeing. And I would really love if you don't quote Snapcube all the way through this run, because Snapcube is funny, but I've heard it 1,000 times before. But that being said, I'm really excited about it. How have y'all been enjoying this show so far? Like, this has been a very experimental format that I was a little nervous about doing because, like, you know, everyone is learning runs specifically for this. And really just, like, it's something I've been really nervous about because, like, I don't do runs that I have never, like, really practiced enough in front of people. And I know that that kind of, like, performance anxiety is true for basically everyone who's been on tonight. So, like, we're all being, like, very, very, kind of vulnerable with you all, and that means a lot to me. And like, I hope that this maybe inspires y'all out there to give something like this a shot yourself. All right, so it looks like we're just gonna be going with Eggman, so thank you all so much for bearing with us with the technical difficulties. We're not gonna have a talking coffee cup. That's okay. So thank you for bearing with us through those difficulties, and we can now reintroduce Pumpkin Spice and the King's Pride.
Hello. I also don't think that I actually introduced myself. I think I just said that I'm here. Hello, I'm the King's Pride. You can just call me Pride. And my voice sounds a little bit familiar. You've probably heard me reading donations on GDQ before. And I'm very happy to be here with Amber and Pumpkin. I don't run this game. I played it when I was a kid. So I'm very excited to see this. I think that it's going to be a ton of fun. I've watched the Snapcube dub a lot, so I'll try my best not to quote it the entire time.
Pride knows how I feel about the Snapcube dub.
I'm very aware, unfortunately.
Oh, dear me. Well, all right. Whenever you are ready.
Yeah. So we'll go ahead and start in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, I miss my cutscene, Tails. I miss it a lot. All right, so we're starting off in Iron Gate, which is going to throw us right into a mech stage. Sonic Adventure 2 is a game that's split into 3 different playstyles. One is mech shooting stages, the other is action stages with Sonic and Shadow, and the last gameplay variety that you'll find is Knuckles and Rouge hunting stages. So Dark Story is actually predominantly mech stages, so if you like that kind of gameplay, you're in luck. While we're here on the elevator, let's talk about some intricacies with Eggman's movements. So he has, available to him, he has his like lock-on laser, he has his Vulcan cannon, which breaks boxes. He has his jump right now. We'll get a hover ability later on in the run, and that'll be very, very good for, you know, various stages after we get it. And a few tricks as well. But one thing that you want to make sure you're doing is trying to take kind of wide turns, or like trying to not touch walls, because walls are made of glue in Sonic Adventure 2. And the mechs don't exactly turn super cleanly on tight, sharp corners. Like you try to do a 90-degree turn, you probably want to jump into those 90-degree turns to take them a little smoother. This is basically like any percent from New Game, which means we'll be picking up the necessary upgrades and skipping what's not necessary relative to the route that Pumpkin does. And we're just going to be beating Dark Story from Iron Gate all the way through Final Chase and Sonic, the second Sonic boss fight. So it's any percent in Sonic Adventure 2 is a little different though. Because that involves like some Chow key glitches and just warping to the credits, and that's not a particularly popular category. Worth looking at though, if you haven't seen a video of that. But Iron Gate's a pretty straightforward level where it's, you know, shoot enemies, break down doors, skip the occasional door that you can. So we're actually going to, instead of grabbing the platform to be able to hit this little satellite that we have to break, we're going to spin kind of wildly because Eggman's mech, like if you jump or spin around like wildly to cause the mech to do like 180s and stuff on the ground, it really affects the trajectory of his lock-on laser, and you can lock onto weird things in ways that you wouldn't normally be intended to.
Yeah, I always found that very interesting in casual play, how like the mech accurately like cantilevers to like make up for the momentum, and it just like sends your laser off into the distance, and you can just get things up above you.
So this is the first time we get to play as Shadow, and then we'll see him again in like 3 stages. But this is Hotshot. This is our first boss. It's the counterpart to Bigfoot that Sonic fights, and we can get this very quick kill that Pumpkin's working on, because if you mash homing attack out of the boss's intro, you can actually move while you're still off camera and be able to stop the boss from ever leaving the ground, which is very well done there, by the way.
Thanks.
But did you know that Shadow is too strong?
He is too strong.
He is too strong.
He jumped 4 times.
Destroying that guard robot was spectacular. So this is Dry Lagoon. This is our first time we get to play as Rouge. Generally, the way these stages work is that we, to the best of our ability, I didn't even read that hint, by the way.
Faraway Pond.
Oh, okay. We're going to be looking at the first hint. Sometimes we'll get all 3 hints. It really depends on like what we get, if we remember what piece it is. There are thousands of piece locations to memorize in this game. It is rough out here. Second floor of the Stoneface Apartments. Nice. Very, very close by. I think it's the next one over.
Yeah, I think it's right there.
Yeah, there we go. And Pumpkin has learned a few of the pieces along the way through repetition. Oh, that's in that's not this turtle, but the other turtle. I hate that piece because like you're supposed to see it, but the water's green, so I don't see it ever.
Gimme. There we go.
There we go. Nice. Sub-minute Dry Lagoon. Very good.
Thanks.
So a huge hurdle for a lot of people in learning this game is the hunting stages, because especially for me, Knuckles was always rough when I ran Hero Story. I hate Death Chamber with a passion. Many runners love Death Chamber. I love Rouge stages. They're more fun to move around in, and knowing how to move around as your character while memorizing thousands of piece sets, by the way, is very, very much a tall task, and it is a thing that you have to be patient with and learn in time.
Speaking of patience,
so Sand Ocean.
Would you like
Sand
me to give you
Ocean tries
anxiety?
my patience. Yes.
All right.
So Sand Ocean
Sand Ocean is like that.
this. This is Sand Ocean in a nutshell for new runners. It is a very, very unforgiving stage. And it is the reason I was like, are you sure you don't want to learn New Game Plus? In New Game Plus, you get to carry over your abilities, including your jet engine, which lets you hover across large gaps. We don't have that luxury here in New Game, so we have to be very precise and very careful about our platforming. Sand Ocean is a run ender even at high level. There's a very good reason why top level runners of all stories categories, where you do Hero, Dark, and Last Story, start with Dark Story. It's because of stages like Sand Ocean. This is not an easy stage, and is the reason why I was like, I actually prefer running New Game Plus. I've run both categories. New Game Plus is more fun because I hate Sand Ocean. This is a very platform cycle-based stage. At high level, there is like a 3-frame window at the opening of the stage after you reset the stage after the cutscene. Oh god.
Okay.
As I said about giving you anxiety.
You barely hit that corner, I swear.
Easy.
God. So, this stage gives me anxiety watching other people play it. But all we want to do is like get through the stage with dying as little as possible. It's also why we, Pumpkin grabbed the first extra life at the very beginning of the stage, because this stage will claim a life or two when you're new to the run. It'll still even claim a life or two out of me. I saw you think about it. I was like, nah, platform's gonna eat all your momentum. Do not. Because I make that mistake all the time. So for reference, I am not a high-level runner of this game. I never was. I was high-level in 3D Blast Best Ending. SA2, I was always more of a, this is my, favorite 3D Sonic game ever. I learned this game because I wanted to have an excuse to keep replaying it after 10 years of already replaying it. And I've gotten another 10-plus years of replaying it out of speedrunning it. So, that all being said, you might have been able to, yeah. This game is not an easy speedrun to do high level. My PB is like a low 48 from 7 years ago. And when I was derusting a lot to teach Pumpkin this run, I did a full recorded Dark Story run for her with very little derust beyond tricks that I'd been teaching her. And I got a high 48, and I was like, wow, I'm playing about as well as I did 7 years ago, and that feels really good. So this game is if you really click with it, it feels like home. And I don't know if Pumpkin feels the same way, because she's very, very new, even casually, to this game.
I mean, yeah. Every time I do a full run, I just start playing the game casually afterwards. So I'd say it feels like home.
Yeah. It's just this game has a lot of nuance, but you can run it at any level you want. There's a lot of really high level skips you can learn, and then there's a lot of really easy, small, just make the stage easier kind of things that you can learn. And that's a lot of what Pumpkin has learned. Just little things to make the stages a little easier on her. How much frame perfect or near frame perfect stuff does this game need? I actually am not a good person to answer that because I am so far removed from actively running this game.
The answer
I'm not an
is none.
A fair bit.
Because
the answer is none to pick up the run in the first place.
Need is a strong word, yes.
Yeah, need is a very strong word. SA2, you can pick up at any level, and that's actually the beauty of this game, is that, you can just do your casual strats really fast, which is how I started running this game, in 2011, late 20 or early 2011. I started learning Hero Story, and I didn't look at any world record videos or anything until after I had done a number of runs on just my casual strats that I had known for 10 years of playing the game since it launched. And then after I learned parts of the speedrun, I was like, oh, neat. This makes certain stages easier. So if you're interested in picking up this game, if you love this game, and you've had casual experience with it, and didn't turn you off casually, like you should try picking up the game.
I would,
you don't have to learn a lot of complex stuff.
I'd say in general with just speed gaming in total, like awesome. This whole
if I hadn't flown, that would have been fine.
If I had not flown,
yeah.
But I'd say with speed gaming in general, like this showcase has gone a very long way to show that, like, if you just want to pick up a game, like, you don't even got to aim for, like, you know, top runner or top 10 or whatever. Like, it's great to make goals, but if you just want to play a game fast because it seems fun, go for it. At the end of the day, speedrunning should be fun, and it should be about you. So yeah, if you want to pick up Sonic Adventure 2 and you want to even just be like bad at it, be happy in being bad, because I know that I am with most of my speed games.
Okay. You had no rings and almost went right into that beetle, and I was going to die on the inside from anxiety.
I was going to die on the outside from getting hit by a beetle.
I was going to die in the middle? Question
Is that a show? Is it like a Malcolm in the Middle kind of deal?
In the middle. The follow-up by HBO.
So, like, 2D and 3D Sonic are very different beasts of speedrunning, and, like, there's multiple flavors of both, but, like, 2D is pretty consistent.
Whoops.
That's all right. Just take the platforms.
Yeah.
But 3D is very... Like, 3D has, like, your Dreamcast era stuff, and then there's the modern era boost stuff, like, that have their own unique mechanics, and then there's things like Lost World, which is something. But yeah, like, if you feel like you like 3D Sonic better, try learning one.
That was interesting. Never had that one go.
That was very weird.
Haven't had that one happen before.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
I like, for a moment, I'd just like to address that we're pretty much ignoring that the Sonic world has absolutely wild geometry in it. Why is anything built the way it is? But I'd also like to point out that there's a sign above the exit of Radical Highway that says Radical Highway, which means that the name of this place in the universe is Radical Highway. And I love that. That's amazing. You want to jump Radical Highway to Mission Street?
So, Egg Quarters here is Rouge's section stage, second stage, and we're going to actually be picking up the pick nails. It is required because one of the pieces, usually piece 2, is a dig-only piece. Like, you can only get it via digging. And therefore, it is trying to hard check you into picking up the pick nails so that you can't progress without them, because the other stages will ask for it. Thanks, Omo.
Did you know that the key may be buried? I didn't know that, actually.
Yeah, you should probably check for that.
Ow.
Thanks, Gamma
clone. So the main gimmick of this particular...
I always forget about the fire.
The main gimmick... The main gimmick of Egg Quarters is actually the giant beetle robots. What they do is if they detect you outside of the shadows of the stages, and the stage has very pronounced shadows on purpose, I think it's in one of these holes, actually. You can't break that one with steel.
Listen.
One off to the right. Yeah, there you go. So... if you are in the shadows, you deactivate the alerts on the beetle robots if they've spotted you. Otherwise, they will fire a laser at you. As a kid, I thought that laser would instant kill you, so it took me like tens of minutes to get through this stage because I was just scared of the beetle robot. I would go to one room, sit in the shadows, wait for one to pass. Go to the next room, sit and wait.
Amber, can I be so honest with you? What? I had no idea that you're supposed to sit in the shadows to avoid those. I legitimately had no clue.
The Omo Chow that you spawn directly in front of tells you that. What's the piece title?
Needle. On a needle.
On a needle? Oh, it's the scorpion tail. Scorpion tail.
Yeah, you're right.
On the big statue.
Somebody mentioning the Egg Quarters theme in chat. I would just like to ask chat what your favorite of the Sonic soundtracks are in this game, because like every character has a very distinctive style to their music. Like they're all, I think, inspired by different like musical styles. And I think that Rouge is honestly my favorite. Like, I love me some Knuckles, but I don't think that there's a single miss in the entire, like, Rouge library.
Am I silly? Is it on
like,
the tail? Oh, there we go.
It's more like above a needle.
Yeah.
Rather than on the needle.
A skull. Okay, that one I actually kind of remember.
Yeah, that one was from last night in the altar room.
Yes, there are a lot of these.
What, the skull piece?
No, pieces. To remember.
I don't remember the exact number per stage, but it's somewhere like hundreds per stage.
Yeah. It's a lot.
Like it is hundreds per stage, and there are 4 hunting stages in Dark, 5 in Hero. So you have to learn like several thousand pieces. In Sonic Adventure 1, where Knuckles does the same kind of gameplay style, there's only like maybe about 100 pieces or so. I'm very much rounding the numbers. It's like it's not nearly as much as SA2.
Hey Amber, do you have a fun fact about the start of this stage? Something that you may have learned?
Oh my god, okay. Something I learned?
Something I almost just did just now.
Oh yeah, you can walk off that platform before you even get all the way up there. And I've done that by absentmindedly holding forward. Because I remember streaming the run and I was just kind of talking to chat and held forward and died. It was really funny. I'm being told 1,024 unique generations of pieces per loading in, which is absurd. And that's like loading into a stage. So like there's at least even more when you restart. Like, there are thousands of piece combinations to memorize. Compared to Sonic Adventure, where it's like about 100, maybe a little under, total across all stages. Like, not 100 per stage, 100 per the game.
It's a small difference, really.
We've got Jet Engine. We've got Jet Engine now, and that lets us hover. It is a crutch, and a good crutch at that. Pumpkin doesn't do pause hovers, which like is a mechanic where
you don't have to call me out about it.
Well, no, because it's kind of an advanced technique, and it's not inherently necessary for Eggman stages. Actually, it's not necessary at all, period, between Eggman or Tails. It does help. Eggmail. Hitman's Egg Box.
Yeah.
I said what I said.
But heard you.
Yeah. So it's very much a useful crutch, but like pause hovers are where you pause buffer together 2 jump inputs to get a hover immediately after jumping off the ground to use your vertical momentum, like to carry your vertical momentum higher than intended with the jet engine or booster, depending on who you're playing as. And it lets you get unintended height. So it lets you do some skips easier or skip over cages and Mission Street, stuff like that. But otherwise, like, it's just a really good tool for course correcting bad jumps. And like, it's so easy to poorly jump as a mech, because on the PC version, and I think this might be true of Dreamcast and GameCube, people who are more knowledgeable, please correct me because I haven't played either version in a very long time. On PC, even using controller, it only registers 8 directions, kind of like 3D Blast. It's analog, but it's not. Like, I don't know how else to put it.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay.
It's fine.
Excuse me, Collision.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I'd also like to say that Jet Engine is the superior upgrade between Tails and Eggman, because it makes Eggman's robot look much cooler than Tails's makes his.
Yeah, Tails' legs just get really thick. Whereas like Eggman's like legs get like a red thing. It looks like it's more meant to be there. And yeah, there is a race mod for this game where like if you're intimidated by memorizing hunting pieces, the race mod makes sure that hunting piece sets are the exact same in every stage every time. So you could just focus on getting used to hunting movement. Now here in Weapons Bed, we're doing 2 Eggman stages back to back. This story is mostly Eggman. I'm not going to lie to you. We're going to pick up the large cannon, which upgrades our Vulcan cannon to be able to break steel containers, which are peppered throughout this stage. And you don't, like, when you get more comfortable with this run, you don't need to pick up the large cannon at all in a new game run. You can use what I had described earlier, pause hovers, to get around all of these jumps. Whereas, like, it doesn't cost a lot of time to go pick up the large cannon at all. So, like, if pause hovers are a thing that, like, you're struggling with, don't even worry about it. Just do the stage as intended. You're fine. Like, this stage, like, is very straightforward. Like, most of Eggman's stages are genuinely straightforward. I like them a lot. I actually find the mechs, a lot of people are like, oh, I hate how clunky the mechs are. And yeah, they're clunky. I actually kind of like the mech stages in a speedrun. I like mech stages. I like Rouge's stages. We don't talk about Knuckles. And I like actually the playstyle I dislike the most is actually the Hedgehogs. I don't like Sonic or Shadow stages nearly as much as I like any of Rouge's stages or most of the mech stages.
That is very funny.
So, yeah.
I do think that it's really interesting to the point of, like, the mechs feeling clunky is that so the mechs carry a lot of momentum to them. That's, I would say, their main mechanic is just managing your momentum. Like Amber mentioned very early in the run, if you're making 90-degree turns, you want to jump to redirect your momentum. Tails gets a very clear visual indicator about how his momentum is doing at any given time with a big flame on the back of its jet engine. And Eggman does not get that. So I'd say that Eggman's a little more difficult to, like, just even in casual gameplay to manage your momentum. But once you get the hang of it, it's pretty nice. And their stages are built for it. Like, it has it in mind.
Yeah, so Eggman actually I feel is a little more difficult to handle than Tails casually as well, or even just like learning the speedrun, because Tails' Vulcan cannon, as we're gonna fight him now, his Vulcan cannon is on the nose of the Cyclone. So what direction Tails is facing in, that is where that Vulcan cannon missile is going to go. And that is very important when aiming your shots, whereas Eggman's Vulcan cannon is on the side of his mech, so you have to accommodate that. And yes, the person who said, like, that me thinking, like, hunting stages are some of the best in the game, and you think it's the worst part of the game, that's most people casually. Security Hall here is a good example of a stage most people really hate. It's not Mad Space, and I love Mad Space, but Security Hall is certainly a Rouge stage of all time. It's a small enough stage that it's actually pretty quick to navigate around, but its first pieces are very, very confusing because they often have double meanings or multiple places where they could be. Like, double container can be, or two-colored container can be, like, 5 different locations or something like that. Lost Child is actually on the ground floor here, all the way around the wall here on the opposite side. So there's a spike cart enemy at the end here that is your
There's
Lost
also
Child.
a laser.
So when you die without picking up a piece, the RNG changes. So we now have a completely different piece. That's that electric beetle right above spawn.
Yeah.
Actually, the place where you use the most electricity can be a couple of places. It can be this beetle. It can also be the really tall yellow, like, generator-looking things. Those can also be it. So I think it's actually above you in one of these yellow generators. It might be that one to your right. I'm not sure.
Nah.
Security Hall is by far the Rouge stage that I am probably the shakiest on in terms of, like, how derusted am I. No, it's not that one. Which one is it?
It's definitely nearby.
Yeah, there's a few different locations it can be.
Is it that beetle?
It's you.
Yeah.
Oh, it is that beetle. Yep, so it could also be this beetle. I forgot that one's also electric, because I never remembered its existence. Okay, yeah, so Protect Blue. There is a second area to this stage. There's an upper level. where there are switches to activate and deactivate the different colored safes. By default, the color that is active that you can dig into is blue. So we want to go over towards the blue switch because there are 4 mechs that are snoozing here, and also there's a spike cart as well. But in this case, the protect blue is the other mech opposite of the one you just killed. Yeah. Oh, actually, no, it was the laser. It was the spike cart, actually. So it can be one of those enemies on that side. And again, this is the problem with Security Hall, is that there are a lot of different locations for the same hint. With a cardboard box, so there's actually funny translations of hints. With a cardboard box is one of the safe pieces. I don't know which color this is exactly, because there's like with a cardboard box, next to a cardboard box, there's weird spacing in certain hints that can tell you like the difference.
It's red.
Oh, you're gonna need to deactivate red. Yeah.
Colonel. Found
So
this weird
a rule of thumb is whatever color you need to unlock is not the one you start with. Doesn't matter. That's at least in my experience.
I disagree.
In my experience, it is not the one I start with ever.
So I usually keep the safe color on blue. A lot of runners, because like the most possible safe pieces, and this is by a narrow margin between yellow and blue, but the higher number is yellow. So what you can do is before you start a run, you can go into a completed save file, and from that completed save file, enter Security Hall and activate the switch color that you want. In this case, a lot of runners do, they do yellow. I just keep it on blue default because on GameCube, that trick doesn't work. That only works on PC, where you can transfer the safe color that's unlocked from one file to another without closing the game. So if you were to do like Security Hall 25 times in a row, which is a practice category, by the way, whatever your last color that you triggered is the color that you're starting with active. In GameCube, it always resets to blue, no matter how many times you go into the stage. So Flying Dog has a AI manipulation. We're gonna try to get it here, and if we don't, it's no big deal. The first step is to try to hit him with Screw Kick, which we've gotten successfully, and then we're gonna go off to the left here and try to meet him out of bounds and damage him when he's coming back in bounds. That was too low, yeah. But that's okay. So we can still meet him part way, but we need enough height to be able to hit the cockpit with our glide. You can also catch him while he's flying around with another Screw Kick, but that is like a lot harder to land. I've seen Punkin do it multiple times, and I'm like, how in the world are you doing this? Exhibit A, by the way. I believe he goes into another shooting phase before we get laser. No, he's actually going into laser start. So this is actually pretty good because we can just hit him with Screw Kick. And he's going to run off into another corner, start with another laser, and he'll do that for his next 2 attacks as well, which leaves him very wide open to being damaged.
Fun fact for anybody watching. If you've ever played any of the Nancy Drew games, you may notice a familiar voice, because the English voice of Rouge in Sonic Adventure 2 specifically is the voice of Nancy Drew. I believe she also did the voice direction for this game, which is fascinating to me.
Lonnie Manella was the voice director and also the voice actor for Rouge for both this and Heroes, and also Nancy Drew. Yeah. I remember the first time I walked into a Nancy Drew stream and I was like, what the hell? That's just Rouge the Bat.
That's her. It's her.
It's her. It's Lonnie. All right, so White Jungle is Shadow's second stage. He only gets 4 stages. He gets Radical Highway, White Jungle, Skyrail, Final Chase, which is a criminal offense, honestly. Shadow should have had more stages. Shadow and Rouge both should have had more stages.
They should give him his own game. Maybe they will sometime.
Maybe one day.
Yeah, maybe they will. Maybe they'll even do it twice.
No, impossible. Sega hates this character.
It's true.
I do think that it's very interesting that this game it's very much billed as like the rivalry between Sonic and Shadow, and like it plays up the whole equal and opposite sides thing, and then once again it's just Sonic versus Eggman, just in terms of proportion.
Yeah, like Sonic and Eggman are the front runners for the number of stages in each of their respective stories. Whereas like Shadow has 4 stages, the fewest among any character in the game. Rouge has 5, but only 4 of them are hunting. The last one is driving. And then Eggman has the lion's share. I forget how many. There's 14 stages in Dark Story, and the vast majority of them are Eggman.
9, I think. 9, yeah. If we're
no, because you're forgetting 5 for Rouge, 4 for Shadow. The rest are Eggman. So which means he's probably got 5 or 6 stages.
I thought you said there were
math right now.
14 stages.
Oh yeah, there's 4. Yeah, wait.
5 and 4.
Yeah, you're right.
Am I dumb? Hold on.
No, we're all just. Yeah.
It's 5. The answer is 5. I can do math as well.
Oh, that's okay.
That'll happen.
So we're going to use this weight to skip just going around. Or we're going to try to, at least. The camera's being a little weird here. If you go too far into, like, the weight shadow, the camera triggers. Yeah, not a bad white jungle.
Yeah.
We're going to go into a very infamous cutscene. I expect all of chat to quote it. I expect
us to all
we also will. And we will desync each other.
It's going to be so off sync. Yeah, I was going to say, like, Pumpkin's in real time. Me and Pride are behind.
We'll see who's synced up more, I guess.
Hey, that's that blue hedgehog again. Of all places.
I found you,
faker. I found you, faker.
I think you're the fake hedgehog around here. You're comparing yourself to me? Ha! You're not even good enough to be my fake.
I'll make you eat those words.
I'll make you eat those words.
So, what button
you can't
is,
get away this time.
Sonic's weakness here?
Whatever your action button is.
Oh, cool.
X or B.
Dread. Okay, so we're gonna use this tactic here.
Yeah, so Sonic's generally not Sonic and Shadow in the counterpart of this fight are not programmed to be able to dodge the somersault at all.
Oh no.
Very nice, Sonic.
Oh no.
Sometimes that happens, though.
So Sonic is allergic to the somersault. We're gonna walk into him with the somersault, and for the most part, he's not gonna be able to deal with that. Oh god.
You know I had to go for it.
Sonic will also just stare out at the water.
Thinking about Maria for some reason.
The best part is all that water is a kill plane. Just like all the world's a stage. And if you were to touch that kill plane, if you were to touch the water with your pinky toe and still end up back on the arena, you're still dead. I know this from experience. I've unfortunately done that a lot of times, where I've gotten, like, similar to you, I've got homing attacked into the water, and then you can jump, recover out of knockback like that, and get back onto the stage, and it doesn't care.
So time for my favorite sound in the whole game that we get to listen to for the entire stage.
Yeah, if you like the sound of tires screeching, well, you're in luck. We got done playing Mario Kart Wii, which is a good racing game. Sonic Adventure 2 is not that. So the way this stage works is you actually remove your speed cap on your car with snaking. So the way you snake is you... while you're holding the accelerator, you release the accelerator and then immediately press it back on while moving your control stick left or right. And then you just keep waggling your control stick so you stay in this, like, skidding state forever.
Including in the air.
Now,
unfortunately.
Including in the air. So the things that are really slow here are falling off, spinning out, but falling off is way slower because you would have lost the whole minute because the checkpoints don't mean anything. You'll just, go back to the start of the stage and lose a ton of time. But I would sooner take a spin out than a fall off. And then ramming directly into the back of a car, while funny, actually costs you a ton of speed. Hitting walls at really unfortunate angles that don't cause spinouts, but still, like, basically glue you to the wall, also loses a lot of speed. Sometimes it makes sense to bounce off the wall. Ways you gain speed are going downhill. You lose speed going uphill, and unfortunately, while being in a skidding state, like, removing your speed cap also means that Rouge won't get back up to her natural speed cap without going back to non-drift mode. So you have to manage your boost, collect rings at the right places and times, and all sorts of other management. There's a lot that actually goes into this stage, and its counterpart Route 101 to go really, really fast. But honestly, at a baseline level, all you need to know is that, like, drift state equals fast most of the time.
Most of the time.
Yes. And also missions 3 and 4 in 171 and 180 are my worst nightmare in Route 280 and 101 because it's don't touch the walls and don't touch other cars. I hate them both.
This highway isn't radical at all.
It's like, yeah, you don't have a floating highway in your city? You know, I'm sure if you went to San Francisco right now, which is what they based, like, this whole city on.
The city.
Yeah. I'm sure you could find some floating highways in San Fran.
That's why the traffic's so bad, I assume.
It's so true.
Somebody's going to be like, oh yeah, that San Francisco traffic, it's the worst in the world.
I love Schrodinger's joke.
Everybody's traffic is the worst in the world. Don't worry.
That's true.
Also, Pumpkin and I both know the pain of having too much speed on those like last slopes there.
Yeah.
And flying off the very last possible place you can fly off on the track. Ask us how we know.
Fortunately, there's a
do
good
you know?
backup strategy where you pick up a pillow and cry into it.
Hills is very
Yep.
orange right there. I just
He
noticed
is,
that model is
strangely
very orange.
orange.
That's like OG like Sonic 2 orange Tails. He turned a lot
Yes.
more yellow later.
The lighting in the Dreamcast version is very different and much better than GameCube or PC. The lighting actually got progressively worse from port to port. The same is true of Sonic Adventure DX. By the way, Shadow, they're in that blue plane, spotted at 11 o'clock.
Copy that. I'm in pursuit.
He's in
Sorry,
a
he says
fursuit?
it much more monotone than I did. Because he's edgy or something. He misses Maria.
All right, so Skyrail is the shortest stage in the game, especially if you know how to skip a fair chunk of it, like Pumpkin's going to try here. She's going to jump off this rail where those like X signs are, and then land on this pumpkin. And we're going to spin dash jump over to the next pumpkin, and then over to this one. And this is skipping a ton of nonsense climbing. We're going to grab that extra life because we might as well. And then we're going to go up onto Church Mountain. That was very weird, Shadow. What are you on about?
He's fine. Sometimes he just turns sideways.
Yeah, and just like that. Oh,
And then we're going to lose a little speed. And we're going to think about things for a
Yeah.
bit.
yeah. So grinding in Sonic Adventure 2 was introduced as a mechanic to the series in this game because of a collaboration with Soap Shoes.
Shoutouts to Soap
And-
Shoes.
Yeah, and grinding in SA2 is probably the hardest it has ever been in the
I forgot I
series.
didn't have rings.
Worthy death.
Yeah, be aware of a life count, by the way.
I
You are
see
at
it.
0.
No worries. It can't happen twice. Oh,
I mean,
Now we're backwards. We're
good.
fine.
And we're gonna do the stage
We're not
again.
good.
we get to see more Shadow.
Yep. So we're gonna go back to Story Select, go back to Dark Story, go through the recap, and then go back to Shadow. They're in that blue plane, spotted at 11 o'clock.
Pursuit. Copy that. He's in.
I'm in pursuit.
He's in pursuit. All right. So the way grinding works in this game is you have to hold the action button to crouch. And the action button is the same action button we've been using throughout this run, the spin dash and somersault. They mapped all of our actions to one button. Why are you like this? You also have to balance your character. You have to balance Sonic or Shadow like with the curves of the rail if it's not a straightaway rail. And that can be really hard to maintain speed. Like when you see Shadow teetering, you need to tilt in the opposite direction. And that helps keep you upright so that you don't lose a ton of speed, because if you lose too much speed and you start losing the sparks under your shoes, like you will actually like fall off the rail outright. You can also switch between rails by holding like a hard direction, left or right, whatever rail you're trying to switch to, and you'll quickly switch over to the next rail. But that can sometimes go very wrong if you're doing that on a curved rail, because gravity in this game is very funny.
Also, fun fact, you have to jump into that goal. Ask me how I know that one.
Oh my
do you know
god,
that?
yeah.
So,
Okay, how do you know that?
So, gravity.
Oh.
Yeah.
I played Red Dead Redemption 2.
Run into what I think is goal ring, run under goal ring, and off to death.
That's maybe one of the stupidest jokes I've ever told on commentary, by the way. Don't worry about it. That's the most deep cut.
I like how this the subtitle for this boss is the Golem. It's Egg Golem, the Golem.
In case you were
as if it would be anything else. So we're gonna eat this hit here because we just want to keep hitting the chassis of this enemy here of Egg Golem, so that we can break open the chest points and blow up the bombs within him. And that's Egg Golem. Like, as long as you stay calm and stay fixed on the Egg Golem, like, you can eat 2 hits before you die, and just pay attention to his movement patterns where he's actually swinging his arms. So we're going to move into our space section of the game. Mad Space I actually quite like. This is actually the stage that taught me how to quickly read backwards. The container that is on... Wait, the container that is not floating.
That's not floating, there you go.
This is actually a piece I don't fully remember, but I want to say it's up top. But first, we have to make a quick pit stop. So Rouge needs to be able to break iron containers. The only way she could do that is with the aptly named Iron Boots. And we're going to break the steel container
Once it stops doing a screw kick.
Yeah, the screw kick can easily trigger because all you have to do is, like, normally what you would normally do is you would rotate the control stick once, and it unlocks the screw kick while you're on the ground.
Camera.
I've always found
camera's
it,
being very unkind here.
I've always found it very interesting that whenever you upgrade Knuckles in this game, like, he gets the shovel claws and the hammer gloves and, like, all of this stuff that's, like, it just bulks him out, and he's just completely dripped out by the end of the game. And then Rouge gets, like, barely noticeable visual changes to her shoes for both of her upgrades. It's quite funny.
Yeah, she gets like iron boots, which are like steel heels, and then she gets the pick nails, which are hold on, I have to read backwards here. The light that didn't grow up. That's actually going to be the crater planet. I'm pretty sure if it's not crater, it's round. It's going to be one of the, like, long yellow lights. One of those, like, yeah, it's crater planet here. It's a very short one. To your left, I believe. Yeah, dig under that one. Oh. Okay. Yeah, there we go. That's a very short one, and that's the one that didn't grow up.
It's true. Now for lucky.
So we're gonna go grab another hint monitor. Hope that it's not another up top piece.
Yeah.
Sticking Star. Sticking Star, I think, is Capsule Planet?
Okay, yeah, that's not too far. There it is.
That's not too bad. We're gonna grab this here. Yeah, this piece, Sticking Star, is not common.
I did think about kicking Omoch out.
You should
I think about it too, don't worry.
Let the intrusive thoughts
No,
win.
we have better people who probably have better memories that is not like, oh, this is all the way up. Okay. Go grab that blue platform and hit the spring up to Capsule. We're going to go all the way up. Thank you, Stellar. Stellar also ran this game for a very long time and was much better at the game than I was. Apparently,
me.
Stellar is also better at being me.
True. Uppies.
Come on. Rouge, you can do it. The Capsule Planet gravity is very strange because it gives up about halfway down. So it makes it so that you can climb on the Capsule Planet for a long time. It's very weird.
I'm just jamming to the music right now. I love the Mad Space theme. It's really good.
I mean,
it is.
You'd enjoy playing the game casually because most of the time you'll hear it for a very long time.
Platform off to your left, behind you. Yeah, it's one of these stars on the side. I remember now. It's this one.
It's got to be close.
There we go. Thank you, Stellar, for saving me from my own bad directions and saving Pumpkin in the process.
Hopefully this next part should go rather funny.
I need to really de-rust this game sometime.
I love that, like, Rouge, obviously has physics to her, but the ear physics go crazy. like all the time.
Oh yeah.
Long time no see, treasure hunter.
Like, oh my goodness. So, like, watch when we jump down here. Knuckles' dreads are gonna be waggling real fierce.
Hand over those master emeralds. Give them to me.
I don't know why they're so wavy. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna try to, yep, there we go. Knuckles doesn't know how to deal with the drill drive, which is where you jump and you press the action button and like, yeah, that was very good. First try, didn't have to worry about it.
Normal combat.
Yeah, like once you actually start getting, like once you hit Knuckles once, because of the way the camera focuses on your enemy there, if you just hold forward and then just like rhythmically mash between jump and action, you just repeatedly drill drive into him until he dies. It's really funny.
So this is gonna be a pretty long stage, right? Like, there's a lot to go through and all that.
Oh, Cosmic Wall's notoriously very long. You're gonna get the health upgrade for Eggman, right?
Yeah.
That mysteriously only Eggman gets and not Tails.
Yeah. I mean.
Yeah. So.
Eggman's getting up there in years. He needs it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this stage is the single longest stage, not counting Canon's Core, right? It's the single longest segment stage. And I really hope y'all like it because the music is great, and it's a really fun shooting gallery stage. But we're going to be doing something a little weird here. Because if you like Cosmic Wall, I'm sorry. We're going to be skipping the vast majority of it. So
whose favorite stage is Cosmic Wall? I apologize.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so what we needed to focus on was making sure that we got enough height with our hover because this stage is unique in that it gives us additional height with our hover, and it's the only stage that does it. And if you are being caught under a ceiling, stopping you from reaching your highest point in your hover before you would start normally descending, you actually retain your height. It will let you go through that ceiling into that geometry, and then you can fly through some kill planes that we cannot see. And now that we've gotten past those kill planes, we're just gonna fly to the end of the stage, and we're getting first try Cosmic Wall skip because there's another way to do this that involves climbing all the way up to the third or fourth checkpoint right by the first auto scroller, and you can get out of bounds there as well. But we called, when this one was found, we called it Swiss or CWSS, which means Cosmic Wall skip. But yeah, it is Swiss cheese. It is great. You're cheesing the stage by not playing it at all.
Shadow, I don't know why I don't do this for every single stage.
We played a little bit of it. We got a checkpoint.
We bounced past some artificial chaos.
Yeah, which are my favorite enemy.
Totally.
Yeah.
The idea of artificial chaos is just lore weird to me, but Gerald's weird. It's fine.
He's a little weird.
So what Pumpkin's looking for right here is popping into vision right now at the top of the screen. At the end of the at the end of the stage, there is a auto scroller that makes you basically get chased by a giant drill. That is the tunnel where that chase takes place. And we're going to be flying alongside it, being careful to not fly directly under it, because if we get too close directly under it, the camera will switch to facing Eggman's front, and then we have to blindly fly to the goal. Thankfully, you can use the drill tunnel once you've accidentally triggered the camera. You just stay under the drill tunnel and just follow it to the goal ring because it's directly across from it. And now we're just going to fly to the goal ring. We'll see the platforms come into view momentarily. We're going to start losing height a little bit here on purpose because we want to hit the goal ring. We don't want to spend time falling into the goal ring. So while we're on the way over there, we might as well descend a bit. And that's Cosmic Wall. That's Cosmic Wall skip. Swiss cheese it is.
To answer the question in chat of whether you pronounce it like chaos or like chouse, GIF.
I hate you.
I do too, actually.
Most people
I love you,
do.
but I hate you.
Most people do.
Why did I invite you onto this again?
In Japanese, it's chaos. Huh?
What's up?
I said, why did I invite you onto this again, Pride?
That's a fantastic question.
I don't know. Yeah, you can pronounce it chaos if you're talking about the emeralds or the character. If you're talking about the little AI life, that's Chow's, or Chow. And then, in fact, Chow plural is Chow. And then, oh, this is the boogeyman fight here.
We're good. Nothing to it. That hurt a lot.
Welcome to Armored
That did
Core.
hurt a lot.
Oh,
No.
we're good.
Okay, that
See?
actually worked out in our favor. Getting punched worked out.
Yeah, that's
that
calculated.
fight is what I would argue, casually and speedrunning, that is the hardest boss fight in the game. Tails 2, Eggman 2, the hardest boss fights. So getting that first try and deathless is very good.
Oh, Pumpkin, somebody just asked a question that I really love in the chat. They said, what would happen if someone let Jack Garland into the Chaos Garden, or the Chow's Garden? Oh, that's really funny. Pumpkin and I played through that game together. He would do the most based thing of all time because Jack Garland's my favorite character ever.
All right. Final chase, by the way, Pumpkin hated this stage for a while until she learned like some ways to avoid using the gravity drums. She's like, she watched me do final chase one day and was like, wait, I like your way a lot better. Heck what I'm doing. So the main mechanic of final chase is these gravity drums, and they're awful. They're worse on GameCube somehow, but they are really, really bad. And like their collision is a little sketchy, their gravity fields are strange, and like you can trip on them. It's so bad. But whoops,
Haven't
that's
done that
a little
a bit. Oh,
yeah.
No, didn't have to rub it in.
Just like the bomb robot out there, like, I'm gonna kick you while you're down, or blow you up while you're down. But so this is the area where you really can't avoid the gravity drums. This is the climb. I hate the climb. I tend to just very calmly get to the top of each drum and jump to the next one. The only time I can't really do that is when I'm doing A ranks, because the game wants you and will give you additional points for destroying the artificial chaos and successfully getting to the next drum. And unless you're going for A ranks, you don't have to worry about that.
Hi, Mystic Melody. Bye, Mystic Melody.
Yep, we're gonna jump right past the Mystic Melody to go to this next section here. Just cut out, basically cutting a whole corner of the area out.
Not a real fan, not getting Mystic Melody.
True. Run invalid.
Yeah, I thought this was 100%.
Right. No, I've run that. It's rough.
I don't doubt it.
That is a 14.5-hour speed run for me.
I was about to make a joke about him being a hedgehog and not a dog, and then I just thought, I don't think there are actually any dogs in the Sonic universe. Like, I mean,
technically Mutsky in there's Mutsky in Sonic SatAM and later the Archie version of the comics.
I mean, dogs must exist. The two robot mechs, whatever we killed, are named after dogs.
You're so right. Flying dog. That's that. You know what? I should have shut up.
I mean, I don't want to say that, but
listen, you invited me.
Well, I did.
We're also using some funny skewed gravity there by spin dashing off of that slanted platform to be able to just cut out a bunch of rail grinding. And we're going to take the left rail because it is faster. We interact with fewer gravity jumps and keeps us on top route here. We also didn't mention it at all, but like in White Jungle, we skipped the light speed shoes. Shadow does not need them. Everything that would require light speed shoes in the normal new game run, you can just get away with a spin dash jump, and it's fantastic.
While we have a clear view of it, I'd really like to shout out. Oh, very clear view of it. I'd like to shout out the very good like texture work. Like, I love space textures. It's maybe one of my favorite things in like gaming entirely. And like the way that SA2 does, like, it's one static texture and then one scrolling texture over it to give it like a sense of depth. Masterful. Really, really nice space stages.
Oh yeah. I saw that coming from a mile away with no rings.
Hang on. There's just ensuring that doesn't happen.
Grab those.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't blame you.
Artificial chaos do be artificial chaosing.
Yeah, that's true. I also go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, with this last artificial chaos, it can be heads or tails, but you can actually just straight jump into it like you just did there. You don't have to homing attack it at all.
Yeah.
So funny fact about this rocket, If you hold down left upon letting go, you can escape the gravity field of this last set of drums and just follow the goal ring.
If you're really lucky, you'll trigger the camera change, and you'll have to have a tiny shadow fall to the goal.
Oh.
It actually looks really funny. I'm kind of sad it didn't happen.
Yeah, the thing I don't like about the gravity jumps most of all is the fact that Shadow's full height jump, if you hold the A button all the way, will get you out of the range of the vast majority of them. And if you are on the underside, you're dying. You're just dead. If you're not near where another one can catch you, you are just going to die.
Also, they just sometimes drop you for no reason.
Yep. So this is the final boss of Dark Story. And Sonic 2 has a couple of different approaches that you can go with. So we're actually going to spin dash into him. His first couple of hits, his AI isn't yet dodging literally everything Shadow can do. So you can homing attack him for the first 2 hits, and then he'll learn to dodge the homing attack casually. And same thing with the spin dash. Now what we're going to do is we're going to let Sonic run ahead until he starts doing his call out, and then we're going to homing attack so we can avoid the damage from the Sonic Wind, which, by the way, is all you have to do to avoid Sonic Wind in single player. As long as you're going fast enough, you won't take damage. And we're going to do that for the last 3 hits because he doesn't know how to react. And time is going to be on this last hit coming up, by the way. So get ready on time.
And time.
GG.
Nice. Oh, it's under 56?
Wow.
That's
another sub
is that
hour.
another PB?
That's a PB, yeah.
Let's go.
Wow,
57.
3 PBs in a row. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
Getting sub hour in a few weeks, considering how little experience you have with this game, going into it, is genuinely super impressive.
Oh yeah, I'm not exaggerating when I say more than half of my playtime, currently shown on Steam, it was learning the run.
Yeah.
That's how little playtime I had before I started this.
Yeah, I am genuinely thrilled with how well you've done. If that's a 56 now, you were 9 minutes last night off of my old 7-year-old PB, which is a low 48, and you're closing in on that really fast for someone with so little experience with the game. So that's so awesome.
Yeah.
I'm thrilled for you.
Yeah, it feels good.
Very well done.
Thank you.
So what was your experience learning this game? What was it like for you? And is this something you want to stick with?
So it is something I definitely want to stick with. I want to learn yet more things. Final Chase especially has a fun trick that I would like to learn where, again, you just don't do the stage.
Yeah.
But it is a very precise trick. So that one might be a little bit. But yeah, as for learning it, I've started off just playing the game. Because one of the big things, like you were saying, is the hunting stages. I have a lot of different pieces, and I mean a lot of different pieces and combinations. Yeah. So just playing them, kind of gets the memory down of, okay, this is where this one is, this is where this one is. There is a spreadsheet that, has everything, listed out. I didn't use it while I was learning, just because for me, it was easier to physically see the hint and make myself go find it. It kind of got it more in my memory that way.
That's how I approach it as well.
But yeah, because of the level-based nature of this game, it made it a lot easier for me to learn, I think, because I could just play through the game. I could then look at the video you made for me, look at specific levels, practice that level. That night I played Skyrail for 3 hours. And I just learn. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Is this something that you would do again? I know that this was an experimental format of hey, lock into a run and you have 6 weeks to learn it at your own pace.
Doing this has made me want to just learn more, honestly. I didn't think I would, I didn't see the words Sonic speedrunner in my future at any point, but it's there now. And honestly, I think I could see myself even trying to learn other Sonic games too.
That's really cool. And that makes me feel really good as like someone who loves like the Sonic series and has run a number of the titles, and like I love just sharing my speed games with everyone, and I was like really happy when someone picked up SA2 from me. So like thank you for letting me teach you. And I know that like my knowledge is very, very old, very outdated now. But like what I know will still get you like a really good baseline to figure out whether or not you're going to like the game at all.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, like, I'm having fun with what I'm doing. That's all that really matters. That's all that matters for anybody.
And do you have any shout-outs? Do the two of you have any shout-outs before we close out the show?
Honestly, no shout-outs that haven't already been made, I guess. So everybody that's been on so far, all the FPE crew and all that, y'all for being here with me, chat for hanging out with us. That's about it. I think I'd
like to thank the Academy. Also, yeah, huge shout outs to the FPE crew. I've gotten to know a lot of you like very recently, but everybody at FPE are fantastic, and I look forward to working with y'all a lot more in the future.
Yeah, it's been wonderful to get to know you more recently, because everyone here who has run is staff with Fast Pace Events, which is our own events team, except for Pride. Pride was actually a host for us last year. And
I volunteered my idiot abilities twice.
Yes. And I've met a lot of wonderful people through speedrunning, SA2, Sonic 3D Blast, and just like all the other games that were shown here. I've learned a lot through all of you, and you know, thank you for humoring me for an early birthday present, basically. And thank you all in chat for being here tonight. And please remember to look after yourselves and your loved ones. Drink some water, stretch your legs, eat a snack, take your medicine or your vitamins if you need to, and remember that you are valid and you deserve the best, and the world is a better place with you in it. And if this episode has taught you anything, let it be that you are worth the time that it takes to pick up and learn a new hobby if you want, and learn it at your own pace. Do it in a way that makes you happy, that makes you comfortable. Speedrunning and like speedrun adjacent stuff is very much a very personal thing, and if it makes you happy, you should pursue that. So that being said, if As Seen on TV will be back in its normal time slot on Friday, June 5th at 7 p.m. Eastern, and Passion Project will be back on that same night at 10 p.m. Eastern with a special Link to the Past showcase. If you've ever wanted to see someone control Link with a French horn, that'll be the night to do it. And if you missed out on Passion Project tonight, stay tuned for a replay of the show coming up right after the break, and tune in tomorrow and Sunday, both starting at 1 p.m. Eastern for Oops All Star Wars, a weekend of Star Wars speedruns. Thank you all so much for being here tonight, and I will see